That show open that you put together, Brian, fantastic. I mean, where else can you get thoroughbred horses, fashion, great food, bourbon, entertainment, celebrities? I mean, what you get at the Kentucky Derby is just unreal.
It's why we love it so much, and as we said, it belongs to us. It belongs to the Bluegrass. We get to show off today.
Exactly. You know, this is right now really the calm before the storm, right?
It's very calm.
I kind of like how nice and quiet and peaceful it is. When we were coming into the track this morning, Brian and I, all of the employees who are going to be working so hard today, they were all coming in around 6 o'clock. By the hundreds, a huge line of them. So they've got a big, long day ahead of them.
We've got a big, long day ahead of us as well. We're so excited to be sharing it with you. We've got our team spread out here across Churchill Downs as we've got handicappers ready to talk about the race. We've got meteorologists standing by to tell you what to wear when you come down here today, maybe changing throughout the day. And of course, we've got our sports team and our reporters. They know everything there is to know about this place.
Yeah, we want to go down to Kendrick Haskins there in the paddock. Hey, Kendrick.
Hey, Brian and Myra, you two look fantastic. Happy Derby Day. It's a very rainy day here in the paddock already. Just sprinkling, it's not too bad. I haven't put on the raincoat yet. But my favorite thing about the Kentucky Derby is every year you get new faces coming into the Derby, trainers, jockeys, whoever it is. And Lonnie Briley, the trainer for Cole Battle, is one of those new faces.
When it comes to working with horses, 72-year-old Lonnie Briley has seen and done it all.
I bred mares and folded out mares, broke babies, sold babies, you know, did it all.
Despite years in the horse racing game, Briley never believed he would have a horse in the Kentucky Derby.
How often you run across a Derby horse?
Enter Cole Battle.
Cole Battle, the story continues this day. True, gritty racehorse.
You know, I got this coat in the Texas sale like everybody knows, and he was a yearling, and he broke his maiden first time out.
Although Cole Battle won the first time he ever raced, it wasn't until a fourth place finish in his second race that Briley knew he had something special.
He went by the winners like they were stopped, you know, galloped out 5-6 lengths in front of them, and so right then and there, I knew there was more to this horse.
After a 7th place finish in his next race, Cole Battle took off, looking unbeatable.
Cole Battle is opening up 3-4 lengths coming to the finish.
I went to the Jean Lafitte, he went that easy. Then I went to the Springboard Mile, he went that. Then the Smarter Jones, and he went that. And then the Rebel, you know, he just kept climbing the ladder. So we'll give him a chance, see what happens.
That's right, 4 straight wins before a 3rd place finish in the Arkansas Derby. But at that point, Cole Battle and Lonnie Briley were Kentucky Derby bound.
I never thought I'd have a horse of that quality, you know, to run in the Derby.
The two are here now, and along with dealing with the media for the first time,
The paparazzi's crazy.
Briley also has to figure out his Derby outfit.
No, I got some short pants. No.
Lonnie, when you
turn my hat backwards.
All jokes aside, Briley is confident if Cole Battle gets a good trip, he could win the Kentucky Derby.
If he gets to move at the quarter pole or 5/16 pole, you know, if he can squeeze on the rail, you know, he'll be dangerous.
Now, my partner in crime in the sports department, Dusty Baker, has been high on Cole Battle this whole time, so I got a feeling Dusty's going to include him in his trifecta, guys.
Lonnie Briley over here.
Oh, yeah.
We love him. We were rooting for him. He had a horse in one of the later races yesterday, and we were thinking, come on, if he could get one on Oaks Day, maybe that'll get him in the energy and the right headspace to take the race today.
Yeah, I like Lonnie Briley so much because he just seems so like you get what you see, right?
Yeah.
And what you see is someone who's truly authentic and seems so kind. So that's why I'm rooting for him too. He said Cole Battle is a laid-back horse, but he knows when it's game time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he shows up to the track chill, and then it's go time.
Exactly. Well, it's always go time for our meteorologist because the weather here, as we know, can just be all over the place. And Kevin and Brian are joining us now. You guys look wonderful.
Well, thank you, and likewise.
Right,
I like
absolutely.
the fascinator there, Myra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
what do you mean the weather's all over the place? I thought it was sunny yesterday all day.
yeah, we had no complaints. I mean, until that one little period of the day.
Yeah, just a little bit later on. One little minor, little storm.
160-mile-an-hour wind with massive lightning and heavy rain.
Yeah, well, today is going to be a lot different in that sense because it was such a pretty day for so many hours. Today, we don't have the danger of storms, but we have kind of a crummy setup.
Yeah, finally no alert day in place, right?
Yeah.
But I tell you, when you think of Derby weather, you think of the wettest Derbies, you go back to May the 5th, 2018, where we had over 3 inches of rain. Nothing like that. But you're still going to need to pack the poncho. You're going to need to make sure you're prepared for rain because we could see it for a good chunk of the day. We have it now.
We absolutely. So far, rainfall amounts have been light, but it's been keeping temperatures down. 59 degrees just next door over here at Ollie International. That northeast wind is going to be cool. So not only the rain, just make sure you got some layers underneath your outfit as well today.
Yeah, this is going to be periods of rain. You can see it on the radar, and we'll zoom in, but we have heavier downpours across northern Hardin County, southern Harrison County. Here in Louisville at Churchill Downs, yeah, we're right on the edge. So a little bit of dry time here or there, but more rain is coming in, and it will start to develop as we roll through the mid-morning hours. So, Brian, we're going to continue to see this blossom at least through the middle part of the morning.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that our southeast counties, you're going to see heavy rain today. In fact, more than an inch or two may certainly fall. We won't see that kind of an amount here in Louisville at Churchill Downs. We'll be on the edge, but unfortunately, we're just close enough to this rain band that we're going to have to keep that rain chance pretty high today.
Yeah, we're going to shuttle through this, and you'll see that on and off rain showers are expected, but there will be some dry time at times. Hopefully, we can time that to the Kentucky Derby, post time closer to 7 o'clock. And if you're looking for that Derby Day forecast, we've got it for you here. In fact, as we look to Derby time, hour by hour, rain chances are fairly high.
Exactly, and it's going to be, again, a steady setup, although at times the intensity will vary. That's the main thing. Just be prepared. Ponchos, we've been saying that now for entire week, right? Get your ponchos ready. So that's a key thing. Just have them on standby and have fun. As long as you're prepared, you'll have a blast.
I mean, get a julep or two while you're out here. The rain won't matter, right?
Speaking of juleps, Kevin, I got a question for you. I watched the gala special last night. He looked wonderful in a tuxedo till 11 p.m. last night. Did you go to any of them entice you enough to go out afterwards before you came here?
Well, now, you shouldn't be asking those on live TV.
I knew you were going to say that, too.
Yeah, I tell you, I
came from there to here.
yeah, I'm barely awake. Speaking of juleps, no. No, I did not. I went home and went to bed and got about 4 hours sleep, and then we were back out here at 6 a.m. So, yeah.
4 hours is pretty good.
I could have been talked into it, though. And frankly, I'm a little disappointed in Olivia Russell because I thought, she's young. She was dressed up. I said, well, she'll want to go, right? And I could have been talked into it. No. She was like, I've got to be up earlier than you. Her crew call was like 3 a.m. So I was like,
wow.
I always heard they called him Barnstable Harnett.
I know. And I was going to say, it doesn't take a lot to convince Kevin Harnett to go out raging.
She's already started, Kevin.
I'm starting today. I'm coming in hard.
I don't know about raging. Myra's turned into the grandma of the crew.
Yeah, I got dishes to do, okay?
Yeah, she'll be asleep before the show is over, folks.
You and be good, Grandma and Grandpa.
Exactly. Be good. This is why we get along so well.
I know. It's why we connect.
That's why we connect.
Exactly. Our bones hurt today, and we're trying to stay warm.
Right. They've already got the Epsom salts out over here,
Exactly.
On Earth.
Speaking of Epsom salt, you know what, ladies? Don't even bother wearing the big high heel shoes today. It's not really the day to do it. Here, I'm going to just...
You were so thankful yesterday for the sneakers.
Thank goodness I had sneakers because the way the weather was coming in to be able to, thank goodness that Kevin told us to, seek shelter because we left right in time, right before that storm hit. So thankfully we didn't get wet. But a lot of folks were just running for cover yesterday when that storm was moving in through here.
And it wasn't just us. Most of the temporary structures, a lot of the infield was evacuated to areas that were more secure while that storm rolled through. So just something to plan for if you're coming down to the track today. Hey, might need to move a little more than I anticipated. Not just because of the traffic and the normal walking. Weather could play an impact.
And just around the track, we're in the infield area. It's kind of muddy and wet. So your best bet is to be comfortable.
They're not going to listen. They're wearing high heels.
I know, and I don't blame you.
I wear dress shoes.
I got them in my bag too, so when you need to take a picture time, All right, well, it's going to be a lot of fun today, so we're thanking you so much for joining us here and staying with us throughout the day. We're going to go over now to Logan Perrone, where he's talking to some young horse riders.
All right, folks, it's starting to rain a little bit, but I do got some out-of-towners we're going to try to keep dry. They're from North Carolina. We got some horse riders as well. So first we're going to start with what brought you all the way out here.
Of course, the Kentucky Derby.
Excited?
Yes, very excited.
Now, have you guys ever been?
No, first time.
Okay, so first Derby for these folks. Also my first Derby, so I'm glad we're all kind of experiencing this together. And like I said, we have some horse riders here. I know it's you two. You're both Kinsley. Tell us about your experience riding thoroughbreds, right?
Yes, it's really fun. It's easy, and I love it.
Tell them what to do.
It helps when you keep your feet in the stirrups and when you hold on and you don't just sit there if the horse is going fast, because that gives you more of a chance to fall. So you want to keep everything held on to something unless you're a professional and you've done it for a good 20 years.
All right, well, if you're Bob Baffert out there, you might want to be taking some tips from this one right here.
That's right.
What is the most exciting thing you guys are, here for today outside of the actual Derby race itself?
The horse.
The horse, yes.
We got a favorite.
What's the favorite?
Sandmail.
Sandman.
You know 17th spot has never won the Derby before.
That's okay. Today's the first of everything.
First Derby for them, first Derby for me. I feel like it's a little good luck coming your way, Sandman.
Well, that was great advice. It's so easy, and just keep your feet in the stirrups, and you're going to be A-okay,
Is that
right?
what your daughter does?
Yeah, my daughter started riding a few months ago. She rides out at Spring Run Farm in Prospect, and Linda Betts, love her. She's her instructor. She was cantering yesterday, doing really well.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. That's a sign of the rain is coming down. We're wiping off the lens. So it is raining right here, too, where we're at. So
It's coming down. They're cleaning up the track. Just keep all of that in mind if you're heading down here to Churchill Downs for Derby Day. Our coverage is going to roll on. We've got hours ahead of us, so stay with us here on Wave News, your official Derby station on Derby Day.
Derby Day data is sponsored by Ethington's Building Supply. Since its inaugural race in 1875, the Kentucky Derby has been held every single year without interruption. Through world wars, the Great Depression, and even the COVID-19 pandemic, though it was rescheduled to September in 2020.
And welcome back to Waves coverage of the Kentucky Derby. We are taking a live look there at the paddock. You can see that rain just coming down on folks right now. But hey, a lot of folks are probably at home getting ready for the big day right now. So hey, we're showing you the weather. You may need to make some adjustments to what you're wearing. Consider the fact that you're going to get wet today for sure.
Little chilly too, but hey, we'll take it. Some people, I'll take it over the heat as we show you some of the live looks around the track here before it really awakens up. It doesn't matter the weather. We're always rocking and rolling on Derby Day. Not only will we keep you posted on the weather conditions as those change throughout the day, but of course we'll keep you updated on the race itself and the races leading up to Kentucky Derby 151. Myra and I later on in our telecast, newscast, whatever you want to call this, special cast.
Special coverage.
We'll bring you our picks for Derby Day, and one of yours, we're going to get to talk about early.
Yeah, Final Gambit is my pick for today. Trained by a Louisville native, Brad Cox. So
you said you're on the train.
I'm on the Cox
You're
train.
1 for 1.
He won yesterday with good cheer, so you know he's really happy today, waking up and ready to go.
Last year was a sweep.
It
with the trainer.
It was. So we'll see. He had to Pan Street in earlier as well, but no longer has to Pan Street in the race. So today is all about Final Gambit, and we'll see how this horse does. So the last time a gray horse to win the Kentucky Derby was Giacomo, which won the race 20 years ago. So could today
we got 3 chances today.
Yes, we do.
I got Sandman in my picks. More on that later. Kendrick Haskins is joining us. He was, I think, in the paddock. Oh, there he is.
There it is.
The hood, the wave rain jacket with more on Final Gambit.
Yeah, the first hit was all about getting my outfit out there. Shout out to him and her boutique for hooking me up again this year, but we had to go to the rain gear. But Final Gambit, of course, everybody in Louisville is rooting for Final Gambit. That's Brad Cox. He's a Louisville kid, and we always want to see a Louisvillian win the Kentucky Derby.
Confident that he'll run well. That's what I am confident in.
When it comes to consistency, Final Gambit has been a symbol for that. Racing 4 times, finishing in the money every single time. His trainer, Louisville native Brad Cox, says he can't guarantee a win, but he is confident that the Derby distance will not be a factor.
I do think he's one of the ones that can get a mile and a quarter. And, you know, once again, you got to get a trip, but he should be able to get the distance.
Final Gambit comes into the Derby riding a 2-race win streak, including the Jeff Ruby Stakes his last time out.
You know, looking to build off that, and you know, he's 6 weeks removed from that performance, and you know, we're hoping he can move forward.
For Cox, whose only Derby win came from a disqualification, he's looking forward to finally bringing home the garland of roses on the day of the race.
In 2021, we didn't experience the thrill of victory, and I think that's what the Derby's all about, is being able to take a trip to the infield and take a picture with your horse. But we're looking forward to that someday. I'm hoping it's on Saturday, and I really do believe we have a shot to do that.
And Brad Cox is tired of answering that question about when he's going to actually win the Kentucky Derby with his horse crossing the finish line first. Hopefully it is this year. Final Gambit has a good shot at it, guys.
All right. You know, with some of these horses, you look at their names and you're like, how do I say that? I know I said it wrong.
Giacomo.
All right. The day is early. I'm sure I'm going to mess up. It's
You probably
Giacomo.
covered that race.
Probably.
Or was that right? That was maybe a year before you started.
20 years ago. No, that was 2 years before I started.
2 years before? Okay.
Yeah.
You get a pass.
Yeah. Oh, well.
That was in high school. I get a pass. I think I went to one of those derbies, though. Maybe that one.
Well, all right. So what a fun day. Hey, don't let this weather deter you. If you're thinking about, oh, should I go out today? Hey, it's going to still be a fun day.
It's Derby Day. It's part of the story. Also part of the story, all of the hardworking staff, the folks who are up early. They don't care what the weather is. They don't care what the time is. The backside is always a lively area, a lot of commotion, a lot of activity. It's been busy throughout the week. Of course, our Sunrise crew bringing you fantastic coverage from the backside as the Oaks and Derby contenders would warm up in the morning throughout the week as we led up to the big day today. Wave News reporter Alina Noakes has been roaming that area, catching up with fans, meeting some of the trainers and some of the folks back there who make this whole track tick on Derby Day. Hey, Alina.
Hey, Brian, like you said, they never stop working here on the backside, and that's certainly the case right now on the track where we've got tractors, what's called sealing the track as that rain continues to come down. They don't want it to seep too far into the ground before the races today, so they're hard at work doing that. They've been doing that since the little jogs that some of the Derby horses have taken this morning. We saw only about 4 this morning come out early this morning. American Promise and Luxor Cafe both came out and did a little jog around the track. Of course, those some early risers, their trainers there that got them out here just around dark. So most of the people weren't in yet. Most of our people weren't in yet to see that happen. But then we did see a little bit earlier Sovereignty and Journalism taking a jog around the track as well. Just, you know, they looked very easy. They looked very calm this morning, which is what you, I think, hope to see out of these Derby horses first thing this morning. Weren't out here very long, really just one lap around the track, and then they went back to their stalls. And we are seeing a lot of people milling about right now, trying to stay dry. The backside has a few people coming in and taking their seats, lawn chairs lined up against the fence of people who put them there yesterday as placeholders. So definitely a lot of people getting ready for these Derby races to begin.
All right, thanks, Alina. Yeah, the backside is such a fantastic area as we're looking at. Oh, there's Alina's shot there.
There she is.
Undercover.
Staying dry.
You see one of our crew there in the background taking some still shots. It's a wonderful spot if you ever have the time to do the sunrise at the Downs and wander around back there and see the activity and the action. If you're into photography, you can catch beautiful sunrise shots of the track, of the horses, of everyone preparing back there. And it really is a cool place to be, especially if you've only experienced a race day at Churchill Downs from the front side.
And also, like, see the people who take care of the horses, who spend all, like,
Dedicate
they literally live with the horses. So they are, you know, so dedicated to what they do.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break here. Of course, the rain is coming down, just to let you know, here at Churchill Downs, depending on where you live. Maybe it hasn't arrived yet. It's arrived here. Our meteorologists are standing by. They will update you on what you can expect throughout the day when you head down here to Churchill Downs or to one of your Derby parties around town today. It's Derby Day on your Derby station. We'll be right back.
And And welcome back to Waves coverage of the Kentucky Derby. So one of the things that's been all abuzz this year is Netflix being here.
Race for the Crown.
Race for the Crown. If you have not watched it, let me tell you, it is so worth your time. It's an incredible documentary, behind the scenes look at all of the action that goes into the race for the Triple Crown. And I don't know about you, Brian, but I felt so much pride and so much happiness when I saw all of the Louisville shots, all of the connections to Churchill Downs. It just made me happy.
It's funny you say that because you and Kevin always talk to me in the studio. You guys are always up to date on the latest television. Yeah, what are you watching? And I'm always decades behind. I was
Twin Peaks, y'all. Twin Peaks.
Early 90s. I mean, come on. It's a great era for TV and movies. But I have been taking both of your advice lately. I've been trying to watch some of these new shows, started Race for the Crown, and that was exactly what stuck with me as well. They're showing shots of tracks from all over the country, out in Santa Anita, out in California. They're showing the Arkansas Derby down at Oaklawn. They're showing shots from Miami where some of the owners live. And you're like, yeah, whatever. And then they would show the bluegrass and the rolling hills and the horses, the thoroughbreds out on the pastures in parts of central Kentucky, and the shots of Louisville when people were coming to Churchill Downs. That sense of pride and the beautification, how they portray our city the way that we see it.
Yes,
I think
absolutely. The pride that we have. And, you know, it was great to hear the backstories behind the owners, the trainers, the jockeys, and see how hard they work. And from what I hear, Netflix is back again somewhere around the track this year. So even if you are not into horse racing, I'm telling you, you will really love this show.
I think you
will be a fan of it.
Sean Bowdy's been hanging out in the winner's circle the last couple of days, and I think he was telling us yesterday that he was getting an interview with, was it Brad Cox?
Yes.
And Netflix crew was surrounding, so something to look forward to.
All right. Another folks that people surround is David Mattingly, and he's talking to us about a very important topic about equine safety.
Yeah, David, you were at the track earlier this week when there was a tragedy with one of the horses. You've been diving into this topic a little deeper. What do you have for us?
Yeah, this is one of those rare times with the Kentucky Derby that all eyes are on horse racing. And the sport has been under a lot of pressure to do something about the horses being fatally injured while racing. Well, 2024 brought some good news. It showed that the rate of horses sustaining a fatal injury during racing actually dropped to a 16-year low. And it showed that there were improvements here at Churchill Downs as well.
In March, the 2024 annual report from HISA, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, brought new optimism to the sport. The rate of racing fatalities at 47 tracks regulated by HISA dropped to 0.9 fatal injuries per 1,000 starts, down from 1.23 just the year before. Churchill Downs reported 6 dead for the year, a vast improvement over 2023 when 7 died at the track by Derby Day.
Can you point to anything and say this is working? No, but I'll tell you, it's truly a team effort. I mean, there are a lot of parties that are involved to help keep horses safe on the racetrack, from owners, trainers, the attending veterinarians, our regulatory structure.
When racing was suspended in 2023, Churchill Downs paid for upgrades to track maintenance and testing. Horses now race with sensors measuring their strides. And 2025 adds nuclear imagery, or PET scans, to its veterinary care.
Our big thing that we're really trying to drive this year is the science side of things, the technology side of things, and that's where PET comes in. It's a brand new piece of technology.
Churchill Downs investments in racing safety are intended as safeguards against a problem that is yet to be defined. There's never been a clear answer to why the 2023 spike in fatalities happened in the first place. Even critics of horse racing question if location was a factor.
The horse racing industry is a single entity. These horses are constantly being shuffled from track to track and across state lines to race. So the numbers are going to vary depending on where the horse ultimately breaks down. It doesn't mean that Churchill in 2023 was unusually less safe than other tracks.
Churchill Downs' first death of the new season came 9 days before Derby. A horse was euthanized on the track after fracturing both of its front legs. An unsettling start to a new year when confidence in equine safety is gaining strength. Is it possible to get to 0 fatalities?
I think we can get very, very close to 0.
Why do you say that?
We just have to better use technology. Technology can help in every industry of the world. There is some type of advanced technology that can help identify subtle catastrophic injuries in a piece of equipment or in an athlete, a human athlete. So we just have to figure out how to adapt that technology for us here at the racetrack and for thoroughbreds to be able to help us identify those things. It can be found. We just have to figure out how to find it.
Layers of safety are continuing to be added here at Churchill Downs and other tracks. That horse that had to be euthanized a couple of weeks ago, that horse actually would not be counted among those racing deaths because the horse was in training at the time. So when you break it down and look at racing deaths and training deaths, so in addition to the 6 racing fatalities that Churchill Downs had in 2024 that were racing deaths, they also had 7 horse deaths due to injuries from training. So there's still work to do here, and critics will say that what has been done has not been enough. But as you heard from the veterinarian here, every year brings something new. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, David. And of course, this issue of horse safety, rider safety, not just a Churchill Downs issue. I reported on the West Coast for many years, and Santa Anita went through this in 2019. They lost 37 horses, died either racing or training. It was a big national story. They came out with a lot of plans as well to try to mitigate that and take away some of that risk and fix some of the issues. And you know, sadly, it's a part of the sport that a lot of people, it's tough to see, and
so
David
tough.
was there live when it happened.
Yeah, I know. I immediately talked to him. I'm like, oh my gosh, that has to be traumatizing to see. You know, I remember in 2008 when, everybody was talking about 8 Bells. She came in second and immediately just suffered a compound fracture in both of her ankles and had to be euthanized. And, you think about the crowds here. That's like something you don't forget. It's so sad to see a horse go through something like that. And then also it's hard for all the people that are involved with the horse, the trainers, the jockeys, and everything, to see what they put the hard work and effort into, and it ends like that. It's heartbreaking.
That's why we like to tell their stories as well, because these folks truly love these animals. They put in a lot of time and care, and sometimes things happen. Okay, we've got the tough stuff out of the way, so we are back with your fun Derby Day coverage. Taking a live look at the track here. Mostly workers out here right now, braving the rain, getting everything ready, maybe cleaning up a little last-minute deal from last night at the Oaks.
The track is looking pretty good. These folks have been out hitting it hard,
we got
cleaning
food
up the track.
vendors. Everybody here is ready for your arrival. So come on down, grab a poncho, grab some running shoes. There we are. There's some early fans.
Yeah,
dedicated Derby horsewomen there. We'll be with you all throughout the day today. Be back after this short break.
Derby Day closed captioning is sponsored by BJ Heating and Cooling.
And welcome back to Waves coverage of the Kentucky Derby. We are just about 15 minutes out from the gates opening here at the track for Derby 151. You can see a lot of folks making their way in, folks working security, employees. They're getting everything ready to go for the day.
We know we'll have some folks there at the front gates ready to greet you, do interviews with those very first guests who make it to the track today before the first race post time set for 11 a.m. I was looking through the program here this morning and trying to check out some of those early races. Of course, we do so much research when it comes to Oaks and Derby, and sometimes the undercard races, you just got to go with what's in a name, right? And there are 2. Bourbon Society and Coffee Talk in race number 1. So if either of them scratch.
I've never seen anyone drink as much coffee as Brian.
Well, you haven't met my parents. That's where I got it from.
Well, you drink a lot of coffee. We had some this morning, but we got a really nice sneak peek of the national anthem. Grace Potter, I think, was just rehearsing here behind us.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. She sounds amazing, so that's definitely something to look forward to.
She can do that in the rain. She can do it.
She's going to be set.
With 100,000 people here.
Last year it was Winona Judd, so it's, Derby 150 with Winona Judd, and this year Grace Potter. She is a Grammy-nominated artist, 5 solo albums, 41 years old. What an honor to be here for her, I'm sure.
And then we've got Simone Biles doing the Riders Up.
I know.
She was last night. Actually, Kevin got to talk well, Natalia was out there on the red carpet, but she was a part of their coverage, our wave night at the galas, and so she was out and about last night, and I think Natalia had asked her, Kevin, what she asked her if she was practicing the Riders Up call, and she said, well, it's pretty easy.
Yeah. She said, I think I practiced one time.
Yeah, one time, yeah.
We'll see how she does. All eyes on her there. She says the 2 words.
I would need to do at least 20 times.
Yeah.
I would screw it up.
I would
Brian,
too.
it's 2 words.
I know.
Have you met Brian?
Right.
Yes.
He'd be like, let's go. No, I meant Riders.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic, so I'll be best.
Speaking
He'd be
of,
like, and they're off. Oh, no.
Wait,
Yeah,
start over.
we have coffee talk of our own. It's like coffee talk, you know.
Yeah, SNL. Yeah. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Welcome
I know
in.
Say that. Yeah. Well, we're getting ready to get into some moderate rain here in a matter of minutes, right?
Well, I tell you, and it's probably not going to be the only time today. So if you're just now thinking, waking up, heading out, some of the folks at home are like, you know what, we're not getting there early. Noon is good with us. You're still going to need to pack the poncho. We've got rain on the forecast.
Marissa?
Rain, yeah. We're
Coffee
going to
talk.
Marissa next coffee talk while
yeah.
we do the weather. That's what it's like in a normal commercial break. Chat. Anyway, you see the rain. This is what's moving our way, so it's going to pick up just a little bit.
Actually,
more.
that's a decent pocket there in southeast areas of Harrison County. If that holds together, we'll see if it tracks right into Churchill, but it looks like it's heading right to us. So, again, a brief period anyway of moderate, maybe briefly heavy rainfall moving through, and this will continue to build. Now, we see these gaps, Kevin, to the southwest. We just don't know if they're going to be able to hold or not. The game plan is right now they will likely fill in.
Well, and that's the question is we will see breaks. There will be some dry time, but I think today's one of those days where we have more wet hours than not, so you have to prepare for that. And then varying intensities on the radar, meaning at one point it may be very light rain and next you're in a little bit of moderate rain. We have a pretty high rain chance spread throughout the day. We'll see if we can lessen that a bit. We're updating our forecast here hour by hour as we get new information in. It is a little on the cool side, by the way, so you need to plan for that too.
One spot I know, it's tamed down over the years, one spot that loves days like this, the infield. You're going to get some wild images today because a rainy infield on Derby Day always gets interesting, guys.
Yeah, we were looking up some of the stats. The last time we were in the 60s would have been when Rich Strike won, right?
Yeah, the long shot.
The long shot. Could that be something? Could the long shot today like the cooler weather? Who knows? We don't.
Coffee talk.
Coffee talk.
Coffee talk. Yeah, you guys heard me saying Marissa. I know.
Oh, yeah. You listen, we're used to you chatting all the time while we do weather.
I don't shut up. I keep talking.
Well, they were talking about the infield. We're in the infield, so I guess we're the party crew. Be good. You remember the porta potty races back in the day?
Oh my goodness, when they used to run on top of them.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days.
I was there for that derby.
Santa Claus was always in the
I was
jail.
in the infield for that derby.
Yeah.
What do you mean when weren't you part of it?
No, there was no video evidence of that.
Yeah, no,
I assure you.
No, there wasn't video back then.
Don't get on YouTube then. You can zoom in a little closer. Like, is that?
Is that Be Good?
Which Brian is that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Could have been either of us.
I'm in trouble.
Well, I'm getting a little chilly out here.
Yeah, so we're going to see what the fans, if anybody so far has arrived to the fan experience area, see if they wore their jackets. Marissa Burke has been hanging out there. She's got her jacket on. She's got the hood on and everything, well prepared. How do you feel in the fan experience? How's it looking?
You had to take your fascinator off. It was so pretty.
I know, and it broke just a little bit, but I'm still going to look good when I put my fascinator back on. But yeah, guys, I'm kind of lonely in the fan experience right now, but I will say there has been one worker. As soon as I walked up yesterday, he pumped life into me, and he told me his name was Mr. Personality. And I'm talking about Donald here. Donald, how many derbies have you been to?
This is my very first derby.
Oh, and how do you feel so far?
Well, I feel pretty good, even though it's raining and it's muddy and everything. However, I got to keep my spirit up. And when people see that my spirit is high, they gravitate towards that. The ladies, I tell them how beautiful they're looking, even though they're wet. And I tell the men how handsome they are, even though they're soaked.
Right.
So basically, that's it.
Yeah, and you know what? We got to keep that magic going. We got to keep our energy high so that it can translate to the races. So what spot are you going to be at so that people can come see you and your big personality, Donald?
More than likely, I'm going to be right there, the third table from here.
Okay, what food is that? What you going to be serving?
Well, I serve everything. Well, I take the orders. So whatever they order, I'll shout it out to the runners, and they'll go get it and bring it to them. And while they're waiting, I talk to them.
How early did you get here to help set up? Because, guys, you got to stay fueled up when you're in the fan experience because we're going to party. Even rain, shine, we're going to party over here in the fan experience because we got Mr. Personality leading the way. So how long have you been here this morning?
Well, I usually get here at 6:30. However, but, you know, the time it takes to get here, we start at 8 o'clock.
Okay, well, guys, as we continue to wait, I'm going to let Donald get back to work, a.k.a. Mr. Personality. So if you're heading out to the track, make sure you stop by the fan experience and say hi to me and hi to Donald. And make sure you grab some food because, guys, we're going to need something to keep us going. I'm going to send it back to you.
Marissa, if he's Mr. Personality, what does that make you?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a good
I guess
question.
I would say sunshine.
Miss Sunshine,
Oh,
you
bring
are
it.
always a ray of sunshine. I love Marissa. She's so full of life, and she looks fabulous.
That's why she's in the fan experience.
That's
She's
why I'm in the
welcoming
fan-
everybody to the track
hungry.
today.
I wish
I'm
I could
already-
share the sunshine.
I'm ready for chicken tenders already. Is that too early?
No, never too early for chicken tenders.
I agree.
I bet one of our digital people would agree. Yep, he agrees.
Yeah.
He's over here like, yep, never
Yep.
too early for chicken tenders.
Marissa, always great to see you. All right, what a great day. It's going to be a good day despite this weather.
Yeah, comes with the territory.
It comes with the territory. It's all up here. Positive mind.
We've got a lot more coverage coming your way here on this Derby Day as we take you to some live pictures, what the track looks like right now, 10 minutes before the gates open, about 2 hours and 10 minutes before the first race of the day. Everything's ready. Come on down to Churchill Downs.
Derby Day data is sponsored by Ethington's Building Supply. While the mint julep is now synonymous with the Derby, over 120,000 are served each year, it wasn't always the signature drink. In the early years, whiskey punches and champagne were more common. The mint julep only gained traction as the official cocktail in the 1930s.
Back with you now on Waves coverage of Derby Day here, Kentucky Derby 151, and here it is. We're about 6 minutes till the gates open, and the first guests are showing up here. Ponchos on, hats on. They are ready to enjoy a fantastic day here at the track, no matter what the weather brings.
You know, a lot of the folks that are coming in now, I think it's smart because you're not going to be standing in that security line to get in. So hopefully you're way in. There's not a big line. And you'll get in and not have to stand out in this rain.
Yeah, once you're used to it, then you're ready to go. So
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to get used to it early, then by, come race time.
Not a big
Nothing.
deal. Exactly.
Nothing but a peanut.
But as you notice in those shots, people had their ponchos on. So definitely bring that. Again, no umbrellas. You cannot bring umbrellas into the track. So otherwise, you're going to have to leave
Ditch
them
it out front.
Ditch it out there, as we called it, the graveyard of umbrellas.
Yeah,
so.
it was on Wednesday or Thursday when we were out there, and couldn't bring them then either, and they were just scattered all about walking into the entrance of Churchill Downs.
Yep. Well, we want to go now to Jose Zozaya. He is in the first turn suites. You look wonderful,
Dry as
Jose.
can be.
Yes, look at you.
That's why they built that area.
First, to Myra's point, thank you so much, Myra. Got to break out a little mint green, very floral feeling for Derby Day. Brian, might be the cushiest assignment other than for you guys, which obviously you have cover. We have seen more of these tractors come by, though, because if you can see from where we are, it's a gorgeous view regardless. I know there's the cloudiness, the gray, the haze, at least the water. It could be much more standing water out on the muddy track, but they've been coming by lap after lap, sort of sealing that. So I'm doing just fine. You could tell from this vantage point, guys, the breeze, maybe it's the chilliness is the one thing we're going to feel as we're sitting here among the first club tier. Patio, obviously clear. To your point as well, guys, about a line building up, we did peek over a couple minutes ago before coming to you. Not much of a line, at least on our side of the property, that folks are really starting to line up, but we know exactly where they're going to funnel in when the time comes. We're going to see all these seats start to fill out. I think a lot of folks are going to be grateful if they find a good spot here. The roof is going to do them a lot of good. A big benefit for them. Before I go to Myra, to your point about chicken tenders, never too early. Never too early. It's the fuel we're going to need to keep us going throughout this day.
4 for 4 on people saying chicken tenders at 8 a.m. is a great idea.
It sounds so good. Well, it's funny because I couldn't sleep last night. I felt like I was just like going. And I woke up at 2, wide awake. And I was like, well, I'm up. I went for a walk with the dog. The dog was like, are you nuts? Why are you waking me up? And then we started watching a show on Netflix. Or not
Race to the
Netflix.
Crown?
No, Netflix. I finished that the other night. I was watching, what's that show that Kevin and Brian talk about all the time? It's in my brain. It's going to come to me.
It's not early 90s. I'm not going to know it.
I know, but it was like 3 a.m. and I'm watching it, cracking up all by myself with, no one's up and nice and quiet.
Well,
so, yeah.
You got a couple more hours here, so.
We've got some time.
Got energy drinks down there.
Exactly. All right, Kendrick. He is out in the paddock. Oh, look at who you got.
Churchill Charlie.
Churchill Charlie.
We got our first horse sighting in the paddock for the day.
Look at.
And unfortunately, this hat almost fits my big head, even though this is
that fits your big old head.
Kendrick, you remember when that was a fad for a while? All the teams, people were wearing those big hats.
They're still doing it.
Oh, they are. Okay, well, that's what it looked like.
How are you going to fare in the Derby later? I was not expecting that sound to come from this mascot. Now, I'm supposed to be previewing Cole Battle right here, but you're stealing the show. By far my best hit so far. Let's look at Cole Battle.
Cole Battle is opening up 3-4 lengths coming to the finish.
Cole Battle knows a little something about winning.
I went to the Jean Lafitte. He went that easy. Then I went to the Springboard Mile. He went that. Then the Smarter Jones, and he went that. And then the Rebel, he just kept climbing the ladder.
Cole Battle, the story continues this way. True, gritty racehorse.
Cole Battle broke his maiden in his very first race and has won 5 times in his 8 career starts. His trainer, Lonnie Briley, says while Cole Battle is competitive, he knows how to keep from overexerting himself in training.
He always protects himself, I can tell Bethany go a minute and 1, and he'll go a minute and 2 and come back bucking and squealing and like, ha-ha,
Cole Battle is one of the smaller horses in the race, but Briley sees that as an advantage.
I'm going to tell you, they got a lot of long-strotted horses in this race. And any of them get checked, they're in trouble.
This is the first time Briley has run a horse in the Derby. He's a little shy, so he may be hard to find on Derby Day.
How will you spend Derby Day? What will be your plan for that day?
To hide in the back.
So I've had 3 highlights of the Derby season, meeting Lonnie Briley, interviewing Philip Bailey yesterday, and talking to Churchill Charlie, guys.
He just photobombed the Kendrick again back there in the background.
That was the best interview you have ever done.
Ever.
Ever.
Send me my Emmy.
There you go. We are submitting that this year.
Churchill Charlie is always one of the favorites at the track. I love seeing people taking pictures with him. And there's a lot of educational events that they do out here, and he always shows up to those, always there for the kids.
Oh, so much
fun. Here early before the fans.
Look at him.
There he is. Oh, with the call to the post.
There we go.
He's the only horse out here.
He's having to pull up his pants. He's walking a lot, dropping a couple pounds.
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've seen it all here, and it's only 9 o'clock.
It is only 9 o'clock.
Call to the post. That's actually the call to open the gates here to let the fans in.
Folks
so here we go.
Be coming in.
Rockin'
What
and
an
rolling.
exciting day. Hey, we are going to take a break here, and we're going to have more coverage of the Kentucky Derby, Derby 151.
In the rain.
Hey guys, we hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the 151st Kentucky Derby here on Wave. I'm Ward Jollis. The most exciting 2 minutes in sports is full of history-making moments, including its first local broadcast. Before the move to TV, racing fans had to learn about the winner of the Kentucky Derby by going in person, reading newspapers, or listening on the radio. That all changed, though, in 1949 when Wave News was the first local television station to broadcast the Run for the Roses. Ponder won the 75th Kentucky Derby. His His triumph at the historic racetrack created a lasting legacy, showing motivation and resilience can lead to the winning of the Garland of Roses. Fast forward to 1952, when the Derby broadcast was first broadcast nationally for the first time, with an estimated viewership of 15 million people. Hillgale won that Derby. It was the 78th. There were fears the change to airing the race on television would keep fans from attending the racetrack in person to watch the horses cross the finish line. But that proved to be untrue, with more than 150,000 fans attending each year thereafter. Churchill Downs continues to add seating to the track through various projects to accommodate more horse racing fans.
Wave Now Derby coverage is sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery. Did you know that the Kentucky Lottery has provided over $5 billion in funding for college scholarships and grants to Kentucky students? Details at kylottery.com.
We are back with you now on Wave News, our live coverage of Kentucky Derby 151. Here is a live look at the paddock. This area, no matter rain or shine, will be bustling with activity as we head throughout the day today. And we've been saying it all throughout the week, but this $200 million paddock now kind of the heartbeat of the track experience for the fans as we pan over the Twin Spires here, ready to greet fans who've been in the gates. Those early fans for about the past 5 minutes. And if you're here right now, chances are you're either undercover or you are wearing a poncho because the rain is a little heavy, about as heavy as it's been, Myra, since we've been here. We got to the track maybe, I don't know, 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you're talking about the paddock, Brian. I had to I couldn't remember what our old paddock looked like. I had to Google it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what it looked like. I mean, it's completely different, and it's beautiful.
We talked about the other day when it was raining, about, speaking of that old paddock, on the 2018 Derby that ended up being the rainiest Derby in history. Justify would go on to win that year and win the Triple Crown. People were hiding because it used to be when you could cross through the tunnels, and so the folks from the infield were in the paddock area as well, and everybody was trying to find a little overhang, a little cover from that rain. That year never stopped. It was nonstop. It was aggressive as they come, but hey, the payoff for that was you got to see a Triple Crown winner. So,
yeah,
you know,
we'll see.
I'll take it.
Will it happen again?
Well, I don't know.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. All right, we are going to go now to Alina Noakes, who's been at the backside. Good thing you're undercover, Alina.
Those are those boxes where the trainers hang out and watch the horses with the binoculars, Alina.
Yeah, Brian, Myra, that's right. We are maybe breaking the rules a little bit. We're on this overhang right now while we got the chance, as are a lot of other people trying to catch some cover. We got a lot of people in temporary tents, this media tents like yesterday, trying to get out of the rain while they can. Some people braving it with some umbrellas and lawn chairs along the fence line. They got a ways to go being in those for the time being until the first race kicks off at 11 a.m. But I'm here with Bill. Bill's one of the people taking cover with me under here, smoking a nice cigar. How's the morning going for you?
It's a little damp, but this wouldn't be Derby without a little of this, right?
Right, you got to mix it in, right? That Ohio River Valley weather doing what it does, right?
Right, you're correct. But it's a good time always, no matter what. So.
Yeah, you said you come to the backside every time you come out to the Kentucky Derby. What makes the experience in the backside so special for you?
Well, I found out it's like a lot of family here. You know, it's just pretty nice. It's not crazy, not like the infield, and not as messy, and it's just a lot better, a lot laid back, and it's just nice. And you actually get to see a horse.
Yeah, up close and personal. I was saying yesterday, it's a better view than a lot of places in my view. I've been all around the track now doing some reporting, and you just get to see them up close and personal, really get that essence of who they are as a horse, you know?
Right. I mean, it's close enough that you can almost touch them, 15 feet away. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. Who's your best on today for the Derby? Who's your favorite?
I'm sure it's going to be a mutter. I like Citizen Bull. That's my nickname that they put on me at Ford Kentucky Truck Plant, and so I retired from there, and I've always been going by Bull, so I'm gonna go with Citizen Bull.
Citizen Bull, keeping with your namesake. Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Obviously, that's also a favorite too for a lot of people we hear about. So, good luck to you today, and have fun. Stay dry, most importantly.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian, Myra, back to you.
Look at that. Alina found our first Citizen Bowl.
Yeah.
From Kentucky Truck Plant. How about that?
Okay,
Yeah,
all
it's
right.
coming down.
So it's coming down, and I think the wind has shifted too, because we're getting hit in the back with this rain.
Look, no bother for these
man.
fine gentlemen. It's interesting too. I hate to say that I could have jinxed us, but I was saying as we bring Kevin and Brian back into the mix here to talk about the weather, I might have jinxed us because I was like, man, I think we're due for a rainy derby. Longest stretch of...
Is this your fault?
Yeah, longest stretch of consecutive wet derbies, 07 to 2013. That's in a 24-hour period. It was wet every year then. So, guys, we had some nice ones the last few years, so... We're kind of due, right?
I'm just glad we've added to our storm tracking team. Myra giving wind direction and intensity updates. Brian's got all the stats.
Well, in the words of Miranda Priestley, it's just drizzling.
Just drizzling.
It's just drizzling
yeah.
outside. But this is the heaviest that we're going to see for a bit, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, check the radar here. This you start to get into the yellows, the oranges. That's a heavy downpour. It's in and it's out, though. This is what we're going to see today, where we have the change in intensity on the rain. This is the heaviest it has been so far today, as Myra pointed out. That moves through, and then we're in a little bit of a break. And Brian, that lull that we see, the big question on the forecast is, will that hold or will it re-energize as the day unfolds?
Yeah, there's a system rolling in from Evansville that may try to enhance the rain. Some of the short-term data we've been looking at is trying to do that. Now, whether or not that happens, it's a good question. We're going to take that hour by hour. And speaking of hour by hour, there's your rain chances. Now, as we evolve through the morning, we're going to keep it fairly high just about the entire day, but it's important to know it will be just like we've seen this morning. A light drizzle at times, still enough for a poncho, and then you get a heavier downpour that may at least temporarily cause everyone to see some shelter, and then it's back to a light drizzle once again. This back and forth will continue. We don't know yet if the gap, though, one of those gaps may happen at 6:57. It's possible, but right now we have to, of course, bet on the rainy side.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be the prettiest, the most comfortable derby that we've had, but it will not be the wettest, and it won't be the coldest. So we've had worse. It's just you have to deal with the rain and make sure you pack the poncho as you come out to the track today.
Yeah,
a lot of indoor space. I know a lot of folks like to be outdoors.
True.
But there is a lot of indoor space.
And to Brian's point, compared to 2018 when we had that heavy rain, the redesign of the paddock, the first turn club suites here, everything's been designed to have a lot more shelter than before, so that makes a big difference on days like today.
Yeah, I mean, from our vantage point, our cameras around the track can show we have a beautiful spot. It is dry here, a little on the cool side on the top of the first turn club just because of the wind, but I mean, if you're in some of these places, all of these seats are completely dry.
Yeah, looking pretty good. So Brian and Myra, I know that
you need it.
You're right on the edge. Yeah, we all need it.
Yeah, we need it.
We need it.
Why are you talking so much while we're trying to do weather, Myra?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to deal with this weather too, okay?
I'm just proud that they said we're members of the meteorology team now.
I know. I feel like I need a pay bump in my check.
We didn't have to go any of the years of school you guys did.
Exactly.
That's all it took.
I can't do the pointing thing that you guys do, though.
Oh, look at this. We've got a special guest coming into the track.
Oh, the Pope is here.
Well, we need one.
Maybe you could just say up a prayer or two that this rain holds off the rest of the afternoon.
Let's ask him to say a prayer for us. All right, we're going to get through this. And you know what? It occurred to me, Brian texted me the show that we were watching, Righteous Gemstones. We've been talking about that. That's what I was watching.
Oh, I'm
at 3 a.m.
glad you figured that one out.
I know. It was like drive. You know when you think of something and you're like, why can't I think of it? And then it comes to you.
All the time.
All the time. All right, look at these folks. They are braving
infield, baby.
Weather out in the infield. So much fun. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break and look at that. Oh, no. We're not taking a break. Look at that hat. Look at that. That's pretty creative. All right, Logan Perone is...
Oh, he's at Wagner's. Oh, that's a good place to be right now. Get some breakfast before you head over.
Maybe some coffee.
Hot coffee. A breakfast sandwich. They got a steak sandwich over there, Logan, that it's to die for.
3, 2. We're at Wagner's, right across the street from Churchill Downs. We're going to actually take you not in the dining room. We're right here in the kitchen. We got Sandy working on eggs, sausage. Man, I'm kind of hungry. Sandy.
Burgers, everything.
She got the whole 9 yards.
We got it all going.
Sandy, tell me, what's it like this past couple of days with all the business coming in?
It's been crazy, but it's been fun. It's a lot of fun.
Now, this is not your first derby. Kind of just give us a sense of what it's like having to work with all these customers here.
It's interesting. You see a lot of different people. Love looking at the clothes and the outfits.
And how?
Potatoes, biscuits, side of gravy.
And so, just kind of give me a sense for those at home who don't know just how focused and locked in you are. I feel like you're more locked in than I am right now.
Yeah, I'm locked in for sure.
What's it take to stay on top of this like this?
You just got to keep your mind on what you're doing, focused, and keep going with it.
And if you had to tell me your favorite part about Derby Week, what is it?
What was that again, baby?
Favorite part about Derby Week?
Just seeing all the different people. The fun part of it. It is. It's a lot of fun.
I'm gonna let you get back to work. We're gonna get back to work, and we're gonna send it back to you guys.
That was some dedication. She did not even look over once at Logan and was like pounding away, getting that food ready for customers.
Well, like she told him, this is my first rodeo. I've done derbies before. I know how Wagner's gets, and it's a fantastic spot to go. I love hearing stories anytime we go over there and eat and get to meet people from out of town, and they say, yeah, this is just on my bucket list when I came to Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I wanted, hey, that's the crew that Logan interviewed earlier. They're young riders.
her fascinator is barely hanging on over there, but look, hey, she's getting her chair set up. They got their ponchos on, making the best of it.
That's one of the items you are allowed to bring into the infield, by the way. If you're coming down here, you can bring those collapsible chairs with you. You can bring a small blanket. We're going to have an infield crew roaming around today, so they'll be updating you too if you're getting ready, trying to figure out what to bring, what you can't bring down to the track. We'll have those reports for you, but here we go. Fans coming down despite the rain on this Derby day. We've got hours of coverage ahead of us before race number 1 kicks off at 11 a.m. and then, of course, the Derby farther on the road. Ponchos, a must today on Derby 151.
By Ethington's Building Supply. The rose garland for the Kentucky Derby winner first appeared in 1896, when Ben Brush was given a floral arrangement of white and pink roses for winning. The blanket of 554 red roses awarded to the winner was inspired by a party where roses were handed to women. In 1925, a sports columnist coined the term "run for the roses," and it stuck.
Back with you now on Waves live coverage of Kentucky Derby Day, and before we left you, we were panning around showing these, what we like to call beauty shots of the track, and we saw our first couple of folks dancing in the infield, dancing in the rain. Maybe that's the... Myra was karaokeing when we went off the air yesterday. Maybe that's the theme song for today. I know that one.
Hey, I think you just
Singing in the rain. I guess I don't know it.
That's okay. I know what you were talking about. You know, I think you, and stuff like this, you just have to have fun with it. I love to dance. I love to sing, and that's what makes me happy. If it makes you happy to dance, hey, shake it. Have fun out there, right?
Those early folks showing up to the infield are brilliant. Here's why. Because you see a lot of times, even when you purchase the infield ticket now, the general admission, it'll tell you, hey, you're going to be watching this race on the big board, which is pretty cool. One of the biggest screens that show this in the world, and it's right there in the infield. You might not see a horse, they'll tell you. But if you're those folks, if you get here early, set up right along the rail, if they stay all day, they'll see Derby. They'll see them come right through there.
It'll be a good view for them. All right. I'm always happy to see two of my favorite people in the Wave family, Marissa Burke and Tawana Andrew. You both look so beautiful, even in the rain gear. Who cares?
I know. Look, let me take my hood off. You know, we had some beautiful hats on, but we had to take them off. And our friend Cecilia over here had a great idea. She has her poncho on and then put the hat on.
the hat on top of it. That's absolutely genius. So this is your first Derby.
It's our first Derby.
And yeah, about this weather. I know. I'm so sorry.
We were prepared for the rain though. So we've got our ponchos. I've got my furry coat. We're okay. We're excited.
Yeah. And you said you had a lily in you, so that's not hurting the situation either.
No, it's a breakfast lily.
Oh, there it is. You got to keep the spirits high. Emphasis on the spirits, right?
We're happy to be here.
You know, you said it smart. You were modifying the outfit, but you still look amazing. So, guys, if you're going to come out to the track, you don't have to compromise on fashion.
Exactly. You just have that poncho on, show the beautiful outfit underneath, and you can be like Cecilia. So you said you're from Texas. So how long are you enjoying the Louisville experience?
We came in Thursday morning, and we're here till tomorrow.
So good. You're here for basically all the rain in the forecast.
All the rain. We've enjoyed some bourbon down in Bardstown, and then we've had a great day yesterday at the Oaks.
So it's been a whole week-long experience for so many people, including Cecilia. So back to you as we are doing our best to stay dry underneath this tent here. Guys.
All right. Thank you so much for that fashion advice. Definitely, that's a good idea.
Well, it's funny. So she's a Texan. My wife's a Texan, and so I always hear about, oh, it's not warm enough here, blah, blah, blah. She said, I want a fur coat. It's still going to be in the 60s today.
You know,
So
when
Texas.
the wind it has gotten a little chilly, so something to keep in mind. I kind of wish I put some leggings on or something.
Yeah,
It's a little
good
chilly.
advice if you're coming down here. It is a little chilly with the rain. Okay.
Okay.
Picks.
All right.
Derby
so
picks.
My Derby picks. First, Final Gambit.
Okay.
Because I've been talking about Brad Cox. I really love Brad Cox. Local guy, Iroquois high school grad. You know, he kind of has a Derby win under his belt, but not the way that he wishes he would have gotten it in 2021 with a DQ. So Mandaloon has that, but he hasn't experienced that pomp and circumstance that comes along with winning the Derby race, like all of the craziness that happens with it, the fanfare.
It'd be
so
cool to have back-to-back sweeps too.
Exactly, and what a beautiful horse. I mean, just gorgeous. I love this horse.
Bet the Gray.
Bet the Gray, and he had a good day yesterday, winning Oaks. So hey, is he gonna get 2 for 2? We shall see. Then after that, we've been talking about Lonnie Briley and Cole Battle. That's my other place horse that I'm going for. I love Lonnie Briley's story. You know, he just seems like such a nice person. And I think some of my picks, I like the stories behind the horses too, and the trainers and what got them here. I would love to see him do well today as well. And then American Promise. Do you know American Promise's nickname?
No, I don't, but I should because American Promise is my show
Is
pick
it
as
too?
well. Yes.
Okay, it's AP. His theme song is Born in the USA. Yeah.
Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce.
See, all right. All right today.
And his favorite treats are carrots. So that's also one. And Dwayne Lucas, I mean, what an amazing person. I mean, you've been at the Kentucky Derby Museum. You spent a lot of time there. When I went there to kind of go over their 40-year history, they have an entire section that's all about Dwayne Lucas and everything, all those items that he had. He was like, told the Derby Museum, I got all this stuff in my basement. Do you want to put it in the museum? And they were like, yeah.
And it's an entire exhibit.
It's
Kevin
huge.
Harnan and I were there at the museum actually when he was given a Lifetime Achievement Award, and 89 years old, the speech he gave, he's sharp as a tack. He's always on the horses, which is exactly why I couldn't leave him out of my top 3
I know. He rides every day. That is amazing.
I know. Always on. It's fun watching the Sunrise Crew. They see it's like he waves. He sees the same people every day back there.
Every day. He just seems like a nice person, too.
Okay.
All right, who are yours?
Love your picks. I'm close on one, and the other two I'm going off the board here. So to win, I've got Baeza. Couple of reasons why. First, trainer John Sheriffs. He's won the Derby before, back in 2005. Jockey is reigning Eclipse Award winner Flavian Pratt. Also has a Derby win under his belt back in 2019. So love their Derby winning combination already. The horse, love the pedigree. Half-brother of 2023 Derby winner Mage and Belmont winner in 2024, Dornock, who was in highlighted a lot in Race for the Crown.
Yep.
And then my other reason I've got Baeza to win is he was a late addition to the race after a scratch when Rodriguez, one of the Baffert horses, scratched late on Thursday. And when Rich Strike got in a few years back as a late addition, I remember there's a video floating around on social media of me talking on the backside at 5 in the morning about, hey, what if he pulls it off? I didn't make the bet. Everybody that did with those 90-1 odds won a ton of money, and so I'm not doing it again, even though the odds going to be a bit better for Baeza. I'm not making that mistake again. He's my win. Place, I am going Sandman.
Big Sandy.
Yeah, yep.
That's what they call
Another
him.
one of the Grays, Arkansas Derby winner, won by 2.5 lengths. Jockey Jose Ortiz rode him to victory there, so there's that familiarity, keeping on the same horse. We know Mark Caskey's a great trainer. And he got out, originally was supposed to be in that dreaded 17 gate, still will wear the silks, but should be shifted over again after that Rodriguez scratch, so no, I don't know, bad luck when it comes to that gate that never seems to put somebody in the winning position there. And I saw some cool videos too. Sandman, a nod to Enter Sandman, a Metallica song. They got to go back there, meet some of the crew. They gave them all Metallica t-shirts. And
that's pretty cool.
They were back, they performed in Louisville a couple years ago at Louder Than Life, did a 2-night set, was the last time they performed here. So a lot of music fans gonna be picking Sandman as that reference
Beautiful
to
horse,
Metallica.
too.
And then my show, I'll keep it quick, American Promise, same as you. I love Dwayne Lucas, love everything about the Hall of Famer. Physically imposing horse, as you see him right here on the screen. Son of 2018 Triple Crown winner Justify, who did just fine on a rainy track, ended up winning the Derby and the Triple Crown. So I think his son can do that as well. Only thing that makes me nervous about American Promise is the jockey, Nick Juarez, first Derby mount. So it's a lot of pressure going in. But you know what? If you're going to do it, if your first Derby mount is going to be with somebody who's had over 50 starters with Dwayne Lucas, I say he's in good hands.
You know, a lot of folks are also talking about Sandman's garnered the attention of a lot of young folks because of social media influencer Griffin Johnson, TikTok influencer, who's a minority owner of Sandman. So he's gotten a lot of FaceTime.
Yeah, a lot of buzzworthy connections. That
Connections. Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We are going to continue to keep you up to date on everything happening here at Churchill Downs for Kentucky Derby 151 as the gates just opened about nearly 30 minutes ago. Folks are coming in off the bus and getting their ways and getting settled to come back into the track. We will take a break and be right back. And welcome back to Waves coverage of the Kentucky Derby. We are your official Derby station. So counting down to the Derby, 9 hours and 19 minutes, 26 seconds. Woo! Long day ahead of us, long day. All right, folks are starting to come into the track. And, you know, I think the sooner you get in, the better off you may be. And you may be thinking, well, you know what? I don't want to be out in the rain the whole day. I think it's stick with us for the most part. But you're not going to be waiting and waiting to get into the track. So that's the good thing.
A lot of the folks, too, if you're on the front side, not in the infield, a lot of those tickets now are all-inclusive. So they can start drinking the mint juleps a little early, get some food in you, and it works out the way it should.
And I think with all the, you know, redevelopment of the track, there are a lot of more places where you can go and get some shelter and not be standing out in the rain the whole time.
Yep.
So a lot of changes here at the track. I mean, it's so exciting to be here.
It is exciting. We've been talking about the horses. Myra and I already did our picks, and maybe the first shocker of the day is that the two journalists sitting at the desk, as we go to Kendrick Haskins now, did not pick journalism in our top three. You know what? He's a favorite, has been for a long time, Kendrick, and yesterday the favorite dominated, so we just went the other direction with it.
Yeah,
for
we went
Derby
the other
Day.
way.
You know, you two tend to zig when everyone else zags, so I can see why that happened. Myra, you was talking about finding places to be dry. We just did that. We're inside one of the stalls down here in the paddock because the horses haven't arrived yet for that first race. But like you said, journalism has been a favorite for a long time. He was probably going to be a favorite regardless of how good he is because just about all of us in television, radio, and newspaper, we're going to bet on him come Saturday.
Number 8 is Journalism.
Journalism was the Kentucky Derby favorite even before he received post 8 in the race. 9 past Kentucky Derby winners have broken from the post 8 position.
I would have been happy wherever you draw. My horse is fast, my rider's tactical. Obviously, that is a good spot, plenty of speed inside of us.
You can understand trainer Mike McCarthy's confidence.
Write this down. Journalism is the best in the West.
Journalism has been as close to perfect as you can get. With the exception of his very first start, Journalism has won every race he has entered.
There's just something about him. I think when horses really kind of get in a routine and get in a pattern and win and keep winning, I think there's an air of confidence about them. I think they know they're good.
And it will be Journalism striding away.
His nearly perfect record not the only reason Journalism is a media favorite.
No fake news here.
The name alone has drawn a lot of attention from people in the journalism industry.
It's nice to obviously garner a little bit of attention outside of the racing world with a horse like him.
And they're off.
The only question about Journalism coming into the race is how will he handle the 20-horse field. He's traditionally raced against smaller fields in California, but McCarthy says journalism's mind and demeanor will prevent the stage from getting too big.
He's a smart horse. He's a very relaxed horse on the racetrack. So, look, it's the Kentucky Derby. There's always something.
Yeah, he's been clearly the best horse so far coming into the Derby. The favorites used to struggle in the Kentucky Derby, but with the new point system, the favorites have fared fairly well. And it's going back to yesterday in the Oaks, the favorites all weekend long have fared well here at Churchill Downs, guys.
Yeah, journalism is the horse to beat today. Everybody is talking about
It's
it.
the part that makes me nervous is how well the favorite did yesterday, Kendrick.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's all right. We need a win for journalism. Speaking of journalism, big aspect of journalism is photojournalism, and you know that I'm a photographer, I'm an amateur photographer.
You're good.
As well, and so David Mattingly did a really cool story this year. Got to talk to the Courier-Journal. They always get those iconic shots, and one of my, probably everyone who studies horse racing or photography, David, the fighting finish is about as good of a photograph. And when you think about the type of cameras that were being used, the elements that they were in, and to be able to get that shot without doing some of the technological things that you're going to talk about in this piece, it's incredible.
That shot you're referring to back in the day was back in the 30s, where photographers had one chance to get one shot. So you'll see that coming up in the story, that particular photo. But I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, I couldn't wait on Sunday morning after the Derby to look at the Courier-Journal front page when I was growing up to see that photo that they got that year. It was always so dramatic, and it still is. And I found out in talking to their top photographer there that getting that shot takes technology and talent. Days before the horses are off and running in the Kentucky Derby, Michael Clevenger is already on the move.
I can tell you this, though. After 33 years, I don't think I ever get less nervous about it.
As the Courier-Journal's top photographer, he's feeling the pressure that comes from covering the most exciting 2 minutes in sports.
For me, it comes down to 30 seconds. They cover this final quarter mile in 30 seconds, and that's really what I have to work with. So my entire Derby festival race comes down to this quarter mile stretch of track.
If it happens here, you've got to catch it.
It's my job.
And it's Clevenger's job to capture finish line photos like this. The Chestnut Mage clinching the run for the Roses in 2023. Hooves pounding into the dirt, mane and tail streaming in the wind. The crowd on its feet, and the twin spires perfectly positioned up above.
There are rows of cameras through here, and everybody's trying to get that picture.
None of it is by accident. Clevenger works with a team of 16 people, positioning up to 20 cameras, each furiously clicking off up to 120 frames per second. And the results at the finish line are spectacular. 80-1 long shot Rich Strike in 2023. Horse and rider both peppered with mud in the most unlikely come-from-behind victory. And Authentic, pulling off an upset in 2020 in front of a grandstand nearly empty because of the pandemic. Has there ever been a picture that you got at the finish line that surprised you?
All of them. Probably Justify.
In 2018, with the conditions working against his electronic cameras, Clevenger still managed to pull off a shot for the ages. Justify crosses the finish line, silver drops of rain falling from above, and explosions of mud erupting below.
A photograph should tell a story, and a photograph should tell it in, a good photograph will tell it in layers. And that's what this position allows me to do.
To find his inspiration, Clevenger looks back to an iconic photograph from 1933. In the days when photographers had one chance to get one shot, the CJ's Wallace Lowry snapped two jockeys duking it out to the wire in what's become known as the fighting finish.
At the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, is relate the human condition or the condition, of all the people here. And that matters. And Wallace Lowry did it better than anybody had ever done and anybody ever will.
That last statement could be up for debate. You have to wonder what Wallace Lowry might have thought looking at this amazing picture. Mystic Dan wins the Derby by a nose in 2024. 3 jockeys in the ride of their lives. Only one of them is smiling.
I hope they get a sense of what those jockeys do, what those horses do. I hope they get a sense of the crowd and the scale and the size and the weather. I'm hoping that they get a full sense of the story of the race in at least one photograph. And that is really what I'm here for. If I do nothing else, that's my photograph.
And I cannot see what photograph he comes up with this year. Believe it or not, after the Derby's over, his job isn't over. He's just got like 15 minutes where he's got to go through all those frames to find those perfect shots to send back to his editors. And as you were hearing, he was talking about how other people are trying to get that same shot as well. We have a shot of it right now. You can see all of the cameras set up just beyond the finish line. These are news organizations all over the world trying to get that shot of the horses crossing the finish line. You see how much competition there is. You see how many cameras there are out there. My bet today is the Courier-Journal will walk away with, again, that winning photograph, Brian.
And David, it's really wild, too, to see how hard the photographers work. Yesterday, when the infield and these temporary structures were all evacuated, Myra and I moved to the paddock to do our Oaks broadcast from there. Everybody was huddled in the paddock underneath the covering, trying not to get wet. All the photographers went the other way into the rain to get the shots of what everybody was doing, braving the elements to get that shot that ended up being one of the big stories of Oaks Day.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
And they're also braving the elements.
Yeah, today.
They're also braving the elements today. We saw the photographers out here on the track in the driving rain, checking on their equipment and setting up their cameras, making sure that all those electronics are able to survive the elements today.
I wanted to put a camera there, and I brought one that's about 80 years old, and I'm not putting it in that mud.
All of the trash bags, the rubber bands, everything to keep their gear safe. I mean, you don't want water getting into any of those cameras because they ain't cheap.
Like David said, I can't wait to see the shot that they came up with today. We have got a lot more coming your way here on our coverage of Derby Day 151. Out here in the rain, it's, I don't know, starting to fill up here at the track. They got the music playing and the photo. Oh, it's photo time. The clear ponchos.
Hey, the clear poncho's a smart idea today so you can still show off your outfit. Hey, we're going to take a break and be right back.
Building Supply. In 2023, over $210 million was wagered on the Derby nationwide. That's more than the GDP of some small countries.
Welcome back live to Churchill Down, where the fans are outfitted despite the rain. Happy Derby from Derby Station.
That is a nice jacket. I like that.
Horseshoes and everything and roses. We'll be wishing you, oh, somebody got an umbrella in. That's got to be an employee. Some mint juleps in the infield. You're going to need them today to keep you warm. It's a little chilly, a little windy, and a little rainy. About an hour and 15 minutes away from the first race of the day. Fans have been here getting settled in, getting their pictures taken for about the last 45 minutes or so. And, you know, we're going to brave it. We'll keep you posted. We got several meteorologists here, so they'll let you know what to do.
Yeah, our meteorologists are on top of the forecast for you for today. If you're celebrating Derby here at the track or at home, you got a party going on. Hey, guys, looking good.
Yeah, well, thanks. I wish the weather was looking good, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Yeah, we're the only ones probably not in ponchos right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice and dry where we are. You're right. You know, when we think back to the Derby week, we really were the first to say, hey, it's looking like we could see storms on Oaks Day. We issued the alert day, and we said it looks like it could be a pretty wet Derby day, and here we are.
Yeah, this is a stream of active weather that started with the snow in January, and it's been nonstop with tornadoes, flooding, and it doesn't surprise me we're seeing another event this weekend. It's a little odd. and getting stuck again in the Ohio Valley.
Yeah, and you can see the paddock area. Not a lot of people outside, but there's plenty of cover there. Current temperature running here in Louisville has been on the chilly side, especially up here on the top floor of the First Turn Club, which is where we're situated. You get a little wind coming out of the north, 58 degrees, makes that feel even cooler.
Ooh, almost getting to the wind chill factor here.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the radar.
Yeah, we got one band of rain that came through about 20 minutes ago. It was about the moderate heavy rainfall that did take place at the airport officially, and then right here at Churchill. Now most of it's in southeast Jefferson County, Fern Creek, down into parts of Bardstown. We're really going to be watching you guys. I know we're focused on Churchill, but our southeast counties, you guys are going to get walloped. Very heavy rain today, so we're going to be monitoring that. Right now, Churchill, more of a steady light rain.
Yeah, steady light rain, but it is going to be breaking up, and it will ease at least for a couple of hours here, though we expect those showers and downpours to regenerate later this afternoon to our south and west. Those will push in. Consequently, while we'll take down the rain chance for a couple of hours, we do build it back in at times this afternoon. Temperatures are going to be in the low 60s, upper 50s by race time. We've got a 60% rain chance in here. We'll update that as we roll through the afternoon. There is a chance, some of the latest data coming in, that's trying to lower that chance just a bit. It's hit and miss.
We could have moderate rain at 6:40, and then it eases and back up to heavier rain at 7. So it could be that close. So we're going to be watching it hour by hour, but no doubt you're going to have to make sure to dress in layers with your outfits and the ponchos because that wind has a chill too.
Yeah, don't forget either of those components. You're going to need them all, guys.
Yeah, if you're getting ready at home, I would definitely suggest put some shoes that are weather appropriate. Maybe throw on a pair of leggings underneath your dress. It is a little chilly, and you definitely need like a rain jacket and that poncho.
Yeah, and if you're going to the infield, you know it's going to be a bit muddy. There are more areas there that aren't grass than there used to be, but it's still going to be tough. These folks, I think, are undercover because they're calm, cool, and collected there, reading the programs, getting ready for race number 1.
Yeah.
We want to go over to an area that is beautiful. It is mostly covered. They've got an indoor area there, too. We're talking about the First Turn Club. It's become a really popular spot as we go to Wave News anchor Jose Zozaya. Jose, folks love it there because the contenders, their connections will parade through that area before they go to the paddock and get ready for the race. I was there on Derby Day, and the outriders are always fantastic, too. They'll bring over the horses, and sometimes the fans will get a chance to pet them, and it's really a cool part of race day for fans to be that close and personal to some of the horses.
Brian, I think you encapsulated it perfectly there. For now, I think folks are just kind of warming up with these temperatures, but we're starting to see more of them trickle in. And to your point, too, it's still a gorgeous view. I want to point out perhaps a tale. We're all enjoying the same party, enjoying the festive atmosphere of the Kentucky Derby. But let's call it a different kind of vibe to the party, because while we're standing here nice and dry, I have this vantage point to see that congregation of folks in the infield. I'm going to call them my corner troopers, because you can see they really want to get that picturesque view coming out of the first turn. I also want to give a shout out to this couple we have. They've taken out their own blue tarp, giving themselves a little extra cover. I think that's quite an ingenious plan. If you can help to, take some of that rain off as much as you can, a buffer, a shield, I am totally for that. Some other folks have staked out their own little grouping further up. If we go around the first turn, you see bright poncho colors. You can't miss those. As you know, Brian, you pointed out, folks would love to come up to that rail here in the patio area. Not much to really admire other than the standing water that is starting to build on top of this mud. But the tractors still doing their laps, still making sure it stays as flat as possible for the horses and jockeys well before they do have to step out on there. So we'll let you know when they start parading them out. The music also starting to blare pretty loud out here too. So as the party starts to build up, I'll keep you posted, guys.
All right, thank you, Jose. Yeah, those horses should be coming his way fairly soon because we're about an hour out from race number 1, the Funny Side presented by Humana. Of course, the Funny Side, a nod to the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness
That
by the
was
same
smart.
name.
Did you see? It was like a tarp with his head poking out of it. That was genius.
I will forever love the infield.
There we
it
go.
is.
Look at that. That is
He's been there before.
This is not his first time coming to
I
the
want to know
Kentucky
him.
Derby.
Look,
Yes.
there's a hole for his
There's
friends.
extra holes. You just
Somebody
peek
else
your
is in
head out.
there.
There we go. Oh, let's see who
Who's
it is.
it gonna be?
Oh,
With the
come
150
on.
cap. Yeah, they're
Move
stuck.
your hat. He's stuck. He's
It's
gonna make his way out.
it's his first time.
Oh, there we go. That's a really smart idea.
Look at him. He's like, "What you doing in my tent?"
All right, we're going to take a break and be right back with more coverage of Kentucky Derby 151.
Hey folks, we hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the 151st Derby here on Wave. I'm Ward Journalist. Derby Week events attract athletes and celebrities of all types, including royalty. Queen Elizabeth's love of horses drew her to Kentucky 5 times between 1984 and 2007. The head of the British family last came to the Commonwealth for the 133rd Kentucky Derby back in 2007. The racetrack said it had 32 meetings with the British and U.S. Secret Service members, along with local police, to develop a plan to keep the Queen safe among the 150,000 fans. Queen Elizabeth was at Churchill Downs for 3 hours. Video from the Wave News Archive shows the Queen getting an up-close look at the Derby trophy. The executive chef at Churchill Downs even created a special blend of tea for her to enjoy at the races. The Queen watched Street Sense cross the finish line from the 4th floor stakes room. The Derby was her only public event during her visit to Kentucky back in 2007. Queen Elizabeth and her husband traveled between Lexington and Louisville by motorcade and stayed at Lane's End, a farm in Versailles owned by her friend, where the Queen also stabled horses.
Wave Now Derby coverage is sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery. Did you know that more than 1 million Kentuckians have received a lottery-funded college scholarship or grant? Details at kylottery.com.
Back with you now, live at Churchill Downs, our coverage of Kentucky Derby 151 rolling on this morning as fans get mint juleps and Oaks lilies in hand, ponchos on, hats on. It's a little breezy, a little rainy to start the day here, but hey, a couple of Derby days. We're used to this by now. About 50% of them are like this. I said a couple, and in my head I'm thinking, yeah, a lot more. A lot more than that. About
I don't
50%.
really remember the last time we had like perfect weather. It's always dealing with something or another.
Spring in Kentucky.
Exactly. It's all over the place.
But that's why we've
sometimes.
got beautiful green grass. That's why the trees and the flowers look the way they do. Shout out to our flowers here, our roses.
Yes, they look absolutely gorgeous. You know, there's a whole thing that goes on over here with all the flowers and the team the gardening. Yes, that's what I was looking for. They work out. And the Kroger supplied us with these beautiful flowers.
Yeah, as they always do. Big thanks to Kroger.
Thanks
Once
to
again,
them.
knocked it out of the park.
Absolutely. All right. Food is top of mind.
We've been thinking about that.
I am hungry already.
Cliff Bars and peanuts for us.
Exactly. We've got cashews and almonds and protein bars, but I want some food, and that's where Logan Perone is with the Grill Master.
Oh, listen to that sizzle, folks. Look at that. Grill Master Logan Perone out here. I'm just kidding. This ain't my grill. It's Tony's grill. I'm going to give it back up.
How y'all doing? I appreciate y'all. Wish y'all come on out, enjoy, get some good meal. Come on, have a good time. That's Churchill Down. I know it's raining, but come out here, get some of this good barbecue.
Yeah, Tony, tell me what we got here. What are we working with?
I got some real hot links on the grill. I got some pork hot dogs. I got some shish kebabs ready. Come on out. And I got some barbecue chicken wings coming straight off the grill. Come on out. Come on down here by on 9th and Burton. There we go, 9th and Burton. I'm right here on the corner next to the police station. Come on down, enjoy the meal, police. I want y'all to come on, enjoy the good meal with me.
All right, we got a few other things over here. So, guys, what do we got over here under the tent where it's a little more dry? What do we got?
Oh, we got some ponchos, we have umbrellas, we have good barbecue, water bottles, and good energy.
Some sweets. We got some Rice Krispies and some cookies.
The list goes on and on, folks. 9th and Burton, is that where we're at? 9th and Burton?
8th and Burton.
8th and Burton. Stop by 8th and Burton. Get your food, get your essentials before you hit the downs. We're going to send it back to you guys.
You got a 10.
That's the way to do it. Making those stops along the way. You know, for so many folks that live around Churchill Downs, this is such a big chance for them. They are making money. Parking cars, cooking food, selling things like ponchos, flip-flops, all that.
Parking spots.
Parking spots,
Yesterday
yeah.
we saw a guy with a pet duck on a leash.
Yeah,
Remember
that was unusual. Yeah, and then I also noticed a lot of folks have golf carts here. They're willing to take you if you park your car in someone's yard. They'll take you up a little closer.
Bring some cash.
Bring some cash in. Not a bad idea. So everybody's hustling out here for sure.
All right. Well, it's Derby Day. It's part of the Derby experience. It's a lot of fun if you get to interact with some of the folks who live in this neighborhood all the time. Of course, if you come down to the track, the rain, always part of the experience as well. And we're settled in.
Yeah.
You got your jacket back on.
I got my jacket back on because it's that wind that
Braving it.
comes, that it hits you in the back with the rain. So that's no fun, but it's okay.
All right, we've got more beauty shots for you here before we go to a commercial break of fans getting settled in themselves.
The
ponchos.
mac and cheese
The
truck.
mac and cheese truck, the ice cream truck.
That's in the infield
It's going to be
here.
a tough sell today.
We may have to venture down there and get something to eat here
That
soon.
line at the grilled cheese is going to be long as the fans back in. We've got more coming your way after the break.
Derby Day Scrapbook is sponsored by Twin Spires.
Welcome back to Waves coverage of the 151st Kentucky Derby. The gates opened here at the track about an hour ago, so folks are getting their spots, getting comfortable here, dealing with the rain. Not a big deal, not phasing them at all, so it's not going to phase us either.
It's lightened up a bit out here, and we're getting ready for race number 1. It's about 55 minutes to the post, and we have got our handicappers set as, look, jackets coming off for some of the folks there in the crowd. We have not seen yet Dusty Baker and Mike Hartnett. They have been getting ready, getting some of their picks together for the Derby races and those leading up to it. We heard that there may be some scratches already on the card to talk about here today. So as we bring Dusty and Mike in, guys, as long as you are leaving alone Bourbon Society and Coffee Talk in race number 1, or our picks for Derby. And
Yeah, don't touch our picks.
Other than that, have at it.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and touch your picks. I may have a few similar picks to what you guys have. Of course, down the road, we'll give you those picks. But you did mention the scratches, and of course, Mike, race number 10, which is the 39th running of the Derby City Distaff. That's a grade 1, and it's worth $1 million purse. So we had a lot of horses scratch in this. It was a 14-horse field. That has now been narrowed down to 11, and that also includes, by the way, added additional horses. So we had 2 also eligibles that are now going to enter the field. That is because, and I will give you the numbers and the names, these are the following horses that have scratched. In the 4 slot, you have Awesome Treat that has scratched. Number 5, Howlin' Ice also has scratched. And then, if you turn over your page in your racing books, you have Darth Vader in the 10 slot. The reason why Darth Vader has scratched is because she raced yesterday.
Yeah, and had a little problem with
had a slight
Torpedo
problem with
Anna on the
Torpedo
first
Anna.
turn.
There's a lot of talk about what happened there with Torpedo Anna at that first turn with Darth Vader. So Darth Vader scratches out of the 10 slot. Then in the 13 slot, My Main Squeeze has scratched, and in the 14 slot, Taxed has also scratched. As I mentioned, there are also eligibles in the 15 and 16. So coming in will be Grand Job as well as Miss Susan B. Mike, this field goes from 14 to 11. We're not going to be broadcasting this ourselves. What do you see based off of these scratches? How does that impact this?
Yeah, like I said, it'll be part of NBC's coverage later today on Wave. And a lot of these horses that scratched were long shots. So I don't think they would have factored into the competition in this race 10. The also eligible Grand Job, number now 15, that goes into the race for trainer Bill Mott. Grand Job probably has got a lot of good speed, and he's 10-1 in the morning line. So.
You get an early pick right there. You didn't expect to get race 10 picks so early today. Of course, we are.
Oh, that's not my pick for race 10.
Your pick?
I'll give you now. It's on NBC race 10. Copion for Richard Mandela, and that's kind of a buzz horse. last few days here at Churchill Downs. Copion in race 10.
There are a lot of key horses in this race that will still, by the way, be active. Scylla out of the 1 slot is one of them. Mystic Lake Vava is another one. So still a really, I would say, deep field regardless of that, but very, very intrigued by race number 10. Yeah. Of course, all day we're going to be talking about the Kentucky Derby, and you talk about a shortened field. We're going to have 19 horses in this upcoming race. How about the one that is at the top of the Derby standings thanks to their win in the Bluegrass Stakes? We're talking about Burnham Square.
And last year we were able to win the Oaks and Derby, and this year it's just like any other year.
In his return from winning the Oaks Derby double in the saddle, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. has a chance to win back-to-back runs for the Roses, this time with trainer Ian Wilkes riding Burnham Square.
Fortunately, again, this year we were able to find another good one here with Ian and the Whittam.
Burnham Square came out hot early in his Derby prep races, winning the Holy Bowl over former Derby contender Tapan Street.
Burnham Square under a full head of steam.
He followed with a 4th place finish in the Fountain of Youth Stakes behind Sovereignty and Neo Equos, but finished out on a high note 3 weeks ago in the Bluegrass Stakes with a victory over East Avenue and Owen Almighty.
What I really liked about him in the Bluegrass was for a 3-year-old that he's fairly lightly raced, he made a really, really long, sustained run. You know, for most 3-year-olds can't make that long of a run.
To run down and make a sustained long run out wide to run down East Avenue was a tremendous effort.
For Burnham Square, the window is there to compete in the Derby, and as a closer, you can expect him to be okay with sitting in last place initially, with the expectation for a late move forward, knowing distance is his strength.
His form around the horses coming out of Florida, we're all knocking heads together. I think he compares, and the good thing is, I think 1.25 miles is right in my wheelhouse.
So Burnham Square loves coming from last to first. Definitely one of the many closers in this field. I mean, there really are a lot going into this race, and with the slop as well, do you think Burnham Square has a chance, considering all the circumstances? I mean, there are so many closers in this race. We can't emphasize that enough.
There's been a lot of talk about Burnham Square. I've heard a lot of handicappers pick him, at least if not to win, in the top 3. But as a closer, he's going to get the mud. He's going to get the mud. Maybe they can stay on the outside. Maybe Brian can stay on the outside, avoid all the slop hitting him in the face, and get a cleaner trip than most. But he does have a chance.
Brian's trying to go for his 2nd consecutive Kentucky Derby victory. Talking about victories, by the way, I got to say, walking in today, despite the rain, despite the conditions, that pocket square and that tie combo, Mike, is as clean as it gets, my man.
Well, you know, I'm heavy into fashion. And,
yes, you are.
No, the wife, Christina, thank you. She won't let me leave the house.
Yeah.
She inspects me, and she's my agent. And she wants a cut of my winnings today at the track, so I'll try to see what I can do for her.
We'll bring the bag back to her. I got to give a shout out as well to the Levering family. Thank you for the tie, the pocket square, and
that's great.
It looks great.
Love the jacket,
and it pairs perfectly too. This is a tribute to Brian, of course, and Myra, who also have their purple going on there. But it's a tribute to my university and my alma mater, TCU. I got my my little pin right here from when they gave it to me when I graduated. So got to throw the Frogs out there. Go Frogs, and tribute to the Frogs today for Kentucky Derby 151.
Frog weather.
It's frog weather out here. It really is. It's raining cats and dogs and frogs.
We're talking about every animal but horses.
You both look wonderful. So great to see you.
You guys look great. You guys, we matched.
We
Look at
matched.
that.
You
Gotta
got
get a picture
the
with Dusty
lavender
later.
memo. I'm glad you did. All right, I want to give a shout out to Veronica Stivers from Big Day Hat Design, who did my Oaks and Derby hats this year. I absolutely love it.
It looks fantastic.
She is fantastic. So
Work of
Veronica, thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm not prepared to give a shout out to where I got this suit yet. It's
Hey.
a story for another time.
I like this story. Nothing wrong with that story.
I'll save it. Before we get to that story, yeah, I'll think that one over. I want to go now to Wave News reporter Alina Noak. She has been reporting from the backside this morning. Looks like you found your way into one of the barns.
Finally, Brian, we were waiting for the rain to let up a little bit before we tried to hunt down a barn to go to. And of course, I made my way out to Lonnie Briley's barn. I love this story for this Derby. I mean, to hear his story is fascinating, especially being a Louisiana native myself, as is he. We're taking a look at Cole Battle, his contender for this race, right there in stall number 4. He has been staring at us all the entire time we have been out here. Very calm, with his ears perked up when you heard us talking about him. So excited to see this horse run. Now updated odds 25-1, so somewhere right in the middle ground in this field of 19 now in terms of his chances. But Lonnie obviously very confident in this horse. It's his debut Kentucky Derby horse. And what I love about Lonnie, he is a true story of what it takes to come into the Kentucky Derby, just pursuing your dreams as much as you can, no matter how. He started out in the oil field, as many people do, in Louisiana. That's obviously the field most people work in if you're a native of Louisiana. And then he tried to make his way into horse training, and that's where he ended up. And now he's here at the Kentucky Derby at 72, making his debut in his hometown of Opelousas at the Evangeline Downs for a win with Cole Battle, hoping again to make another win here at the Kentucky Derby.
Alina, thank you. That is a great spot to be at.
I know. I love the barns on the backside. You get to see the behind-the-scenes action there, and she mentioned she was waiting for the rains to stop to get over there, and even saw some horses there behind her.
You know, coming to the track so early today, it was just so nice and quiet and peaceful. It was so nice to see people just kind of coming in, and it was just all calm and quiet. So now some of that excitement is building up as folks are starting to come into the track.
Right now, the rain has stopped, and you can see a lot of the ponchos have come off. Everybody says, look, it's picture time. Got to do it now because we don't know when it's coming back. Our meteorologists do. They are standing by. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will check in with Brian and Kevin here in just a bit. Derby Day across Kentucky. This is a live look from where it's all centered, Churchill Downs. As you see, some folks gathered there along the fence in the infield. They will get glimpses of horses as they head around the track for the races today. And right now, we've got a break in the rain, so the phones are out, the ponchos are off. And it's all about the photos, that picture-perfect pose to document the day that you got to spend here on Derby Day. That shot of the infield, that area with the bricks, a good place to be. It won't be muddy. They got a good view of the big screen there as the horses start going by for the races. The first one is expected to kick off right about 11 a.m. and we're panning up, give you an idea how big that big board actually is. It takes a while for our camera to get up there.
It's huge. Every time we take a beauty shot, it's always like this, or like this, or someone's taking a photo, so everybody's having fun.
I love to see it. We love to go back and reflect on those moments in history, and even when we were going through before the Derby and putting together a lot of these stories to talk to people about history, we get to pull some of those old photos, and that's where they come from. It's from all of you, all of us who get to celebrate the day together.
Yeah, we love it when people share those photos with us too. All right, so we want to go out to the fan experience.
Talking about a little bit of celebrating here. This is an area where a lot of mint juleps will be consumed. We've got Tawana and Marissa standing by. Guys, I hear
immediately giggling as we go to them, so you know they're up to some trouble.
They're both holding the microphone with two hands. You're supposed to have the julep in one, the mic in the other.
I didn't mean it in a bad way. You guys just made a really awful face. I mean, good trouble.
Yes, I mean, most of the time it is. 99% of the time it is good trouble. There's that 1% where we will admit, maybe not the best of situations. But yes, we're out here in a fan experience. And yes, as you mentioned, the rain really let up. We still have a little bit of drizzle going on here. And let me just throw my weather forecast in there. Why not, right? And then you called it. We always talk about how Kevin called it with the weather, but Marissa called it with how people were going to react to that little bit of dry time that we have going on right now. As you mentioned, Brian, people pulled out the ponchos. Everyone's cute outfits are out right now, and
shout out to the ladies that still decided to wear their heels, because I actually took off my tennis shoes and changed into rain boots, and I see some people doing the mix-max fashion right now, and you know, there's no wrong answer with the weather right now.
No, there's no wrong answer with Derby either. We've seen people in everything from T-shirts to shorts, like our photographer here right now behind the camera, Chris, or you're doing the full-on dolled out from head to toe. So this is the line right now for everyone taking pictures in front of the Aristides statue. We still have the big hats. We still have the amazing suits going on right now. But we're noticing a lot more of those fur coats out
Gotta
here
stay
this
warm.
morning. So everyone is trying to stay as warm as possible and do their very, very best to enjoy the Derby while we have, of course, this rain going on. But Marissa, I mean, I feel like we're still styling and profiling in rain jackets, right?
Absolutely, because we have to stay warm, we have to stay dry, and we gotta have fun. So we gotta keep the spirits high.
Exactly.
It rhymed a little bit.
We're just gonna start writing songs over here, y'all.
I wish they could come visit us in the infield.
They need to.
We need you guys.
We
Come
need
visit.
you guys. Come over here and hang out with us.
Need your energy.
I think that's that 1% of bad trouble that we were talking about.
Yeah, that would tip it over the edge. We were talking about Juleps earlier, of course, where they are in the fan experience is an area where a lot of that all-inclusive activity takes place. The folks walking around with those. I was reading about 120,000 over the course of Derby weekend will be served. And then I'd like to see the number of how many are served the rest of the year combined.
That would be interesting to
5.
see that. But I think with mint juleps, you either like them or you're like, bleh.
Yeah, it's
one of those
it's a fun
things.
Derby drink. I saw some sporting outlet did a list of the most iconic drinks to go along with sporting events. Talked about the Masters. They talked about different things, and we had 2 in the top 10. The Oaks Lily, and coming in at number 1 was the mint julep for the Kentucky Derby.
And you know, all of that mint that is in the mint juleps, that mint is grown here in our area. So
Kentucky
it's
proud.
Kentucky proud. We're so glad that we can support our local businesses when it comes to a lot of the food that we serve here during Derby week.
There's
sure.
the cocktail tent. Perfect
There
timing for
we
that.
go.
You know, we were talking this area, so where you're looking right now, these are all temporary structures. They do a whole build. Myra, you got some information on how big of an operation this is to get everything ready. That's usually a parking lot where most of this is.
Yeah, so it takes 38 days to load in for Derby week and 20 days to load out. You got 125 plus temporary structures and 362 temporary restrooms. Those porta potties will be greatly used throughout the day.
I like the number. It's like 90-something ATM machines they bring in.
93 ATM machines. Churchill Downs wants your money.
They'll say, no, it's so you don't have to wait in line.
Exactly.
All right.
You can turn a quarter and there will be an ATM machine right there in your face.
No wait for you. Okay, something else that's brought in during Derby week, you'll see a lot of vehicles here, a lot of golf carts. There's one passing by us as we speak. Logan Perrone has been out and about. I heard he climbed on one, took one, drove one, did something. Let's see what he's up to.
All right, we are in a golf cart. I got Eric with me. Eric, tell me how it's been today.
Been live, rolling. I've been here since 7 a.m. Couldn't wait to get here for Derby 151.
I mean, it's pretty wet out here right now. How?
Look to your right. Look to your
Let's
right.
look to our right.
Beautiful. Look to your beautiful. Look how beautiful it is over there.
That's so beautiful. Now, tell me what it's been like out here today with all the people that need the rides. And I mean, how many people are flagging you down?
Man, I've had people from New York, Boston, Massachusetts this morning. Say they wouldn't miss it for the world. Say they've been in town since Friday. Couldn't wait for Derby 151. That's what they want to do. Say they don't care whether it rain or snow. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Shoot, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Now, tell me, how long have you been doing this with the golf cart?
This is my first time ever. I've been thinking about it for the last couple of years. My health had me down, but my health is so good I had to do it one time. Been wanting to do it, I'm happy.
You are saving a lot of people, a lot of walking, so I just want to say thank you for giving us a lift, and we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, 100%.
We thought that maybe he had commandeered a golf cart, but he hitched a ride. It's all good. It's all good.
We actually were on a golf cart too. Our compound is back further where is that at?
Oh, the big media. It's
the big
pretty
media
close
center,
to the
yeah.
first turn where Jose's hanging out.
Yeah, and then got on a golf cart and came all the way out here to the infield. So that came in handy today. So big thank you to Chris Kyle, who drove us here
Thanks, Chris.
to the infield. All right, look at all those folks. They're starting to make their way.
Look,
look,
paddock's
the paddock.
filling up.
Yeah, it's starting to fill up. And look, there's some cover over there at the paddock. I love how the new paddock looks.
It's a beautiful spot to be. There's plenty of areas to hide from the rain. Speaking of which, looks like it's kicked back up here. So if coming to Churchill Downs is in your near future, something to keep in mind.
All right, we're going to take a break and be back with more coverage of Kentucky Derby 151.
We are back live at Churchill Downs, where we are getting ready for Kentucky Derby 151. We have been rolling strong every year here since 1875, and yeah, about half of those have been rainy. This year, no different, but the folks are out still dressed to the nines, getting their picks ready, coming in the gates here. Been open for about an hour and a half, about 30 minutes away from race number 1. The excitement building here for the Kentucky Derby. Earlier in the show, Myra gave her picks. I gave my picks. Here in just a bit, we're going to check in with some of our experts, the handicappers, Dusty and Mike Hartnett. Both, they said they've got some that are similar to ours, so I'm excited to see what they picked, excited to see what they say we did right.
Got it all right. All right, well, who else has been right? Our meteorologists. They have been telling us about the weather that we were going to have to deal with.
That's not what their email says.
What?
Kevin and Brian get all kinds of emails. You said, speaking
that
of people,
email. Yeah.
you said speaking of people who are always right. That's not what their email
Just log on
says.
to Twitter or X. You'll see them.
What was that? They were telling some story the other day, Brian. I think I heard you say it, where people were yelling at you and throwing things at you or something.
Awful.
In 2018, yeah, after the
Justify Derby.
That was me. I was like, oh.
It was John Bolt was my protector, though. He was
Do you
gonna
need
keep
me
it.
to be your bodyguard? I will be your
National
bodyguard.
anthem is on.
Yeah.
Steve Buttleman playing the national anthem. Always a tough song to play, especially on the trumpet, but especially on a day like today when the rain is falling and you can see all the cheers and hear those as the crowd gets ready.
You can definitely tell we've had more people at it in the past hour for sure. Nice little war there. Here's the thing. We've got this steady rain that's been in the area, but you know what? Everyone's getting used now. You saw that Tawana and Marissa were talking about the ponchos coming off. That's the thing, they're going to be off and on for the next, I would say, 2 to 3 hours.
Well, we look at the radar and you can see we're in this lull, which we said would happen sometime late morning into the midday time frame. The bad news is if you look farther to the south toward Bowling Green, that area will eventually work up into our area. So while we're dry now, don't expect that to be the case once we get closer to, I'd say, at 1 o'clock time frame, 12 to 1, we'll probably start to see that rain get a little bit closer, and then we're back into a period of steady rain.
Yeah, I kind of draw on the map there. That's kind of the path we'll receive with this or batch of rain that's moving in out of Tennessee into western Kentucky. That will increase and stick around for it looks like a good chunk of the afternoon period, and then it tries to break up again. We'll see how well that will play out as we get into the late afternoon, just at the time we get to post time at 6:57. But right now we're going to hold on to that 60% chance of rain as it moves into the area, and then heavy rain for some will continue into the night tonight. So even after the race is over, please be careful traveling out there because the roads are going to be a mess all night long tonight as well.
Well, in fact, because of this cutoff area of low pressure, we take the rain chance into early next week. So it's kind of a dull and crummy forecast that will be persistent with off and on rain. So guys, the plan is out. You've got to have the poncho, and it may be on or off a couple of times. If we can keep it like this through the majority of the afternoon, that would be glorious.
This is my last weather hit with Kevin here, guys. I'll be joining Ward coming up in the fan experience.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how that's going to go with Ward, but I'll be out there with probably my poncho here in just a few minutes.
This is going to be a lot of fun. I hope the rain picks up now that I know this.
Well, yeah, Kevin, Be-Good was probably already asleep by this point yesterday, but late in Oaks Day, Ward was in the fan experience, and things got a little crazy, Be-Good, so you better have your party pants on.
Hey.
I can't see what pants you're wearing, but I imagine they're cool.
What do party pants look like?
Do you have your pants on? Wait a minute. Whoa,
you got pants on?
whoa. Yeah, that's
Kevin, get them together.
We've got a lot of clothes here. We can surely find a pair of pants for him.
Get him that wardrobe stipend.
Are you wearing your party pants?
Yeah, I've got a coat over mine.
Okay.
A little chilly in here.
I've got a lovely heating pad on me, so that's keeping me warm right now. Let's go back out to Tawana Andrew in the fan experience.
Yeah. Yes, and I am out here with Mary Horville from the Kentucky Lottery, and you are doing some big things right now. What is new with the Kentucky Lottery?
Well, Tawana, I want to talk about bourbon.
Oh, of course, because it's Kentucky.
Might be some bourbon out here today. Right. Well, the Kentucky Lottery has partnered with the Kentucky Distillers Association to produce a wonderful, wonderful collection of Kentucky Bourbon Trail tickets. So we have it all. We have a scratch-off ticket with a top prize of $75,000. It is so beautiful that folks are just going to want to frame it. And we have a fast play ticket, comes right out of the terminal. It features the actual locations, the stops along the Bourbon Trail. It has a rolling jackpot that our players love. And for those who prefer to enjoy their bourbon-themed tickets in their own home or perhaps on their phone, they should go to kylottery.com and experience our instant play bourbon ticket. And that's not all. We have a second chance promotion. Enter those fast play or those scratch off tickets at kylottery.com for a chance to win a super package. It is a trip for two to 3 different Kentucky distilleries, a $10,000 top prize, and more.
Oh, that sounds exactly like what you need when you're in Kentucky, right?
Right, you need it. We like to say it's the perfect pairing.
Oh, I like that. That sounds good. And you guys do so much work for education in the state of Kentucky, especially. What's going on with that?
Absolutely. Every time you buy one of our beautiful Kentucky Bourbon Trail tickets or any Kentucky Lottery game, you are supporting scholarships and grants that go all across the Commonwealth. And just last fiscal year, we sold over $2 billion in lottery sales. We provided over $1.5 billion in payouts to our players, and we gave more than $400 million to the state for scholarships and grants. And now over 1 million students and their families have received college scholarships or grants funded by lottery proceeds. We're very proud of that.
And this is what makes the Kentucky Lottery so successful.
Well, the recipe for success is extensive, right? So we couldn't do it without our wonderful Kentucky Lottery staff, 173 employees located here in Louisville and all across the state. We have 3,500 retail partners, again, located all across the state, at least one in every county. And, of course, we couldn't do it without our players, the folks that buy those tickets. Couldn't do it without them and our community partners like the Kentucky Distillers Association and like Wave, which is why I'm out here today.
And well, we love you, and thank you, Mary, for being here with us, and I hope you have a great day, despite the weather. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Tawana. Of course, Tawana's in the fan experience. We were just talking about Brian and Ward are heading there next. We also have talked to several times Jose Zozaya, who has been hanging around the first turn, the club suites there. He found a nice area. And I think, okay, so Myra, you've done what, 18 derbies now? Is this 19 or 18?
This is 18.
Okay, I think I'm going on 9 or 10. Jose, is this, so derby number 1 for you? You get to be in the brand new, you were supposed to be in the infield. That's where derby number 1 is. Supposed to be in the
Did you do 2
infield.
or did you do 1?
It's supposed to be in the infield. Brian, tell you what, I think I hit the lottery. We were talking about that lottery conversation with our team out in the fan experience. But I think another lovely couple here happened to hit the lottery. This is in the long game of life. I want you to meet my brand new friends, Lexi and Brandon. And guess what? Brandon popped the question. Lexi said yes. Congratulations, guys. So I know your hands have been shaking for a little bit.
Just a bit. Still, yes.
So talk to me about how that surprise, how you were processing that surprise.
Well, his little sister had me turn around and look at my dress, and then I finally turned around, and he was just there on his knee.
And just what's rushing through your head?
I had no idea. Everything. So many things. I had absolutely no idea. He surprised me.
Brandon, game plan. How did it go? Did it go exactly as you wanted?
Yes, it did. It went perfectly as planned. I had her do a thing. We did all FaceTimes beforehand, and then I had a little trouble getting it out of my pocket, but she looked around. She was not looking my way for a while, so.
So looking forward to you guys. The big day is coming. You're never going to forget this day, of course, because I also found out this is your first ever derby, either of you, and now you have this amazing moment as a couple. So talk to me about just what you're experiencing, the things that stand out to you so far.
This is an experience like no other. I never thought I'd be able to do this in my life, and now I'm here, and it's the colors, the hats, the outfits, everything. He loves gambling, and then this is just the cherry on top.
I heard Brandon does have his pick for today in the big race.
Sandman. He's going to win big today.
Okay, we have a St. Louis contingent. The family, of course, here is beaming too. So happy that this is a moment they're all never going to forget. Brian, Myra, you've seen it. My first derby, I get to witness a special moment. So I'm going to add this as I keep building up on all my derbies, okay? These are my friends. They made this special.
That, such a big moment for that couple.
Sure.
This rain, this is not even going to faze them whatsoever. She's going to be looking down at her ring and saying, what rain? What rain?
Well, now I feel bad. I wanted Jose's first derby to be in the muck of the infield and, getting muddy in the porta potty races and this. And now I feel bad. He found a beautiful couple who is getting engaged here at the track.
And that
all right, he got a good
happens lot.
assignment.
Yeah, he got a good
He's
assignment.
in the right spot.
This is like a popular thing that happens, for Oaks and Derby. Somebody pops the question, and it's always exciting.
So the two of them got their picks correct. Our picks are in. We've got Mike Hartnett and Dusty Baker standing by, our handicappers for the Derby race today. Your picks are in. Guys, let's hear it. I want to hear how many crossovers we have between Myra and myself. Yesterday, I think, Mike, you said it when it came to Oaks. You said, well, between the four of us, we've basically picked the whole board. So did we do that again for Derby?
I think we've got them all covered, I believe.
I believe so, but Mike, you look at this field, obviously it's shrunk to 19 now. We've kind of talked about the favorites over the course of this weekend. So with that being said, how does that play into your picks this time around?
I think the favorite's going to win again. All these Derby winners, most of them at some point of the race, they got to have some luck, and I think he just needs a little bit of luck today. Journalism, he's by curling, he's got the breeding, he's got talent, speed, he's very classy. I think before it's all said and done, this could be a very special Triple Crown season. When you look at the three races, I'm not saying he's going to be another Justify or American Pharoah, but I think he's the best, to me, he's the best favorite since those two Triple Crown winners. And, he just has everything going for him. He's a complete professional. Journalism on top, and I've got Baeza. I had to change my pick the other day. He's, better late than never for Baeza, and he's lightly raced, but boy, a couple of his races, he's posted such great speed figures. And he finished second in back of journalism in the Santa Anita Derby. His numbers say he does belong in this race, and I'm so glad he made it in the race. But he's way on the outside, and he's got to have, like I said, got to have a little of some good fortune to get a good position today. He hopes to be up with the front runners. And then finally for the show, we'll go with Sovereignty. A lot like journalism. His speed numbers are not quite as good, but he's a complete pro, and he's been working so well in the mornings here at Churchill, and he's got what it takes. He's got the great trainer in Bill Mott, and he's beautifully bred for the Triple Crown races as well. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, you know, my picks will look somewhat similar in some way, shape, and form. However, we do have one differential. I do like the horse Sovereignty, by the way. Sovereignty does not hit my board according to my picks, but who does? I'm going with somewhat of a long shot today for the win. We've been talking about all of these favorites winning throughout the weekend. It's very likely, but if you want a good buy, and I'm just going to ride this train from start to finish, let's go with Cole Battle. Why do I like Cole Battle? First of all, he has been well raced. He's raced 8 times since July 25th of 2024. He's posted consistent speed figures in that time. He's defeated the likes of Sandman. He's defeated Mattakit Road, who was on the path to making it here at the Derby, will instead be in the Pat Day Mile. He's also beat the likes of Speed King, who at one point was qualified potentially to go to the Derby. He is well raced. He is competitive in virtually every race he's in, and if he hasn't won the race similar to what he saw in the Arkansas Derby, he's been awfully close. In a large field, I like him hovering around the middle, especially when you have forward-placed horses, a lot of closers. Somebody's got to be in the middle of that discussion, and after watching what happened last year with Mystic Dan, what I would say was maybe an oversight by a lot of analysts, simply because Mystic Dan's style didn't necessarily have a standard that maybe stood out. I think Cole Battle is in the same discussion here, and I really like Cole Battle for the win. Place, I also stick with Journalism. I do think that's the safe money right there. And for show, I did not actually go with Tistastic. My show was Baeza. Baeza was my switch this morning, and Baeza's edition, I love the speed, especially as you mentioned, with Journalism there. I love what Baeza offers. I'm curious to see these California horses competing on slop. That is one very intriguing storyline here. Can't wait to see what happens, guys, but this is going to be a special day today.
It'll be fun.
Can't wait. All right, well, we will send it back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thanks, guys. Love their insights there, and so much preparation. They watch all those prep races and see these horses in action, and so even though I am still confident in my picks, I always like to make some secondary bets based off what Mike, Dusty, and Kendrick are talking about.
Yeah, they kind of know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they're good at what they do.
A little bit. All right, we're going to take a break and be right back with more coverage for you of Kentucky Derby 151.
Just 8 hours away until the Kentucky Derby, but we're just about 8 minutes away from the first race today on this first Saturday in May 3rd. A live look right there. I think people are kind of hanging out undercover right now. It's still a little bit drizzly out here. Not horrible, though. So come on out here if you have tickets. It's going to be a great day. And thank you so much. I'm Shannon Kogan alongside Olivia Russell. We had a wonderful morning, and we had a special guest today, one of the owners of Sandman. He said he wrote a very large check.
Yes, Ken Fryrick. And then we also earlier this week on Sunrise at the Downs talked to Griffin Johnson. He's a famous TikToker. But yeah, Sandman getting all the hype right now. Of course, getting the attention of Metallica with Enter Sandman.
Yeah, but actually the horse is not named for that Metallica song.
Right, and I know baseball. I can tell you.
You certainly do.
Named after Hall of Fame closer Mariano Rivera. Every time he would come into the game, they would play that song because his nickname was Sandman. So when he was coming in at the end of the game, you knew it was going to get down to business. So that's where the name came from. A lot of fans out at the FanDuel party yesterday also said they love Sandman, the gray horse. A lot of people betting on this one.
Very interesting. The horse was purchased for $1.2 million. So one of the more expensive horses in the 19-horse Derby field. Let's get to Kendrick Haskins. He is in the paddock right now with more on Sandman. And I understand that Metallica sent a whole bunch of merch too, and that they've had that up at the bar.
Right, and I think a bunch of people on the backside, they like Sandman, not just because they're all Metallica fans, but because Sandman, like Mariano Rivera, is a closer.
confident as I've ever been in him, maybe more so. I feel like he's coming to the race great. Everything is worked out, and we need some luck.
The son of Tappet is eyeing a much better finish than his father had in the 2004 Kentucky Derby, and many believe he could win the race altogether thanks to a stacked resume leading up to the run for the Roses.
He has a lot of experience, which is going to help him. This is home for him. You know, he spent a lot of time here, and so they're playing in our house.
Mark Cassie's horse had a tough 5th place finish in the Iroquois Stakes back in September, but he's progressively improved over time to get to the Derby, finishing 3rd in the Street Sense, 2nd in the Southwest Stakes, 3rd in the Rebel Stakes, and securing the key moment of his career with a 1st place finish in the Arkansas Derby over the likes of Publisher and Cole Battle to punch his ticket to the Derby.
And Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
It's one of the reasons we ran all winter long. This has been a plan.
Sandman has proved distance is not a problem for him, and if the race comes down to the wire, enter Sandman, arguably the best closer in this race, who could also run away with a Derby victory in the end.
Does he have enough experience? Yes. Is he running at home? Yes. Is he training as good as you can see a horse train? Yes. We have one of the best riders in the world? Yes. So, only question mark maybe is me, but
You know, everyone talks about Metallica when it comes to Sandman, but I was thinking of an older song, Mr. Sandman, by the Chordettes. Now that song, that was a banger. Olivia and Shannon.
Yeah, now we're going to have those songs stuck in our head today, if you didn't already.
Yes, but Ken Fryrick, one of the owners, I mean, if he was on a campaign, I would sign up because he was so convincing. He said, I don't think he's even won his best race yet. I think it's coming up in the Derby. He is so confident about this horse.
I mean, he's put a lot of money into this horse. You mentioned more than $1 million on that horse. So, yeah, big price tag there, hoping for a big payout today.
We shall see. There are 3 gray horses also in the Kentucky Derby. In addition to Sandman, there's also Final Gambit, and then the other one is Chunk of Gold.
Chunk of Gold, and that talk about a cheap horse there, only $2,500.
$2,500.
Yeah,
that's
horse.
a steal.
They're hoping that they struck gold with this one too.
Well, Mike and Dusty could probably buy a horse with all the money they have won calling all of these races.
Miniature pony, maybe.
We'll groom it. We'll groom it to
Need
be
some
that
long
way.
shots to come in.
Hey, I'll tell you this, first of all, you brought up Mariano Rivera. That brings up some bad memories for me as a Dodgers fan, having to watch him come in and close out back-to-back World Series. But, of course, Sandman will be a key contender here. And also throughout Virginia Tech as well, they run out to that song, Enter Sandman. So a lot of reasons for people to root for Sandman. Also a lot of people having a reason to watch this first race today because it's going to be a really interesting one. We're going to take you to the field here as we are preparing to go. The post parade's going as we speak. It is the first race of the day, Funny Side, presented by Humana. It's 1 1/16. It's a maiden race. The purse is $120,000. We do have 2 scratches. In the 1 slot, Nick's Code has scratched. In the 7 slot, Money Man Will Make No Money. He has scratched as well. So it is a 10-horse field. Mike, take us through these 10 horses.
Number 2 has a big shot in here. Cromwell. Jose Ortiz rides for trainer Cherie DeVoe. The colt has a good chance, having finished second twice. And back in January, he ran really good on a sloppy track as he finished second a few months back. Number 3 is Fountain Lake, coming off a 3rd place finish last month at Keeneland. He's at 11-1. Julian Leperoux rides for John Ortiz. Next, number 4, Sturdy, who is here off a 4th place finish 2 weeks ago at Aqueduct. So trainer George Weaver wheeling him back for his try on this Derby day. Javier Castellano rides Sturdy. Number 5, Banded Humor. Luan Machado in the saddle for Glenn Wismer. This colt running for the first time today, and he gets the slop. How about that? Again, with the slop, it's hard to know what to expect from him, and he seems like a long shot, and he is over 30-1 today. That brings us to 6, Kick and Clear. Not a whole lot to recommend for Kick and Clear after a pair of 4th place runs this year. Manny Franco aboard for trainer Brendan Walsh, and he is 31-1. 7 is scratched. Sansone, Joel Rosario rides for Shug McGahee. About 6 weeks ago, Sansone ran well, lost by a length and a half. He's been working very good in the mornings, and the fans, I think, see that with him listed at 4-1. Number 9, Bourbon Society. This guy's, he's been competitive. No wins, but he's been in the money in 5 races. Ian Wilkes is the trainer. Chris Landeros rides Bourbon Society. That brings us to 10. Nick's Gate, one of the longer prices in this bunch today. In his only race, he lost by 13 lengths, but he does get Iran Ortiz in the saddle. Ben Colebrook is the trainer. And the 12, Chillax for trainer Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. He'll have a big chance after running a good second at Keeneland. And how about a pick for race 1? It really is wide open. I thought it was a 3-horse race. Cromwell, Sturdy, and Coffee Talk. I'm going to give the nod to a number 11 Coffee Talk running in the colors of Godolphin. Second place effort 7 weeks ago, going a mile and a 16th was solid. It was in a good time. I think he's ready to break his maiden here on Derby Day.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that one as well. Coffee Talk, I like, first of all, you have the Saez-Cox combination early on here. Of course, Saez a big day yesterday. He is lightly raced. However, the speed figures dramatically increased in his most recent race on March the 12th. And, of course, when you look at this field, yes, there is some imbalance, I would say, as far as who's been lightly raced. You look at Bourbon Society as a horse that has had quite a few starts as well. But I think Coffee Talks, at the very least, there's a lot of high potential here. The ceiling is a little bit higher with this horse, and so keeping an eye on that, that'll be my pick. I will say, if you're trying to find the money, another one at least to keep an eye on in addition to Bourbon Society, I do like Chillax. Chillax might be one that's also interesting. Also lightly raced, very similar resume to what you see right there with Coffee Talk. Those two might duke it out on the outside, so maybe keep an eye also on the inside with Sturdy. Those are kind of the 4 horses that maybe stand out. Sansone, heading into the day, was the one that everybody had their eye on, the 8 horse, currently at 7-2 odds. So quite a few choices here. This might be, Mike, one of those fields that is a little bit more up in the air, not necessarily a clear favorite going into race number 1.
I think another thing to consider about Coffee Talk, he is owned by the prestigious Godolphin stable from the Middle East. I think they may be trying to get him a win.
And it looks like we have a scratch. We have a scratch right now in the 6th slot. Kicking Clear, late scratch for Kicking Clear. So as we speak right now, there are 3 scratches in this field of what was supposed to be a 12-horse field. It is now a 9-horse field. We have a scratch at the 1, a scratch at the 6, and a scratch at the 7. So, Mike, we weren't really talking about Kicking Clear. That was a long shot right there. Not sure if we missed the image on that or what led to that scratch. Just saw that as we were speaking. So a last-second scratch here for the 6th slot, Kicking Clear, Mike.
I'm guessing something happened as the field approached the starting gate. You see they kind of backed everybody out and had a little procession in a circle there to, I guess, to regroup. But I'm not sure what happened. I never did see Manny Franco, the jockey, walk off the track, but it looks like everything, they've restored order down here.
And Churchill Downs is reporting it also as a late scratch. So this did just happen as we speak. As we were previewing this race, which of course will happen, maybe the surface also something of interest to look at here. You never know, depending on the slop, how a trainer is going to address this. That could potentially be another reason why this would happen, as we are just moments away from race number 1. Once again, it's a mile and a 16th. This is a maiden race, and it's a purse of $120,000. We are going to send it over to Travis Stone, track announcer, race number 1, right here on Wave, as we prepare for Kentucky Derby 151.
Waiting on Brandon Humor and Chillax. They're in the gates and they're up. Bourbon Society bounces right out on top and is heading out for the lead. Here comes Chillax from the far outside, and Fountain Lake. Julian Leperoux steps on the gas there, and Fountain Lake comes on through to grab the lead. Bourbon Society will move with Fountain Lake. They go 1-2. Sansone comes away third. Chillax on the outside moves up into fourth. Nick Skate comes out of there racing fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Coffee Talk settles into sixth, just ahead of Sturdy. 5 back to Branded Humor, 3 more back to Cromwell. Cromwell is already 10 or 12 lengths off the leaders, and that leader is Fountain Lake after an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Down the backstretch run, Fountain Lake the leader, prompted by Bourbon Society, who's in no hurry to go by, right alongside second, 4.5 furlongs out. Now it's 2 back to Sansone, giving a nudge down inside third. Chillax, fourth. Sturdy, fifth. Coffee Talk starts to rev up, just went past Nick Skate, who's starting to tail off. Branded Humor and nothing from Cromwell yet. Round the far turn, Bourbon Society up to the neck of Fountain Lake. These two knocking heads heading for the quarter pole. Chillax is not far behind. Sturdy comes through toward the inside with a ground-saving trip. And Coffee Talk is forced 5 or 6 wide off the turn. They hit the top of the stretch. Here comes Chillax. Chillax is up for the lead. Fountain Lake is fighting on. Bourbon Society gives way. Cromwell was so far behind earlier. It's rallying stoutly. Final 16th. Fountain Lake resurgent. Chillax fighting with this one. Fountain Lake and Chillax. Fountain Lake determined. Fountain Lake came back to beat Chillax. Sansone and Cromwell.
Wow, there you go. Race number 1, maybe a little bit more of an improbable finish there. Fountain Lake with Julian Lepro in the saddle, trained by John Ortiz, gets the victory just ahead of Chillax. We had talked about Chillax a little bit. Chillax was at least in the conversation there, but what a finish it was. Late stretch for Fountain Lake.
Well, this was something because Fountain Lake never races on the lead. But boy, he did today. So they certainly had a plan. John Ortiz, the trainer, had a plan. Told Julian, hey, we may need to zip to the lead in this one, and it paid off.
We picked Coffee Talk. Coffee Talk, not a successful run there. Slop is going to be an issue today, possibly, for some of these horses, so something to keep an eye on here. And, of course, we will have more action for you right here at Churchill Downs. We are going to head to a break. We will be right back. You are watching the Kentucky Derby right here on Wave News.
Hey guys, we hope you've been enjoying the 151st Kentucky Derby here on Wave. I'm Ward Jollis. The 1891 Kentucky Derby made history as the slowest recorded ever at Churchill Downs. Kingman crossed the finish line that year at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. It was described as a funeral procession in newspaper headlines the next day and still stands as the slowest Derby finish ever because the race was just 1.5 miles at the time. In 1896, the distance was changed to the 1.25 miles, and it's been run at that distance ever since. But in 1891, on the 17th Kentucky Derby, 3 horses scratched from the race that morning, leaving a field of just 4 horses left. All jockeys were ordered by their trainers not to take the lead until the final stretch. Throughout the race, Kingman, Balgoin, Handspring, and Lieutenant Gibson ran side by side until they unleashed their speed to reach the finish line first. Isaac Murphy rode Kingman to victory. The horse was described as, quote, the winner of the poorest race against the worst field in the history of the Derby. Kingman won the Phoenix Stakes in Lexington, the Kentucky Derby, and then the Latonia Derby at Latonia Racetrack, winning all 3 of Kentucky's big spring races.
Wave Now Derby coverage is sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery. Did you know that 1 in 5 Kentuckians has received a college scholarship or grant with funds from the Kentucky Lottery? For more information, visit kylottery.com.
You are looking live at Churchill Downs here in beautiful Louisville, Kentucky. Of course, we are preparing for the 151st edition of the Kentucky Derby. We're going to bring you back here to the first turn. And, of course, we're also talking about the races today, the big one being the main event, Kentucky Derby 151. There are a lot of horses in this field, 19. Usually it's 20. We had quite a few scratches leading up to it. Mike Hartnett had Sovereignty as his show pick. And so we are going to preview what we're going to see from Sovereignty here today. I guess, Mike, what do you see in Sovereignty that ultimately you think is going to allow him to hit the board today?
Well, he's shown from the start, going back to last year, that it looked like a long distance route of ground was not going to be a factor for him. He's got the breeding to run long. He performed well here in the Street Sense Stakes back in the fall here. Looked like a pro. And, he wins the Fountain of Youth off a long layoff back in the winter. and finishes second in the Florida Derby. But he has all the goods too.
Trained by Bill Mott. Another person we're going to loop into this thing right here is sports director Kendrick Haskins. Kendrick, you look at Sovereignty. I mean, this field has so many potential horses that could win this thing. I think a lot of people are keeping an eye on Sovereignty. Opened up as the second favorite in this race. How do you see him factoring into this discussion?
The final stretch of this race is going to be amazing because there's so many closers. Mike was talking about his Florida Derby performance. I feel like if that race was just a tad bit longer, he would have caught up to Pan Street in that race. He is a closer, and he's going to be dangerous at the end.
He's a determined disposition. He's not bashful. He's got a come-from-behind style, but we're hoping that lends itself to a horse that gets the 10 furlongs really well.
The name of Bill Mott's horse might describe its personality and its capabilities perfectly, as his colt Sovereignty has the potential to display his supreme power and authority in the upcoming Kentucky Derby.
Hopefully he even improves a little bit on Derby Day. So that's what we have to do. We have to improve, we have to move forward, we have to keep getting better.
Sovereignty has already demonstrated he can defeat this field of Derby horses with a first place finish in the Street Sense over the likes of Tiztastic and Sandman.
Sovereignty kicking on nicely too, is going to ramble home to win it by 5.
And also winning the Fountain of Youth Stakes over Burnham Square, and he registered a second place finish in the Florida Derby just behind Pan Street, who scratched prior to the Derby, also finishing ahead of Neo Equos.
He's put in a couple good races this year. We've been a first and a second. He's run well. He's always shown up. He's shown up, with a good effort every time, and hopefully that carries over onto Derby Day.
One key note on Sovereignty, he loves to settle into the back of the pack and is very dangerous as a closer, and he only finished once out of the money in his maiden race. For Bill Mott, he says he's confident Sovereignty has the potential to win Mott's first outright Kentucky Derby in his career.
It would be special for me personally to win a Derby, but it would be special to do it for the connections, for Godolphin Stable, for the team, that works out of Lexington. That would be very special.
Who's that? That's soft.
And Dustin, like you said, he's won 2 of his last 3 races. He only finished out of the money once, and that was in his first race. So Sovereignty could very well hit the board in the race a little bit later on tonight.
Yeah, it won't be surprised by that. There are probably about 6 to 7 horses here that either hit the board or win this race that you'll sit back and say, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised by that. Is that kind of how you view this thing?
Yeah, I mean, and Kendrick mentioned Sovereignty. He's got talent. He's got pedigree. He's got to get through that traffic, though. Coming from way back, needs a little luck. A lot of these horses, though, can make their own luck in these races.
Well, we'll see if Sovereignty can bring the heat. We're also going to see if the rain comes in for Sovereignty. We're going to send it over to our legendary weather guys. That would be Kevin Harned and Ryan Hoke. You guys have been working so hard, by the way. I don't think we give you enough credit for all the work these guys do day in, day out. People at home have no idea how many hours these guys spend looking at the patterns, the spreadsheets. Guys, take us away with what you got currently right here. And please give us weather like what we're currently feeling right now, because this is not bad right now.
Well, your luck is maybe going to run out before too long, Dusty. You're right. We have put in a lot of time.
Yes.
And energy. And, it's like betting a race. It's not always right.
Yes, nothing is set in stone, right, in weather, so that's why we have to update it hour by hour.
Oh.
So, it's good now, but unfortunately, the wheels kind of fall off the bus at some point here in the next few hours.
Yeah, let us explain what's going on. First of all, you see the track is sloppy, the turf is good. It's 60 degrees. This is going to be close to the high point for the day. So over the next 2 hours, we'll be at our peak, and then temperatures come back down. It is mentioned 60 with that wind out of the north. Rain, we've got a few scattered showers in Louisville, but Ryan, what we're watching is down near Bowling Green.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part. We've got thunderstorms going along I-40 near Jackson, Tennessee, and what that's doing is feeding this rain to the north that's getting ready to overspread us, and that's going to take a few hours to get here, but once it's here, it's going to take a little while to get it out of here, and that's the problem.
And that really is the question, is how long does that rain last? So when we talk about timing of this, you can see we're clear for now. That changes within the next 2.5 to 3 hours as that rain moves in. Consequently, you'll see that spike around at 1:30 to 2:30 time frame, so the 80% chance of rain at 2 o'clock. We are going to bring the rain chance back down ever so slightly to a 60% chance by race time, and then back up again. So the key on this is for post time at 6:57.
That's when we're going to have to watch to see if this rain can kind of redevelop. What time is that going to happen? We'll see. It's bad, you know, when a 60% rain chance is an improvement.
Yeah, well, and maybe, just maybe, if it can pull to the east, we'll wind up seeing the rain chance come down even more. And that's why we're checking in with you so often, because we are making changes to the forecast every hour of the day. So guys, we'll be here keeping a close eye on that. But for now, hey, enjoy the dry time. It'll be one of the few hours it is dry out here at the track today.
You know, guys, I was talking to you maybe 3-4 weeks ago. There was a horse named Flood Zone that had the points to be able to get into the Kentucky Derby, and then they ultimately pulled the horse out of this race. I thought that that was a good sign. I thought, okay, because Flood Zone's not in this race, we're going to have great weather. Turns out Flood Zone might be the curse for us here. Thank you, guys. We will keep checking in with you throughout the day. Of course, earlier today, we had a great story told by none other than David Mattingly about the finish and ultimately who captures that photo at the end.
You're right. David did a great job. That was a very interesting story. And you think about these moments, they plan for the photographers, they plan for this for weeks and weeks, and they got to battle the elements, they got to battle the large field in the Derby each year, and they got to have split-second decisions, and because they're going to document a lot of history over all these years, and especially again today.
They're going to have a challenge today, too, with the weather, of course. Yeah. And David Mattingly, speaking of which, is out at the starting gate pavilion. We're going to check in with David. David, what a fascinating story to be able to tell, having the Courier Journal out there and showing you exactly the history of how this all went down. It looks like we may have a technical difficulty over here. Of course, as the weather persists, not all technology is going to go according to plan. So with that being said, we are going to take it to a break. We will be right back. You are watching the Kentucky Derby right here on Wave 3. We'll be back after this one. Welcome back to Churchill Downs as we gear up for Kentucky Derby 151. We're continuing to preview the races that are coming up, but also taking you at least a look back at some that happened earlier. Today we have our first race of the day that we're going to look back on, which was the Funny Side presented by Humana. The winner of that was a surprise, Fountain Lake, and Sean Bowdy had the chance to catch up with the jockey, Julien Leperreau, who talks about how this success ultimately took place earlier today.
First race of the day is over, and the winner, Julien Leperreau. Tell me about winning on Derby Day, to come out here and get a win, especially in that first race.
Yeah, always good to start the day with a win for sure. You know, as a special day like it is today. Well, yeah, no, happy to get it done in the first race for sure.
You've got a big race coming up later tonight. You're going to be on top of Render Judgment. How are you feeling about that one?
Feeling good. I feel like we have a lot of fans behind us. So now it's going to be a very exciting race. You know, it's a derby. You never know what's going to happen. But I feel like he's doing good, and hopefully we'll get a good race.
You have a feel for the track after that race?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been riding on this track for 20 years almost, so I know the track very good. But, you know, it's sloppy, but hopefully the rain can hold off like it is right now, and we go from there.
Well, congrats on that first win, and good luck later today. In the winner's circle, Sean Bowdy, back to you guys.
Wave's coverage of the Winner's Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. Every day you wait to call a lawyer, evidence is disappearing. Acting fast impacts your chances to win. Thomas Law Offices, your winning team.
All right, well, thank you to Sean Bowdy as well as Julian Leperoux. And so, of course, with that victory, Mike, I think it caught us a little bit off guard based off what we were looking at. That horse kind of came out of nowhere for us.
Fountain Lake runs home first to the finish line today in our opener. Fountain Lake, it was a surprise. He doesn't normally go to the lead. Julian put him on a lead, and that strategy paid off handsomely, as you see here.
Yes, so let's go to those payouts. Fountain Lake able to reel in 8-1 odds. So if you pick Fountain Lake, yes, you made some money right here. Win $19.32. Place $8.28. Show $5.08. Chillax was one we did have on our radar, and also Sandstone. So Chillax and Sandstone both 7-2 odds. Chillax gets you $5.40 place and $3.62 show. Sandstone 7-2 odds, as I mentioned, $3.78. And also look at those trifectas, exactas, but the pick three, over $1,000, $1,400. That is a nice buy if you had that. You started out your day right. All right, we'll have more coming up here at Churchill Downs. Be right back. You're watching the Kentucky Derby on Wave 3. Welcome back to Churchill Downs. We are gearing up for race number 2 on Kentucky Derby Day. Mike Hartnett joining me here. Mike, we're about to preview this race, the TwinSpires.com race. It's a mile long and allowance optional, claiming $80,000. The purse is $134,000. It's for fillies and mares 3 years old and upward. So with that being said, no scratches in this race, an 11-horse field. Take us through what you got with this group.
There's the one secret statement, Luan Machado in the saddle for trainer Jimmy Baker. She's won a couple of races here at the Downs, making her first start of the year. She was winless last year in 4 tries. Number 2, Grace on Grace, Walter Rodriguez in the saddle for Larry Demerit. 1 win in 5 races here at Churchill. She'll have to step it up today to compete successfully. Number 3, Izzy's Monster, ships in from Chicago. She comes to town having won a mile race last month at Hawthorne, but she'll more than likely going to have to get a little faster today. Number 4 is a Contender, home game. Gerardo Corrales aboard for Bill Moray. Has a good chance today, coming off a 2nd place finish last month at Turfway. The 5 is Tap It Quick. Dallas Stewart and Brian Hernandez teaming up with this filly. In March, Tap It Quick was solid, winning at 6 furlongs, stretching out to a mile today, and does rate a chance to win this. Number 6 could be in the hunt. Don't Bring Crazy. Ships in from California for trainer Doug O'Neill. Luis Saez aboard this filly, who has a pair of 3rd place runs this year. 7 is Normandy Queen. One of the contenders here you see on the odds. Fabian Pratt rides for Ron Moquette. The filly ran really well, 2nd place run, and a very good time at Oaklawn Park back in March. She could be on or near the lead and could be in the mix. Lemon Muffin is next, a contender. 0 for 6 though at Churchill, but her speed figures make her put her in the hunt today. Wayne Lucas trains. Nick Juarez aboard Lemon Muffin. Number 9 is Desert Rhapsody, 2nd filly in this race for Doug O'Neill. Antonio Frezu in the saddle. 5 weeks ago, she ran in the Grade 3 Wilshire on the grass, finished 7th. She needs to improve today as well. You see 19-1. That brings us to our big favorite. Number 10 is Generous Lover. I'm going to go with her today for trainer Joe Sharp. Jose Ortiz aboard. She's won 2 of 3 at Churchill, and she likes to win. She's had 12 races with 6 victories. And number 11 rounds it out. Barbara Tina. Rick Dutrow trains Irad Ortiz in the saddle. And right now at 15-1, and the chalk, I got to go with Generous Lover, Dusty. This is her first race of the year, but Joe Sharp seems to have her sharp based on her morning workouts, and I'm hoping Ortiz can get a good position. I think she has a good early turn of foot, and I think that could get her up front like we saw in the opener. The Fountain Lake went to the lead. And I'll go with number 10, Generous Lover, to win the 2nd race.
Well, we saw it yesterday, and whether you like it or not, the favorites, they won half the time. In fact, I believe it was 60% of the time yesterday. So at some point in time, yes, you've got to go chalk. I am going to go chalk here as well, following your lead. Generous Lover is my pick. So yesterday we talked a little bit about exotics. this might be a race that you'd be intrigued to do that with, because there are a few horses that seem like they will have a chance to compete and get out in front there. I like Don't Bring Me Crazy, the 6th slot, Normandy Queen also. So if you're going for a try, the trifecta there of Generous Lover, Don't Bring Me Crazy, and Normandy Queen, that could be an intriguing one if you box those. But I think Generous Lover is going to find her way ultimately out to the front here. So once again, this is for fillies and mares 3 years old and upward. Purse is $134,000 as they are making their way into the starting gate. Any last advice, Mike, before we head into race 2?
Well, right now on the board, Generous Lover, the favorite at 8-5, but it's not like I don't think she's a cinch by any means. And the weather could play a factor in this, but you have a lot of horses there under single-digit odds. So this looks like it could be very competitive in race number 2.
And in race number 1, we did not have the favorite win. We had a very underrated horse come out on top early on. So with that being said, maybe the slop also playing a role. Fountain Lake, the winner of race number 1. So with that, we are headed to race number 2. Let's send it over to track announcer Travis Stone. Race number 2 underway.
Barbratina. They're in the gates, and they're off. Lemon Muffin missed the break. Spots the field 2, home game. Breaks right in stride and is racing for the lead. Secret Statement comes through toward the inside. Normandy Queen is up there too. Desert Rhapsody is not far behind, and Generous Lover on the far outside. So those 5 are across the track as they race up the chute and they head for the main track. And it's home game to go head-to-head with Secret Statement, and Normandy Queen joins them. 3 across, now 4. Desert Rhapsody right up and on the pace as well. Backing off is Generous Lover back into 5th. And then it's Tap It Quick down inside 6. Lemon Muffin advancing, moving up out of 7th. Don't Bring Crazy's racing in 8th. Grace on Grace is 9th. Izzy's Monsters in 10th. And Barbratina is the trailer. They sailed to that opening quarter in 22-1. They're on the far turn. Secret Statement trying to open up onto the turn. Leads just under a length. Normandy Queen is now a clear second as home game is back into 3rd. Generous Lover started to make some progress now, is inching forward on the outside. 4th and about to be 3rd with a wide move. And then right behind horses is Lemon Muffin after that slow start. She's still in it, only 3 lengths off the lead. Secret Statement has lost a lead to Normandy Queen. Normandy Queen heads for home in front. Big effort from Lemon Muffin coming down the center. And in between is Generous Lover. Lemon Muffin left at the gate is first at the 8th pole. Lemon Muffin up for the lead. Generous Lover fights with her. Tap It Quick getting on stride too late in the game. Lemon Muffin goes from last to first in a stylish win to win by nearly 3. Generous Lover was 2nd, Tap It Quick was 3rd, and Normandy Queen was 4th.
There you have it. Lemon Muffin, what a race. Last to first, as you heard and saw right there. And what a big win it was for Dwayne Lucas. We will break it down with the payouts coming up after the break. We'll be right back. You are watching the Kentucky Derby here on Wave 3.
Derby Day Data is sponsored by Ethington's Building Supply. The top 3 fastest finishers in the Kentucky Derby are Secretariat, Monarchos, and Northern Dancer.
And welcome back. 7 hours away until the Kentucky Derby. We just had the 2nd race, and yes, this track is sloppy right now. I was just asking if to Churchill Downs Japanese representative Kate Hunter how the Japanese horses are in a sloppy track, and she said, well, we'll find out.
We will find out.
We will find out later today. That's Admire Daytona and Luxor Cafe. As you take a look at the track conditions right now, this track does dry out very quickly, so that's good, but with the rain just keeps on coming down.
And it is sloppy at the track. Here at the backside, too, I'm sure the infield nice and sloppy, too, getting ready for everyone to slide into the mud.
Yes, I nearly ended
waiting
up
for it. I'm
right
waiting
here.
for it. There's just a
Yes,
big mud
there's a
pile
big
back
mud
behind
pile.
us.
Yes.
But at what point do you just give up and say, I don't care about being dry or looking cute? Let's get down and dirty. Let's at least be wet. We're all going to have wet hair by the end of the day, right?
Absolutely. Let's go to Tawana. Let's go to Brian and Ward. They're in the fan experience right now with more. Hi, you guys are looking great.
I love the bow ties too, gentlemen.
Oh. Well, thanks, you guys. Tawana just left, but we're the next best thing, I guess.
And Ward's like, hey, let's go over and see what's going on with the crowd. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. I found a curb. I'll stand on that. That way I'm taller than you.
Well, we always have a
same height.
competition to who's taller because me and Brian are about the same height.
Yeah, that's
hey,
true,
it was
you're
dead
true.
over here a few hours ago because all that rain that was coming down, but I mean, look at
This is
crowd.
this is one of the coolest things you will see as you get into this time of day, midday on Derby Day. It's just a sea of people, and you get to see all the outfits. Love the outfit. Love it. Love it.
Look at
Looking
this.
good. Looking
Wait,
good.
you've got to tell us about this. You're an Astros fan?
I'm a huge Astros fan.
What gave it away?
I can't tell. Maybe the shorts. I don't know. Yeah. So I wore this 2 years ago at the Derby, and I said it was good luck. I came back. I got a friend that's racing a horse in the 8th, and came back and I wore the suit, and it's all good. It's all fun and games. Everybody's saying, "Oh yeah, nice stuff, nice stuff," and then about halfway through the day, you big cheater! You guys cheated. So it goes downhill, but
Well, I hope this is waterproof.
Yeah.
It'll be waterproof.
So we got your glory moment here for the next hour or two before things turn against you. That's what you're saying. All right.
Yes, I got my glory moment. I'll do high fives, and then I'll be getting the bird and whatever else they're gonna.
Now, where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
Obviously. Okay. All right. Just checking. Just double checking. All right.
That's just die hard through and through.
That's just your first Derby?
Second.
Second Derby.
Second Derby.
All right. Well, sorry the weather isn't much better.
Hey, this is perfect. I'd rather be cold than sweating all day long. I'll take this all day long, and the rain's it's gonna split. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have a good day.
Well, you got the
We
meteorologist.
got
right
another
here,
meteorologist added to the team. I love it. The thing is, it pops in a cloudy day like that, though.
It does.
So that's good.
Thank you. Yeah, it does pop.
Well, good luck to you, and I hope they're nice to you later on today. All right, have fun.
Appreciate you.
All
Happy
right.
Derby, man.
Derby, man.
When is the rain going to come back?
Yes,
here, Brian?
I have no idea. He knows. I have no idea.
He doesn't know.
No, we'll check in with Kevin and Ryan, but within the next, I would say, hour, it's going to start raining again. Award.
Yeah.
I know. At least it's not going to be as bad as yesterday, so that's good. But this is a great setup outside. We're going to be checking out all the different outfits and the crews out here, and the food. A lot of food out
Lots
here.
of food, you guys.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Hey, guys, yeah, I'm laughing over here. He can clearly take the jokes because I was going to say he spelled asterisks wrong on that. It was spelled Astros. Yeah, okay, I'm sure he's used to hearing all of those jokes at this point.
Yes, yes. And I don't know about the taking the cold over the hot weather.
No,
Yes.
I'd rather have the hot weather.
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, you look around the track, everyone's still having a great time on Oaks and Derby weekend. 127,000 mint juleps will be served up. So how many bottles of bourbon do they need for that? How about 10,000 bottles of bourbon?
That's a lot.
That's
officially
a lot of bourbon. That's a lot of bourbon. We'll be back after this.
Well, we have found some dry time here on this Kentucky Derby Saturday, the first Saturday of May. We always know there's a chance of rain on Derby weekend, even if the forecast is saying it's a 0%. Always got to pack that poncho just in case.
I know we were looking so good earlier in the week with 72 and sunny, but not to be, unfortunately. We did have that wet Oaks track yesterday as well, so everyone's probably maybe reevaluating their Derby picks, looking at who can run well in a sloppy track. But you know what? Still a great day out here. It is the Kentucky Derby. Jose Zazaya is in the first turn right now.
Yeah, and this is his first Derby weekend. Jose, you're getting quite a treat there at the First Turn Club.
Hey guys, so get another view, a beautiful shot from the First Turn Club. Always great to meet more friends because when they're celebrating special occasions, we like to be a part of that. So I made another new friend today, Iris. And Iris, this is a special day because it is your 80th birthday, I'm told.
It is my 80th birthday, and this was my bucket list. And my wonderful daughter and son-in-law brought me to see the Derby, so this was really exciting.
Was it a surprise, or did you have a sneaking suspicion this was kind of in the works?
No, I asked for it.
No surprises there.
Surprise, no, not at all.
So take me back to, what is it about the Derby, horse racing, the atmosphere? Was there something just was calling you to want to come?
I'm from California, and so we went. San Diego was fabulous horse racing. So I've been a fan of horse racing for years and years, but I've never had a chance to come to the Derby. So this was like really special this year.
And I think you're very fashionably dressed for the occasion as well. Talk to me about, so far, what's the thing that really stands out to you just being out here and just taking in everything that's going on?
Just walking in. Just walking in and seeing the spires, the whole thing was just fabulous. And then, well, I was trying to do well. I'm not being very successful.
The day is still young. I think you got good luck on your side. How does this rank as gift from the kids in all life? Where does this rank?
Number one, there's no doubt. And they've done some fabulous things for me, but this is definitely the best.
I'm wishing you all the best, Iris, and maybe this all clears up on the rain, but we'll just keep having some fun. I see it in your eyes. I think you're going to keep having some fun.
It's fabulous. No, I don't care about the rain. It's fabulous.
Thank you so much, ladies. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Jose, thank you. And we have to say happy 80th birthday to Iris. 80 years ago, the 1945 Kentucky Derby, that winner was Hoop Jr. But here's a fun fact for you. That was actually held on June 9th of 1945 instead of the first Saturday in May. That's because of a wartime suspension on horse racing that was lifted shortly after VE Day. So a different kind of Derby there. But hey, still, 80 years later, here she is, a great bucket list item to cross off her list.
That is wonderful. Okay, much more coverage coming up right here on Wave, your Kentucky Derby official station.
Oh, the infield. You've got a couple of troopers right there, young troopers with beautiful hats. Looks like they have a nice lunchtime meal. They don't seem to care about the rain. They've got their boots on. They're ready to go. The glasses, the hats. Yeah, they're set up. They've got a great spot there against the rail.
Yeah, they're all set. They have the rain boots on, looking good. Still taking some wonderful pictures here. We just had race 2, but we do want to remind you, because of rights restrictions from NBC, we will not be able to show race number 3 live, but we will show it to you 20 minutes after the restriction window ends. If you want to watch it live, you can see it on USA Network, but of course we're going to bring you lots of action right here on Wave. So we just had race 2, and Nick Juarez was the jockey on this, and earlier we had a chance to talk to Gary Stevens, really one of the best jockeys ever. He's actually now an agent, and he is representing Nick Juarez, and it's really a full circle moment for him.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, he's won derbies, and this is Nick Juarez's first time racing in the Derby, so he's really excited, able to share that wisdom, pass it down, and he said, hey, when I had to get off the horse, couldn't race anymore, I'm at least able to stay in the game, so it's really awesome to see this come full circle.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And his first Derby was for trainer Dwayne Lucas, and that's who Nick Juarez will be riding, American Promise, trained by Dwayne Lucas in this year's Derby. And he also said that in the jock room, everyone jokes, they have fun, they kid, but the closer you get to the Derby, the quieter it becomes.
Yeah, but when it gets loud, when they're in the winner's circle, and Sean Bowdy has been down in the winner's circle, let's check in with him with what he had heard after race 2.
When you think of horse racing here at Churchill Downs, one of the first names that come to mind is Dwayne Lucas. A win here on Derby Day. Do you ever get tired of winning on Derby Day?
Not on Derby Day. You get tired of the week. The week wears you out. It's so much involved, but this here gets everybody off to a good start. A lot of happy smiles. Pretty good.
Lemon Muffin, obviously we think back to last year, maybe not the results we had this weekend or that we wanted this weekend last year, but Lemon Muffin comes out here, she runs a good race. How you feeling?
Well, a lot of things. We changed the distance with her and we put her in the rain, and that made a big difference. I think she enjoyed the mud, and so we just probably got everything to fall into place today.
in your 90s to come out here and still be doing this. You are an inspiration to so many others. I know there's so many other trainers that want to make it to do everything that you've been able to accomplish. So again, congratulations coming out here and getting a win on Derby Day.
Thank you. I'd like to get one more of these big ones. We'll see what happens.
I think you've got some time. D-Wayne, thanks so much for joining us. In the winner's circle, Sean Bowdy, back to you guys.
Waves coverage of the Winner's Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. When your life changes in an instant, choose the team that will win for you and your family. Thomas Law Offices, your winning team.
And D-Wayne Lucas hasn't won one since the late 90s. He wants one more, but I'll tell you, we see him out here early in the morning. He's on that horse, still riding at 89 years old, and he is so involved too. It's awesome to see him still out here.
He has 4 Derby wins, so certainly knows how to do it. Yeah, he is out here on his horse 5 o'clock in the morning and says he has no plans of slowing down. So pretty incredible career that he's had.
Yeah, so let's send things over to Kendrick Haskins in the paddock with those payouts for race 2.
Right, if the rest of the races go like race 2 did, my advice to you is bet on the mudders. Like Wayne said, Lemon Muffin has raced in the mud 4 times before that race and picked up the win. He paid out $12.04, $4.74 a place, and $3.24 a show. Generous Lover, she paid out $3.34 for second place and $2.98 to show. And then Tap It Quick paid out $4.06 to show. So I went with Lemon Muffin in that last race, so I made me a quick $20. And so I'm ahead for the day. I'm ahead for the day for right now.
All right, thank you, Kendrick. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about baseball cards that we got. Kendrick, we have our field of Kentucky Derby horses, and naturally everybody's been talking about journalism and Sandman and sovereignty, but we're going to talk about 5 horses that maybe people aren't talking enough about. So with that being said, Mike, let's start with the 1 slot. A lot of people don't really like that slot. That would be Citizen Bull. It is the 1 horse represented by Bob Baffert in his return here to Churchill Downs for the Kentucky Derby. He'll have Garcia in the saddle as well. Currently, you get 13-to-1 odds. Mike, what are your thoughts on Citizen Bull in this race, considering where his post position is?
6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Bob Baffert, as you mentioned, he's got 1 shot to get his 7th Derby today. And Citizen Bull, the champion 2-year-old, looked so good last year. He wants things his way. He wants to go to the lead, and if he can't make the lead, he's had some issues in his career. But Baffert thinks this horse is fit. He said he wasn't as fit when he flopped in the Santa Anita Derby, but he thinks he's turned the tide with Citizen Bull. And hey, look, it's Bob Baffert. You know, Citizen Bull. He's gonna get his name called at some point during the race today.
Well, we're going to move on to the number 7. That would be Luxor Cafe. A lot of intrigue here. You got an international horse that has won significant races. Of course, you look at what Luxor Cafe brings to the table. There's a lot of closing speed as well. Kendrick Haskins loves this horse. Kendrick, what is your take on Luxor Cafe?
Luxor Cafe caught my eye the first time I saw him race. I mean, he gets down that final stretch. When they hit that button, he takes off like a missile. He's over in Japanese, but he's a Kentucky-bred horse. And like I said, that his final step, when he turns it on, he is as fast as any horse in this field.
He could be an interesting buy right here at 9-to-1 odds. Mike, is that a worthy horse that could potentially find his way into the money?
Well, Japan is really commanding a spot on the world stage. They're producing a lot of great horses, and Forever Young, we saw him last year, and Luxor Cafe certainly deserves merit today.
Well, there are a lot of songs out there with the word avenue. There's Ocean Avenue. There's Electric Avenue. There may need to be a song written about East Avenue if he gets the chance to win this Kentucky Derby. He's a long shot, 38-to-1 odds. Manuel Franco will be the jockey. He's trained by Brendan Walsh. A lot of speed from East Avenue and a great performance coming off of the Bluegrass Stakes, Mike. What do we see from East Avenue? Can he hit the board? That is a big question here today because of the speed.
Well, if he's going to hit the board, he's going to have to take this field probably into the top of the stretch today, and he may be capable of that. I think he'll be your in front as they pass the wire the first time. I think Manny Franco is going to gun it right out of the gate and clear this field, and he could have something. He's going to have something to say about the pace of this race.
I think when you head into the Kentucky Derby, a lot of people will pick out the best name, and it seems like this one has been a very popular one. But not only are you going for the name, you're going for the quality of the horse, and Chunk of Gold might be a sleeper in this race. 28-1 odds, and Jareth Loveberry has been this jockey. Ethan West is his trainer as well. This is his debut as a 32-year-old trainer. How about that? What a way to start out his Kentucky Derby journey. Any thoughts that Chunk of Gold might be able to reel in some Chunk of Gold for these folks here?
He might. He's just, I think, a cut below some of the top 4 or 5 big contenders.
Owen Almighty, I think a lot of people have been sleeping on. There was some question as to whether he would run in this race or not, if the distance was too long for him. And the owners ultimately decided that this was the race they wanted to have Owen Almighty in, that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, since this is the only chance he'd have to run in it. So do you see Owen Almighty having a good trip here?
I don't see Owen Almighty winning this race. It would be a Rich Strike thing. The owners went back and forth. I don't know how much confidence they were showing, but they're here today. They're in the race. You got to be in it to win it.
They had taken him out. They had decided, you know what? We're going to give it a shot. They sent him back out there, and we'll see if Owen Almighty can prove the doubters wrong. With that being said, we are approaching race number 3, and due to restrictions here, we will not be able to show this race live. However, we will give you our actual insight on the race before going elsewhere. So before we go live, and ultimately we will not be able to show you this as I speak about this, we will have this shown at a later time. And let's go into the race, though. Race number 3. It's 1 1/16 mile. The allowance optional claiming $125,000. The purse is $127,000. This is for 3-year-olds which have never run a race and won a race other than their maiden. And ultimately, when you look at who is scratched in this, we have the 10 horse that's scratched, Strummin. So we have what is now, it looks like, an 11 horse field turned to a 10 horse field, Mike. This was a complicated one for us to go through here.
Yeah, this one was a tough one to sort out. Baffert's pair, they're in the mix, goal-oriented, along with Tiz Secure. Brad Cox has Rapture, and he's certainly, I thought the odds would be closer, but goal-oriented, it's clearly the fans are really backing him. He is now a 6-5 favorite in here. I like goal-oriented, and the reason why Rapture did have the services of Flavian Pratt. Pratt jumps to goal-oriented today, and in what I thought was an evenly matched field, that jockey change kind of flipped the script for me to go for goal-oriented today in race number 3.
That would be our first time seeing Bob Baffert potentially in the winner's circle. I will go with Rapture, partially because I like the money, the way that has opened up, going from 7-2 odds, and now you can get that 8-1. So with that being said, we'll show this at a later time. For now, we're going to go to David Mattingly. What you got for us here, David, as the rain has let up a little bit here?
Yeah, the rain has let up a little bit, but something that has not let up has been the talk about equine safety, about protecting the health and the lives of the thoroughbreds that are in horse racing. And someone who's playing a big role in that with me is Lisa Lazarus, CEO of HISA, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. It was created by Congress, has the backing of some of the biggest names in horse racing, including Churchill Downs. In 2024, the numbers you were looking at came out, and they were very encouraging, showing that we hit a 16-year low for the number of fatal racing injuries. So where do we go from there?
So, it's very encouraging that racing has actually never been safer. It's actually an all-time low, and it's about the industry coming together and really kind of committing and buying into equine safety and to the kinds of things we're trying to do. And I believe, obviously it's going to get harder and harder to bring the number down, but I'm very confident we're going to be able to keep doing that because we're getting better technology, better AI tools, better diagnostic tests, better ways to actually test the surface and ensure that it's consistent and as safe as it can be. So as we evolve and we get more data, I don't know if you know this, but we get more than 5,000 veterinary records a day into our system, and we use that data to essentially figure out how we can minimize risk.
2 years ago, a very bad year here at Churchill Downs. The spike in equine fatalities was shocking to everyone. They shut down the spring meet after the Derby. And HISA stepped in, did their own investigation. You never found any smoking gun that people had hoped for. You looked at all the horses that died, none of them, there was no common cause between any of them. So at that time, you couldn't say how the horses died, and you couldn't find that common thread. With the changes that have been made, it's also difficult to say, yes, this is working and that is working. How do you go forward in knowing that you're doing something right here without any measurable returns?
So, when we did the investigation after 2023, we didn't find one smoking gun, you're right, but we found a number of smaller factors taken together that sort of created an environment where horses were more at risk. And so we worked on all of those areas to essentially understand them better, get better data, and also because of HISA, everything is now shared nationally. It used to be that horse racing was very much in silos. So for example, in the lead up to the Derby, we provide the Churchill Downs veterinary staff with all of the medical records or veterinary records of horses over the last 6 months or so, and they can really use those to be better and more efficient. And we're going to continue. We have an artificial intelligence model, an AI model that is very good at predicting risk, but there's machine learning, so it gets better all the time. And I think just as long as we commit to, as an industry, to continue to work on these things, I do think we're going to continue to progress.
So steps along the way, still a lot to go forward.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Do you have a favorite in the Derby?
I'm not allowed to have a favorite. I just want a very safe race. I want everyone to come home happy, and I want a great story.
Okay, not allowed to have a favorite. Love that. All right, we're going to send it back to you.
Well, then that makes it easy for her, right?
Yeah, easy answer. Can't say anything.
Yes. All right, we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the 151st Kentucky Derby. We just heard from David Mattingly talking about horse injuries, hearing an update on one of those. Let's send things over to Dusty and Mike for an update.
Yeah, guys. Well, we can't obviously tell you the result of race number 3, but we can tell you where we are standing right now. We are just beyond the first turn, and as we were watching the race unfold, a horse pulled up right next to us, actually, Mike, and was ultimately, as you see right there, taken off in the equine ambulance. So, what did you see here, Mike?
Well, as the field entered the clubhouse turn, this one particular runner kind of went wide. It looked like he took a kind of slipped in the mud, maybe.
It was very awkward. Very awkward.
We're trying to find out, which horse it was, but it looked like an awkward step. Now, I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but the good news is the horse is in the ambulance, and they didn't necessarily. Oh, of course they haven't put him down. He hadn't been euthanized. Maybe he's going to be okay.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this as we speak, so we will keep you updated as to which horse that was. Right now, we do not have those results at the moment, but we will find that out, and we'll give you the latest information when it comes to us. So until then, guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm sure that wet track might make things a little bit tricky, a little bit slippery perhaps, so we're watching that closely. And we have a lot of celebrities in town. Simone Biles will be doing that Riders Up call in just a little bit.
Yeah, Natalia Martinez actually got to interview her last night at the Barnstable Brown Gala, and Natalia is now on the red carpet. That just seems to be her kind of spot right now. Natalia?
So this is somewhere around my 23rd or 24th Derby. I started coming when we'd pull out bleachers near the starting gate, and that's where my brother and I and our friends would sit. I think it's just that Kentucky gets to be at the center of the world's attention, and it's just so great to see everybody take so much pride. Think about downtown Louisville, where hundreds of people showed up to clean up after a terrible flood to put on the best show for Derby. Oh, it just shows that Kentuckians are good people that care about where we're from.
Do you have a favorite horse today?
So I'm looking at 3 right now. One, I think Will likes 2, which is Publisher, because that is Brereton Jones, a governor we lost last year. It's his estate's horse. Tiztastic is owned by Ron Winchell and the Coolmore folks. Ron has several hundred jobs in Kentucky that he's helped create. And then it's hard to root against Kenny McPeak, who has Toby Keith's horse. So a lot of storylines this year. We hope for a clean race. We hope all the horses and the jockeys are safe, and we want the world to enjoy.
Derby Day Red Carpet is sponsored by Summer Classics.
So that's obviously not Natalia Martinez. That's Governor Andy Beshear. We talked to him on Sunrise at the Downs earlier this week. He was so excited. This is his first Derby fit, he was saying.
Yes.
He went all out with that blue
He
and
said
the pink.
his kids picked his outfit this year.
And that's the word he used, Derby fit. That's using the lingo these days.
Yes, and he will be handing that trophy over to the winner right after the Derby race. He says he has 2 minutes to do that and really shine the spotlight on Kentucky. You're watching the official coverage of the Kentucky Derby on the Kentucky Derby official station, Wave.
You're watching the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. The mint juleps, oh yeah, it looks like they're pouring a few there. People loading up on those. They've got one in hand right there. Yeah, that's gonna be the drink of the day, the official drink of the Kentucky Derby. They're giving out quite a few of those. Shannon, how many?
Oh yes, official drink since 1938. 127,000 mint juleps is what they typically serve up on Oaks and Derby Day. And we learned this week that it's actually considered to be a breakfast drink. Who knew?
Yeah, they say that sugar is supposed to get you moving,
Wake
and then the mint is as if you just brushed your teeth. You might fool some people, except
fresh breath.
You probably still smell like bourbon. So you're not
There is
fooling
that.
everyone.
That is true. So we just heard Governor Beshear say that one of his horse picks for the Derby is Tiztastic. Let's learn more about this horse from Kendrick Haskins. He's joining us from the paddock. Kendrick.
Hey, ladies, Tiztastic is the son of Tiz the Law, who ran second in the Kentucky Derby in 2020. Steve Asmussen is the trainer. He's still looking for that Kentucky Derby win. He's done all you can do in horse racing except win the Run for the Roses.
I don't know if it's healthy to want something that bad. Maybe that's why it has eluded.
Hall of Fame horse trainer Steve Asmussen may have a legitimate shot to win his first career Kentucky Derby in 2025 when he sends his horse Publisher to the track. Right next to Publisher at the starting gates will also be Tiztastic, another Asmussen horse that may have an even better shot at winning the Derby.
I love their attitude back at the racetrack. You know, just this is home to them now. Let it come to them every day from now on. There'll be more people watching, more eyes on you, this, that, and the other. And I think they'll both accept it extremely well.
Tiztastic has faced a number of Derby contenders, finishing in second in the Street Sense behind Sovereignty and ahead of Sandman. He had a third-place finish in the Kentucky Jockey Club and another third-place finish in the Southwest Stakes behind Sandman and ahead of Publisher and American Promise. Despite a fifth-place finish in the Rebel Stakes, he responded with a victory 1 month later in the Louisiana Derby over Derby rival Chunk of Gold.
Tiztastic on top of the Louisiana Derby.
I mean, he's a horse that gave us a great thrill, winning twice in 8 days at Kentucky Downs. Louisiana Derby, I think, gave him an opportunity to show what he can do over a significant amount of ground at around 3/16.
As the son of Tiz the Law, the pedigree is there for Tiztastic to continue the family tradition of finishing in the money. Consistency has been an issue, but he has the potential to finish the job his father was one horse away from completing in 2020, winning the Kentucky Derby.
The circumstances that create a Derby winner, sure, we fall in that category. Maybe this will be the year that we're that fortunate.
And say Steve Asmussen is the all-time winningest trainer at Churchill Downs. He still needs that win in the Kentucky Derby. I think for him to feel like his career is complete, I think he's done all he can. He's a Hall of Famer. So Tiz Tastic is giving him another shot at finally winning the Kentucky Derby. Of course, he'll have to knock out Journalism, who is everyone's favorite coming into this race. He's looked fantastic in all of his races so far in his career. You do kind of wonder about him coming east from the West Coast, but he has done a great job, and he looks like everyone, all of us in television and radio and newspaper are going to have money in on Journalism. He looks the part, and I think he's going to be right there at the end when it comes down to the final stretch.
Thank you, Kendrick. Journalism has looked really good out here all week long. Olivia and I both have Journalism in our top 3. I think we both have him to place just because we didn't want to go with the favorite to win. But you know what's interesting about Publisher? As mentioned in that story, Publisher is still a maiden, never won a race. If Publisher were to win, it would be the first time that a maiden has won the Kentucky Derby in 92 years.
I know, so much history that could be made here today. So many great storylines. That could be one of them. Keep it with us here on the Kentucky Derby, your official station right here on Wave.
We are back with Wave's coverage of Kentucky Derby Day, Kentucky Derby 151. The odds update on your screen right now as we're taking a live look through our rainy lens there. Some of the pictures of what's going on here at the track right now. There's the paddock area. The stand's still a little sparse. Maybe some folks at home are scared of the rain. We need you down here. The very first Kentucky Derby back in 1875 only had 10,000 fans. We set a record 10 years ago with 170,513, and something tells me that we are somewhere sitting right in the middle this year.
Yeah, I'm Myra Ansari with here Brian Schlonsky. We're so happy to be back with you here on Kentucky Derby 151 Waves coverage. Hey, you know, we've had crews out everywhere around the track, but what you're not seeing on your screen are all of our folks behind the scenes who are working so hard. So big thank you. We love you. We love all of our producers, our production department, our photographers. I mean, they're unbelievable.
They set up lighting, they set up equipment, they're running cables, they're breaking all this down afterwards, they're helping making sure we're fed in the right location, all of those things, yelling at us to hurry up and to
be quiet.
be quiet and all the things. Hey, Mark Wilson.
There's Mark Wilson waving at us.
We've got folks in trucks in the back who've been cramped in there for hours on end, so a lot of people come together to bring this coverage to you, and we couldn't do it without them.
I went in our production truck in our lunch break that we just had, and everybody is so laser focused, you know, on making sure everything is perfect. So we love you. I know that sometimes, you know, in all the madness of all of this, we're just like chickens with our heads cut off, but hey, we make it happen, and it's always so much fun.
We ate some beef stew. We're back in our seats. Wave News reporter Jose Zozaya has been hanging around at the first turn. They've got great food and drinks over there. Hey, Jose, how are you?
You said it yourself, Brian, echoing what you and Myra just said. No longer unsung heroes, our crew. They deserve all the credit in the world, keeping us moving and staying connected to all of you wherever you are. Another fun part is getting to meet so many cool new friends, great people, braving the, let's say, not so great weather. Could be much worse, but hey, we're covered up here, so we'll take those blessings where we can. I want to introduce you to some new friends I've made, Betty and Corey from Ohio. Now, again, awesome stories here. Betty, I'll start with you because in this case, you were the mastermind behind what was going on here. So walk me through the idea you had and what brought you both here.
Well, Corey's always followed the Triple Crown. He rode horses as a child, and we watch the Derby every year. And so I decided this year for our anniversary that I would surprise him with tickets to the Derby.
How would you describe his reaction when you revealed the surprise?
Shock and excitement. Very excited.
Accurate description, Corey?
Sorry?
Is that an accurate description in saying so shocked like that?
Yeah, and a little bit of tears.
I think I see a little bit of there with you, but it's great to see in your face that this was something you were so looking forward to, right?
Oh yes, yes. I love this. This is what I've enjoyed my whole life, watching these horses run.
Question for you both. Do we have different picks for who we like for the horse in the big race?
For the Derby, I trust him. I'm not much of a horse racer, so...
So deferring to you, Corey, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking Sandman.
I'm going to do the fist bump because I've been hearing a lot of Sandman love. If you didn't want to hear my pick, guys, I'm just going to let you know I'm a Sandman guy for this race, too. So Corey and I, we're going to roll with that. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Jose. Well, we are getting ready here for race number 4. They're doing the Colville Post now.
Yep, we're going to take a break and be right back.
On the track, race number 4. Scratch the 5, scratch the 10. Starts the all stakes, all 30.
For live look, there is that first turn we just saw Jose reporting from, and part of the infield. Some of the folks right there on the fence as close as they can get. See some horses running by them today. Hey, the Derby field today only has 19 horses. It's kind of rare recently. At least 20 have entered in 23 of the last 26 years. Biggest Derby field ever was 23. They entered in the Centennial Derby back in 1974, and that's when Churchill said, hey, that's too many. We're imposing a 20-horse limit. This year, 2 scratches, so we're down to 19.
All right, we want to go to the winner's circle with our Sean Bowdy. Hey, Sean.
Is the rain is starting to come down. There's no raining on the parade going on in the winner's circle here. Joining me now is part of the ownership of that group, Sal Cumin. Tell me about winning on Derby Day, what that's like.
Nothing better. I mean, it's a little early now. We'd like to win one later on in the day when we're a little more crowded. But it's a great start. You get the winner's circle warmed up here a little bit, and awesome crowd. I mean, you basically do this to try to win on these big days, and there's no bigger day than the Kentucky Derby.
To have someone like Bob Baffert training a horse like that, you add a really good pedigree, you add him at training, just how much does that help?
It's awesome. I mean, we've won the Derby twice with Bob. We've been waiting to get back here. He's obviously back, which we're excited about. We've got Citizen Bowl later today, so we'll have to see how the day goes. But he's as good as they come, and we've got a great group of partners, so we're pretty excited.
Does this give you hope for that race with Citizen Bull? Obviously, he's got a lot of track record, Bob does, about winning a big race, and so do you guys at this point.
Yeah, he's got a chance. I mean, it's a lot of speed in the race. He drew the 1 hole, which is not ideal for the Kentucky Derby. So, listen, we're in it. We're here. We have a chance to get lucky. It's going to be probably a tough one, but we'll see.
Not ideal, but not impossible. Thanks so much, and congratulations. Good luck later today in the winner's circle. Sean Bowdy, back to you guys.
Waves coverage of the Winner's Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. In the past year, Thomas Law Offices won over 95% of its cases. Thomas Law Offices, your winning team.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. Sean's getting kind of wet out there.
Yeah, he's got
Where's his poncho?
the soggy hair there in the winner's circle. We'll check back with him in just a bit, probably after this next race, as our handicappers are standing by getting us ready for race number 4.
Yeah, thank you guys. First of all, just on race number 3, we did have a horse that was injured. That was Sorcerer's Silver that was hurt and taken off in an ambulance. As we preview horse race number 4, which is coming up here momentarily, just a reminder, this is a delayed race, so we will not be able to show this to you until a later time. But we'll give you our picks right away. It's a 1-mile race, the 4th running of the Knicks Go Overnight Stakes. And so it is a $200,000 purse. Let's go to your pick here, Mike. Who are you taking in this field of 12 horses? After we had 2 scratched. It was the 5-horse Keen Cat that scratched, as well as the 10-horse Implementation that scratched.
Liberal Arts looks like the one to beat number 9 right now, 2-1. But I'm going to take a little bit of a price here, believe it or not. I'm going to go with number 13, New King, for trainer Brittany Russell and jockey Irad Ortiz. He really ran well on the mud 3 weeks ago. He finished 2nd. He's a son of Into Mischief. He figures to race close to the pace. And I like the price 7-1 on 13 New King here in the Knicks Go.
I like New King. I will go, though, with the chalk Liberal Arts. One thing that I've kind of not addressed in these first couple of races that may have hurt my picks is simply that I haven't really looked into the horses that had gone on slop previously. So with this one, I'm going with the slop, with the mud, with that track record. Liberal Arts has that track record and posted a 101 speed time, the most recent time on slop. He conditions. So with that being said, that was also here at Churchill Downs back in November. So that's where I'm going with that. Take us through the rest of the field before we ultimately cut away from this. And as I mentioned, this will be delayed, so we will show this at a later time. Mike, take us through the rest of the field.
Well, long shot there, Ashcroft for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, who has one win on the card, and Nick Juarez, his jockey, also had the earlier victory, and they got a lot of work to do in here. Long shot right now, 27-1. Number 2 is Osborne. Trainer Ron Moquette, Flavian Pratt just won the race number 3. Was a big factor in race 3, and Osborne has a big shot in here today, I think. Accretive is 6-1. The 3 has floated up to 9-1 with Jose Ortiz. The trainer is Joe Sharp, and he won on a wet fast track about a month ago down at Evangeline Downs, and came from off the pace, scored a pretty good win there. He could be a major factor in here. The 4, a long shot right now, or Castle Chaos. Umberto Rispoli rides as the field making their way to the starting gate. 5 is Scratch. Capuna, I believe he's a contender in here for Brett Calhoun and Brian Hernandez. 15 is Best Actor. Martin Garcia aboard. Chiron, long shot. Liberal Arts, the 9 is going to be tough.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Ultimately, you have number 13, New King. I have Liberal Arts. We will show this race at a later time. Until then, we're going to go to a break. We will be right back. You are watching the official Derby station, Wave 3.
It is a cold and rainy Derby 151. It looks like it's, I won't say the sun is trying to peek out, but it's a little bit lighter out here. At least it's not gray and miserable. It's at least getting a little bit brighter out there. Those people don't seem to care. They brought their walking shoes, their rain boots, their ponchos, the clear ponchos, of course, so you can still see the outfit. And we learned that you could take your crock pot liner, put that over your Derby hat or fascinator. I mean, hey, it's functional, it's clear, and it gets the job done. It protects that beautiful hat that you spent so much money on.
Yes. All right, let's go to the fan experience. That is where Ward and Brian are right now.
Hey, well, speaking of that, by the way, I've got Stephanie here from the Show Me State, Missouri, hoping to stay show me the money later on, right?
Right. I usually don't bet because I bet with heart, not logic.
Oh, okay.
And I usually lose. You know, it's like my other picking men.
Stephanie, I
Go by
love
their
this.
pretty.
I love this look that you have right now. I love that you have somehow wrapped this poncho type material. But this isn't a poncho. You told me that you got a little creative with this. Okay, so tell us a little bit about what we did to protect this fascinator.
Well, I can't take credit for it. Some of those Facebook groups. It's just one of the pedicure tub liners that we did. So thanks to those Facebook groups to get me prepared as a first timer to the Derby.
Wow, and this is your first Derby, right?
My first Derby, yes.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about what you've learned so far since you've been here.
Oh, I'm here for the fashion. I mean, the horses are cute, but I'm a fashion girl, so it's been fun.
All right, so everyone's been at, who do you think is going to be the winner here today that you've been hoping for anyway?
You know, I want to go the Logic.
Yes.
Which I just said I don't do. I like Sandman because he's just.
Me too. Me too. I love the grays.
Yes, and Gambit. He's pretty too.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
That's,
Well,
that's what I'm gonna go with.
I see we got Sandman.
Yeah.
We're going to hope for that.
I know, you need to honestly lend me some of this because we're getting wet out here, Olivia. I know you said it was like,
extras.
oh, she has extras. Okay, cool. Maybe, wait, get us some. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice.
Let's see if I can wear one of these.
Here we go.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to put this on. What is this?
And this
Can
is
I
a
just wrap it
pedicure
around my
bag,
head
right?
or something?
I mean, it may be a little big, but yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Oh.
here we go.
perfect.
Now my hair, you guys, will just stay perfect all day, okay?
My gosh. Thank goodness for Stephanie. Shannon and Olivia, we'll send it back to you. Perfect timing for that. Apparently, I'll need to get one, too.
Yeah, genius. They're such a creative solution,
Yes.
too, Brian. But you have such a great jacket on, Brian. You've got to protect that. Where's your clear poncho? We had some in the
I know.
newsroom.
I'm right here next to the tent. I'm about to jump back in. I promise.
Okay, good plan, good plan. Yeah, so the pedicure tub liner, the crock pot liner, you got to come up with these creative solutions. I love how it's the Facebook community that helped out finding that.
Yes, good job, Stephanie. Whatever works. Okay, yeah, the rain just keeps coming down, drizzling. How much rain have we had already? Let's go to Kevin and Ryan with more.
Yeah, hey there, Shannon, Olivia, thanks. You know, yesterday with those storms, we picked up about 1/4 inch of rain, and we're right there again today. So consequently, we have the sloppy track. It is a muddy mess, and we still have the rain falling here at Churchill Downs. But we do have a little bit of good news as we look ahead toward the mid to late afternoon.
It's going to take until 4 or 5 o'clock to see this rain that you see here on the radar start to pull east a bit. There's going to be this sharp edge. You're literally going to have a situation where East Louisville, it's raining, and here at the track, we're like, hey, it's letting up. That's what the situation's going to be mid to late afternoon or so. You can see where that rain goes all the way down toward about middle Tennessee there. And once we start to see that push east, that's when things start to improve, Kevin.
It's going to take a couple hours for that to happen. So we're sort of socked in this light rain that will sort of come and go in terms of intensity for probably the next 2 hours. I'd say until we get to that 1, 2, maybe 3 o'clock time frame. And then the rain chance starts to come down a bit. And the good news is once we get to 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, we may be even. I mean, this is going to be a tight call. Like Ryan mentioned, eastern parts of the county could be seeing rain while western parts may not. It's defining that cutoff line is so critical. So we may be able to take the rain chance down even more by post time. Right now we've got it at a 60% rain chance, temperatures in the upper 50s. We mentioned the sloppy track. Let's do a little Derby
trivia here. So when was the last time we've had a sloppy track during the Kentucky Derby?
Let's see if we can ask Shannon and Olivia if they know the answer. What would you say?
I think it was, well, I know Justify won on a sloppy track in 2018.
Okay.
There was more than 7 inches, but was it 20? I think it was 2019.
She did her homework.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That was the Country House win back in 2019, last time we had a sloppy track.
Now, remember that whole controversy, maximum security?
Yep, the DQ. Yeah.
Bill Knott's Country House. Yep. What do I win?
Our admiration. And a round of applause.
I already have that.
She has done so well. I mean, even talking about the sloppy track yesterday during the Kentucky Oaks. I mean, you just know a lot about sloppy tracks, Shannon.
Well, I know. I said if the track is sloppy, this is who you should put the money on. And guess what? It came in first, second, third. So.
Well, it's so funny because I was back here at the backside. A gentleman came up to me. He said, "Hey, it's going to stop raining at 2:30." Not quite the meteorologist that those two are. I think he was just saying that. But hey, if he's right, I am taking all of his picks for the rest of the day.
Very, very smart. By the way, we do want to thank Kroger for these beautiful roses, how they had time to do this and make the garland of roses too. Just incredible. But we'll find out in just a little bit who will get to win those garland of roses.
We'll be right back with more Kentucky Derby 151.
Back with our live coverage here at Churchill Downs. When we went to break, Shannon Cogan correctly guessed our trivia question when the last time there was a sloppy track. It was 2019 and Country House. Well, when was the last time we had a muddy track? And will we get one of those today? The last time was way, way back. I lost it. I had it.
Scroll back, scroll back, scroll back.
I actually had a story with it. It's 89, Sunday Silence one. That was Derby 115. And earlier today, I shared that photo of my son wearing my first Derby shirt, which was from Derby 115 when Sunday Silence won. So maybe we get a muddy track today.
That is
well.
adorable.
I know,
Did
right?
you get all the feels? Like
I
him?
did.
Yeah, that's.
I like
that's
that he's in the
adorable.
Derby.
Yeah.
His horse is Nay.
Nay.
Yeah.
Nay.
There you have it.
All right. Okay. So can you believe it was 10 years ago that we were talking about American Pharoah winning the Triple Crown and the Breeders' Cup? So hard to believe that was 10 years ago.
And it was a huge moment in horse racing history because it broke a 37-year drought of Triple Crown winners. Last one, 78 affirmed. And so it ended up being, we did some stories leading up to this. A lot of folks say that's one of the derbies that you have to know because of that long streak and American Pharoah breaking it.
And he had some kiddos, and 2 of his sons are in the Derby today, and that's Publisher and Luxor Cafe. So that's pretty cool as well.
And then one of our picks, of course, is the son, American Promise of Justify. So 2 Triple Crown winners have sons in the Kentucky Derby today. So I imagine all 3 of those horses will get bet down at some point.
Okay. All right. So we know that celebrities have been out partying all last night. They were at the galas and the parties.
They're not behind us. There's some empty stands here.
But like right next door to us, there's a bunch of folks that are just started to kind of come out. So it's great to see people. I think that they were waiting for the weather to kind of settle down, or they were hunkered in somewhere indoors, and they're finally coming out. So,
Sure.
Yeah. So Natalia Martinez
She
is
finds
out.
them all.
She's finding them all. She's on the red carpet with Chris Tucker.
Natalia Martinez here on the red carpet with Chris Tucker.
Yes. How you doing? How you doing?
Gosh, we've just been laughing here for the last couple of minutes, but you know, we chatted last year. We talked about you coming to the Derby and how much you love it. You're back here again. It seems like Kentucky's kind of your thing.
I like Kentucky, and I like the Kentucky Derby. I like the festive stuff about it, the dressing up, the people, and so it's a fun place to be.
I just can't get over it. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, we're having fun. We're having fun.
All right. Okay. So we've got a couple of big horses. How did you do last time? Do you bet? Are you a betting guy?
Yeah, I bet a little bit, just a little bit, because I don't want to get upset if I lose. But I won the last big race. I think it was horse 3. I remember winning a little bit of money, so it was a lot of fun. So.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot of people here tonight on the red carpet. Who do you usually hang out with, and what's the vibe like up there?
Well, I have friends, friends that I'm here with, so I hang out with them, and we got a nice suite up there, so we keep dry, and it's a lot of fun. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll have a great time tonight. Thank you so much. And you are such a sweetheart. Thank you.
Derby Day Red Carpet is sponsored by Summer Classics.
All right, pretty cool to see all the celebrities rolling in now to see Kentucky Derby 151. We want to go to our handicappers now, Mike and Dusty.
Yeah, guys, you guys were talking about the mud and you were talking about the slop. So we have 5 Derby horses that we haven't yet to preview for you that just happen to have already had past performances on either the mud or the slop. So we're going to start off, first of all, with Neo Equos out of the second slot right here. Mike, a little bit about Neo Equos. He's pretty fast, 38-1 odds. Does he have a chance here on the slop?
You know, I'm not sure that. I think it's the competition that may get him. 3rd in the Fountain of Youth, 3rd in the Florida Derby. He's just going to get faster, and the question is, can he get faster on the slop today?
Number 5 out of the 5-hole, it's American Promise, who has had some great success on muddied surfaces. Threw a 102 out there back in December. American Promise trained by Dwayne Lucas. Any thoughts that maybe American Promise can slip under the radar? That's a beautiful horse, by the way.
He broke his maiden in the mud back in December. Maybe he'll handle it well today, but he is a big, big horse. Will he be agile enough to go over this slippery surface today? He might.
Out of the 6th slot, you have Admire Daytona, Japanese horse. The only other horse that we're not listing in this group, by the way, is Luxor Cafe, who we did a preview on, that also has had to deal with surface conditions. Admire Daytona has as well. Does Admire Daytona just slip under the radar for you here?
There's just so many questions about the Japanese horses. What kind of competition did they really face overseas? We don't really know, but their connections have made the trip. They say, we're here, and we're here to compete.
Hall of Fame horse trainer and none other than Steve Asmussen has 2 horses in this race, Tistastic, but also Publisher. Publisher is still looking to break his maiden right here. 30-1 odds, has had some success as well in very muddy conditions, as well as had a bit of a struggle in sloppy conditions.
Well, you know, he's a closer, and my main concern for Publisher, will he be able to get through the traffic without the mud slinging back at him? Will that bother him? Can he stay on the outside and stay out of trouble?
And this is my horse right here. This is the one I've been rolling with from start to finish. Cole Battle out of the 16 slot. Cole Battle has shown serious success and consistency. In the mud, he threw a 90 speed figure out there, but he did struggle initially with a speed figure with a 69 in the slop. However, he found a way to win that race. So Cole Battle, a chance here to maybe show up in a big way on these conditions.
Maybe, yeah. He's won on fast. He's won on muddy, on sloppy. He can adapt, and that's a big plus for him today.
So there you go. There are the 5 of the 6 horses that have had to deal with these conditions. And naturally, I'd say at this point, Mike, that's something that we really have to take into account with a 19-horse field at the moment.
So far, though, through these first 4 races, I think the track is playing fair. We've seen closers. We've seen front runners. It looks like it's in pretty good shape right now. Keep our fingers crossed.
We are about to head into another chance to look at one of the races that just ran today, race number 4. Let's send it back to our anchors as we are about to see race number 4.
All right, guys, we'll check back in with you in just a bit. Yeah, interesting stuff talking about the track there. About a dozen of the Derby contenders have never run on a wet track, and that includes the favorite journalism. Will it impact these horses if flying mud is hitting them in the face as they head down the track here at Churchill Downs? We will find out a couple hours from now. Stay with us here. Our coverage rolls on from Churchill Downs.
Hey guys, we hope you've been enjoying the 151st Kentucky Derby here on Wave. I'm Ward Jollis. The 1891 Kentucky Derby made history as the slowest recorded ever at Churchill Downs. Kingman crossed the finish line that year at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. It was described as a funeral procession in newspaper headlines the next day and still stands as the slowest Derby finish ever because the race was just 1.5 miles at the time. In 1896, the distance was changed to the 1.25 miles, and it's been run at that distance ever since. But in 1891, on the 17th Kentucky Derby, 3 horses scratched from the race that morning, leaving a field of just 4 horses left. All jockeys were ordered by their trainers not to take the lead until the final stretch. Throughout the race, Kingman, Balgowan, Handspring, and Lieutenant Gibson ran side by side until they unleashed their speed to reach the finish line first. Isaac Murphy rode Kingman to victory. The horse was described as, quote, the winner of the poorest race against the worst field in the history of the Derby. Kingman won the Phoenix Stakes in Lexington, the Kentucky Derby, and then the Latonia Derby at Latonia Racetrack, winning all 3 of Kentucky's big spring races.
Wave Now Derby coverage is sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery. Did you know that 1 in 5 Kentuckians has received a college scholarship or grant with funds from the Kentucky Lottery? For more information, visit kylottery.com.
As they hit the top of the stretch, Patriot Spirit is up for the lead. Liberal Arts is cut loose and it's coming down the center, fighting on its Kapuna. Furlong to go. Patriot Spirit wanders to the outside. Liberal Arts trying to push on by. Liberal Arts is lifting late on Patriot Spirit. Liberal Arts up in time.
I think it helps when you do have a history and a resume. Liberal Arts did have a history and a resume of running on the slop, and there you have it right there. Liberal Arts is your winner for race number 4. Mike, any last thoughts on race number 4?
Well, Brad Cox, the trainer, Luis Saez, the jockey, they teamed up yesterday to win the Lilies with good cheer, and they're having a good weekend so far. Yeah.
Well, we're gearing up for race number 5. Let's send it back, though, to Shannon and Olivia, who, of course, have the winner's circle as well.
Yes, we do. I mean, lots of good cheer, especially after that race for Brad Cox.
Yes, all right, let's go to Sean Bobby, who is in the winner.
Name called after the Oaks race yesterday. Yes, Brad Cox, Louisville native, another big win here on Derby Day. Of course, you're looking forward to something much bigger later today. How important is it to get a race under your belt? Before that, maybe give you a little confidence moving forward.
Yeah, it's big time. You know, it's this is a long day. We have several runners, and it's good to, you know, get on the scoreboard. Whatever type of race it is, obviously, Derby Day is filled with solid races. This was a nice race in the Knicks Go, and proud of the effort Liberal Arts put in.
Of course, you have a pretty unique opportunity to do what not many people have done before as a trainer, win the Oaks and win the Derby. I say that, then again, it did happen last year. How confident are you feeling going into later tonight?
I'm confident we'll get a big effort out of our horse. He's doing very well. Now, I don't know what that means in regards to crossing the wire first, but I think he'll be right there with a good trip, and we'll see how it plays out.
What does mud mean for him?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, he's never raced on it. I think he's got some pedigree that can handle it. The sire's, he's super hot sire throughout the world. They run on anything, so that gives us confidence. He's out of a tappet mare, so that would, sometimes lend your hand to mud. So we'll see how it goes.
We've seen pedigree go a long way in some of these races in the mud. Thanks again and congratulations, and we'll see you later in the winner's circle. Sean Valley, Wave News, back to you.
Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. A derby is a horse race with the highest stakes and runs on the biggest stage. If you're hiring a law firm, hire one that wins. Thomas Law Offices, your winning team.
Yeah, Brad Cox there having a really good day after a really great day yesterday, winning the Oaks with good cheer. He does have Final Gambit going into the Kentucky Derby, and he talked about that sire. Not this time is that sire. So there are a lot of question marks, as people are trying to figure out what horse they're going to put their money on with this wet track that we have.
And Final Gambit coming out of the 3-gate. And hey, Mystic Dam won it out of the 3-gate last year, so maybe we'll see if there's a repeat on that 3 horse. But let's send things back over to Dusty and Mike. Hey, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, so we're gearing up for race number 5 right now. This one will be a turf race. It's a 1-mile turf race, and it's a stakes race. A lot of money on the line here. The 40th running of the Longines Churchill Distaff Turf Mile. It's a grade 2 for $750,000 for fillies and mares 4 years old and upward. Mike, take us through this field, which, by the way, has 2 scratches. The 8 has scratch. That's poolside with Slim, as well as the 10 Special Juan. And by the way, this is a delayed race, so we will give you our picks, and then we will send it off and show it at a later time. Mike, take it away with the field of 8 horses.
Well, originally I was going to go with the 10 Special Juan, and I really like Special Juan, but unfortunately, I think the weather carried the day and they've scratched Special Juan. I thought the other major contender was number 6, Sacred Wish. Sacred Wish, very consistent, and right now on the board, she is a lukewarm favorite at 9-5. But she is consistent, been in the money in 14 of her 19 races. And last year, at the end of last year, she won a grade 1 on the grass over in California. And then she really ran well recently in the grade 1 Jenny Wiley over at Keeneland. She ran 4th in that race, but didn't get beat a whole lot in that one. And that will be my pick in here, Sacred Wish, to take this grass race on the Matt Winn. And who do you like here today?
Yeah, Sacred Wish is certainly one that I have in the eye on. This is one of those moments where an exacta feels nice, where you box an exacta of the 6 and the 7. And I think I'm going to go with tax implications to win this. I like the combo of Chad Brown, who was winning big yesterday, along with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. But I mean, of course, with Sacred Wish and John Velasquez, you can't look away from that. That probably, between those two, the 6 and the 7, those are the directions you got to go here. The resumes speak for themselves, both well raced, of course, and I don't think that there is going to be a horse that really catches up to them in this field. So your best options are 6 and 7. I'll go with the 7 to win, but as I mentioned, this might be one of those nice exacta boxes that you do for 6 and 7. Is that kind of how you see this too, Mike?
I think so. I mean, there's not a lot of the top contenders. The odds are fairly compact. Sacred Wish 9-5, tax implications at 7-2. The 2 moving on up is at 3-1, getting some backing from the fans here.
Yeah, that's jumping around. It's the 6 right now has just gone 9-5 once again. That's been jumping from 2-1 odds to 9-5 odds. It seems to be going back and forth. I'm guessing people at home are jumping on here as we speak and doing that. The 7 is staying at 7-2 odds, and as I mentioned, the 8 and the 10 have scratched. So with that being said, we are moments away from race number 5. This is a delayed race. We will show this at a later time. Until then, you are watching the official Derby station right here on Wave. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Live cheer, you know, this is the way to do it today. You need that coat. You know, if you have like the cute sundress, this is why it is so hard to plan for Derby, right?
Right, I got
Because
my
you-
dress in January. Yeah, I was crossing my fingers hoping for good weather. I got lucky to grab a nice jacket to go with
I think
it.
maybe next year, get your outfit in January, but why don't you get something that's really like a sweater dress or something, and then it'll be beautiful and hot.
Of course, yeah, that just seems to be the way it goes, right? But hey, we can't control the weather. Maybe it'll dry out, but still, we're dealing with some sloppy conditions here at the backside.
We are. Okay, so we've all been sharing our picks for win, place, and show. And I do want to say before that we give our picks that they asked for this about a few days ago. So I might actually have changed now, knowing that the track is sloppy, but anyway.
Yeah, I think
the
I
graphics
sent 2
are already
emails. I sent 2 different emails with different
did?
picks. I was just kind of all over the place, so I don't even remember what I picked. I wrote it down. We'll see.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
Go first.
Who are we? Okay. We'll start off with mine. Okay. So for win, I'm going with Luxor Cafe. This is one of the Japanese contenders. The sire is American Pharaoh. But the biggest reason I'm going for this is because the trainer's last name is Hori, and my maiden name is Hori. So I thought. And you know, I had a chance to meet him.
You did. You did.
Yes,
you had
and
a
took-
translator too.
Yes, and there was a translator. Yeah, so we'll see how that does. For place, I went for journalism, the favorite, and then for show, sovereignty. But if I were to do it again, I might put Sandman in instead of sovereignty, because when we talked to that owner, he was so convincing talking about Sandman. Also, journalism is supposed to be really good on a wet track. Sovereignty is supposed to be good on a wet track. Sandman's supposed to be good on a wet track. And also Tiz-tastic, just so you know.
All right, and for mine, for the win, I picked Burnham Square. Yesterday, you looked at me and you said, why? I'll tell you why. It's because he had the most points on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and I think
that's a good reason.
Brian Hernandez Jr., I think he
Great
can
jockey.
go back-to-back from last year. He won the Oaks and Derby, and Burnham Square is a closer, and we know that he can really navigate through traffic. So I think Brian Hernandez Jr. will make a strong push in the final stretch, and Burnham Square is going to win this one. Second place, I'm going with journalism because, you know, I'm a journalist. Journalism is the favorite in this race, but hey, the favorite is only has a 35% win percentage in the Kentucky Derby, so the favorite doesn't always win, and we haven't had a favorite win since 2018 with Justify, so that's why I'm thinking journalism probably won't cross the finish line first. That's why I'm putting him at place. And for show, we've got to go with the showman himself, Sandman. I love the name pick with Mariano Rivera, the Sandman. He had Enter Sandman as his song as he would go out to the mound for the Yankees. I mean, he's an MLB Hall of Famer, and it's kind of a nod to that. But a lot of people love Sandman. When we talked to people at the FanDuel party last night, they were all saying Sandman, Sandman, Sandman.
Wow.
You know, lots of fans out there. And who doesn't love a gray horse?
Okay, yes, all right, so we'll see how you did. You did great yesterday. Your choice was Good Cheer, and Good Cheer won, so.
And Good Cheer was the favorite. But like I
Yes.
said, who knows with the Derby, because a 35% win.
Yes, you know, but Brian Hernandez Jr., I had a chance to do a story on Brian Hernandez Jr. and Rosie Napravnik, who is an amazing former jockey. But their kids do these pony races together.
So cute.
And when they were telling me about it, I pictured them just, you know, like that. No.
It's intense.
Boom. These ponies are.
I would be
mean,
scared.
Yes, it's incredible. Okay, let's go right now to the red carpet.
Natalia Martinez here on the red carpet. You never know who you're going to bump into. You know, I wish I could sing some of your songs here on air.
Oh yeah, we don't want to do that, but we could say, you know, it's 40 years of the group. Look up the group. You can look up the titles, and then you can, in your own safe home, you can.
Well, you know, you have a song named Martinez. Guess what my last name is?
Now I got them.
Yeah, you know what they said about his wife. But like I say, all of these things are just in fun. It's not in craziness. And it's funny that you said that, because we always catch that all the time. All of our Spanish fans and all of that, they always feel like, and you know what, that's the funniest thing about that, give you a little something to laugh about. The governor, that was his last name, right? But when we did the recording, we had a guy that had the last name of Martinez and wrote the paper up about him, saying that, you know, yeah, you can talk about my wife, you can do this, you can do that, or whatever. So it was just, you know, just the last name, not the actual governor.
Such a fun story. I know. When I saw you walk in, I was like, oh, I need to ask him about that. So let me ask you about the Derby. What is it about it that brings you here?
Everybody is at their best. Everybody's dressed up. Everybody wants to look their best, be on their best behavior, all of that. That's what I dig about it the most.
Awesome. Do you have any favorites for today?
The 12-to-1 horse. I don't know what his name is, though. The 12-to-1 horse. That's the one I feel.
All right. Well, have a great time. Maybe you can bet on journalism for your new favorite journalist, Martinez.
Yeah, might as well. What's the first name? So
Natalia. There you go.
Natalia Martinez.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put you right here on the thing.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Natalia Martinez, WAVE in Louisville. Remember that at the gate.
Yes, sir. Good luck today. Thank you so much. Take care.
Derby Day Red Carpet is sponsored by Summer Classics.
Out on the red carpet. I mean, even right next to them was Miss America. We met Abby this week. It's all just a blur. I don't remember which day, but she's from Alabama too, so I'm sure she feels right at home being in the South here in Kentucky.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, she was so sweet and so impressive. Wow. I mean, just incredible. A live look right now at that truck. Ooh, yes, it is sloppy indeed. Just imagine how those jockeys are going to look when they go back after a race. Muddy and a mess. And this is one of those days where they may need like 6 pairs of goggles, you know? You throw them off as you're racing, you know, as they get the mud all over them. We'll be right back with more coverage here on Wave.
Derby Day Scrapbook is sponsored by Twin Spires.
And welcome back to Wave's coverage of the Kentucky Derby. I'm Myra Ansari along Brian Schlonsky here. It was great to see all the sights and the sounds of Kentucky in that little scrapbook open that we had there.
Yeah, a couple of years ago I had the pleasure of interviewing those folks with the Navy who help out and carry the garlands around, and they're always so excited to be here, and it's great to see them back for another year.
And there's tight security around the garland.
Oh yeah.
Both Oaks and Derby, so it's heavily guarded. You know, we just placed a bet earlier during our lunch break, and Brian and I went down to the betting windows that are right by our studio. Yeah, because we only could use cash where we were at, and we were short of $1, so we were trying to find someone to help us out with $1 so we could finish making our bet.
Get your broke selves out of here.
Exactly.
We found the $1. Our bets are in. We got both of our picks we did earlier, our trifecta boxed, so we're covered either way.
But you know, I mean, with everybody doing everything on their phones now, you know, I think it's such a unique experience to walk up to a window and then talk to somebody. And if you're like me, you don't really know what you're doing and the right terminology, you were helping me. The folks that are taking your bets, they really know what they're doing and they can help you out.
And a lot of them have been doing it for years. They really look forward to this day. And so the betting windows off to our right now are empty. Everybody's inside on twinspires.com, which the app is a great resource.
It's great.
And a lot of people can do it from home, but it is fun to have that face-to-face interaction with.
And they're so patient because they
they
probably
were with you.
deal with so many folks like, I don't know what I'm doing. Can you help me out? And so,
you just walked up with a wad of cash.
I know. I was like, here you go. I don't know what we're supposed to do with
-$1.
this. Exactly.
Well, the Kentucky Derby is a bucket list item for so many people. We enjoy bringing people here to our city from all over the world. We've had our reporters spread out around the track, interviewing some of those folks. Noelle Friel has been doing just that. We were told by Greg, our producer, in their ear, Noelle's got a couple. I mean, friends. I mean, a couple. I don't want to get them in trouble. I don't know if they're a couple or they're friends.
Well, they're celebrating.
They're on a birthday trip.
They're on a birthday trip.
We're back here at the Starting Gate Suites. I'm here with Allison and Nick, who are coming to us from Memphis, Tennessee. So what brings you out for the Derby?
It's actually a birthday present for her.
That is so special and so romantic. That's amazing. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, actually, she came up with the idea.
Really?
Yeah.
We just had a conversation about the Derby the weekend before, and I just said it was always on my bucket list to come. So.
Oh my gosh, that is so fun. And so this could not be a better birthday present. Get a look at this view. Take a look out over where we're looking at. You can see literally everything from up here. This is definitely one of the best views in the house. I mean, how excited are you to watch the race from up here?
I'm very excited. Yeah, first time being here.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's a great view.
Yes. What made this a bucket list item for you?
I mean, I've always grown up with horses. I show horses, so just like growing up in that industry, I've always watched the Derby. I've always watched the Triple Crown races. It's just an exciting thing.
That's fantastic. What does it feel like to know that you're going to witness a Triple Crown race like this for the first time?
I don't know. It's exciting. I hope we have a Triple Crown winner this year, but even if we don't, just being able to see the Derby in person is exciting.
That'd be amazing. And who are you rooting for in the Derby?
Cole.
Cole Battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. We're rooting for journalism, of course, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But it'll be fantastic no matter who wins, and you could not soak this up in a much better place to watch it in.
Agreed.
And so how has it been going so far throughout the day? Have you won any bets? How's it been going?
I haven't placed any bets yet, but probably bet on the final race.
Okay,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you folks so much for talking to us. Happy birthday. There's no better place to spend it. This is so fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll send it back to you. Her, what a way to celebrate.
Yeah, big happy birthday. We love Cole Battle too. That was what that last dollar was. We had to put two to win just because we love Lonnie Briley, the trainer.
Yeah, I love his story. Okay, so if you're heading out to the track, please be careful. The roads are a little wet. There is a pretty big crash on the interstate that we just found out about.
Clearly a lot of folks may be driving on roads you're unfamiliar with too if they're coming from out of town. Kevin Harned has been watching this for us, and he's with Ryan Hope now too. You guys got an update on that crash?
Yeah, I tell you what, we've got two crashes, and if you're headed either out of southern Indiana and trying to get across the river, or you're coming from the east end moving west toward Churchill Downs, you're going to run into some big problems. This is the first one. This is I-65 South, shut down near the Kennedy Bridge. The reason why is we've just learned a car hauler has turned over and lost the cars.
So that's going to take quite a bit of time to, of course, clean up. The second camera view shows you on the Kennedy Bridge, everybody's basically being diverted onto I-64. So take the I-64 3rd Street exit back to 1st Street and then get back on to 65 South if you're going to be coming in from southern Indiana. And then, Kevin, we've got the second crash.
And that's on I-264. That's the Watterson westbound at Poplar level. This, too, was a semi involved here. All lanes are reduced to the far left lane or two. Churchill Downs tweeting this out saying, hey, vehicles headed this way, likely to be impacted by this. A big backup now on the Watterson. Now, we still are dealing with some rain across the metro area, and that includes here at Churchill Downs. We'll zoom this view out and show you that, yes, we do have rain in the picture over the course of the next hour or so, but it will be easing, as it appears, as we head into the late afternoon or at least early evening hours.
And
not going away, but easing.
Easing is the key term there. 60% chance is still a pretty elevated rain chance around race time this evening. That post time 6:57 p.m. And there will be a little bit of a re-intensification of that rain as we head toward about, say, 10 o'clock midnight tonight. So this rain really not completely exiting, Kevin. And it's going to be a wet afternoon for folks here at Churchill.
Yeah, there's still some hope. We're waiting on just a little more guidance here, but we may be able to lower that rain chance down around that 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame before we kick it back up, but not ready to take it down just yet. So we do have a chance. It is a lower chance, but as you can tell, we still have some light rain falling here at the track. Guys, the traffic, what a mess. That'll really impact a lot of folks going to either Derby parties or wherever else you may be headed, or coming to Churchill Downs.
Yeah, we hope that those folks that are involved in those crashes are hopefully okay, but not a way to spend Derby Day.
That's rough. Big thanks to Kevin and Ryan for keeping us posted on what's going on with the weather conditions and the roads, as we are showing you what the track conditions look like right now. We were talking earlier, is it going to be a sloppy track? Is it going to be a muddy track? Still waiting to see as they're clearing this up and getting ready for another race on the undercard here at Churchill Downs. We are going to stick with you here for about another hour before the NBC Network crew comes on our channel here on Wave. So more coverage coming your way as the folks are taking in Kentucky Derby, number 151.
Hey guys, we hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the 151st Kentucky Derby here on Wave. I'm Ward Jollis. The Twin Spires are iconic, synonymously linked to Churchill Downs. The Spires made their debut in 1895 as part of a new grandstand. Joseph Valdez designed the Spires when he was just 24 years old. The original grandstand plans did not include the Twin Spires, but Valdez added them, saying the structure needed something to give it a striking appearance. The Spires are a nod to a popular architectural trend from the late 1800s that was based on symmetry and balance. They're 12 feet wide, 134 feet from center to center, and rise 55 feet from the grandstand's roofline. Each spire has 8 rounded, closed windows that were originally left open. The total cost of the grandstand construction and the Twin Spires was about $42,000. The spires have stood the test of time and natural disasters, and they've gone through renovations that have included replacing wood and the installing of modern lighting. Here's some trivia for you. Valdez refused to attend the Derby, but he often attended the races on other days. Historians say he felt responsible for the grandstand's structural strength and always feared an accident or collapse.
Wave Now Derby coverage is sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery. Did you know that the Kentucky Lottery provides 100% of funding for the Keys Scholarship Program for Kentucky college students? Details at kylottery.com.
They're off the turn. Pinup Betty comes charging off the turn and grabs the lead, and it's fully extended, heading to the final furlong, simply in front to the attack. Tax Implications fights on. 5 Towns coming down the center of the turf. There's 100 yards to go. Simply in front and Pinup Betty and 5 Towns, and moving on up. Here's the wire. Simply in front, indeed. Right on the wire. Simply in front, the winner. Pinup Betty was second. It's tight for third there. Moving on up, Venecia, 5 Towns. For Tax Implications.
And there you go. There's your winner for race number 5. So with that being said, this is kind of crazy, Mike. I can't believe we're talking about this already, but we're coming up on the last race for us here on the Wave broadcast before we send it over to NBC National. But I guess from that race, any key takeaways?
Well, I think the turf course is in great shape. It was what a battle that was.
Yeah.
Simply in front, and then you had 2 big prices. Pinup Betty, they put on a show down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, of course, here are your payouts here. The winner, Simply in Front, simply got you some money here. And if you put money on Simply in Front, you got quite a bit. 15-to-1 odds gets you $33 flats for the win. Then Place $15.24, Show $8.56. Pinup Betty had a great run there as well. 11-to-1 odds gets you $11.44. Place $6.62. Show moved on up to third, ultimately finishes $3.58 for Show. And so there's your payouts right there. We're leading up to that final race. We're about 14 minutes left until race number 6. Of course, we will have a delayed race as well. But let's send it back to the anchors here as we are approaching our time, guys, where we're going to talk about the Derby, the actual main race as well.
Yeah, but simply in front of that one. You all said it. The turf is looking just fine, but that track, that dirt track, so sloppy. Not even dirt, it's just pure mud at this point, just inches of mud.
Yeah. Ugh. All right, let's go to the winner's circle right now. That is where Sean Bowdy is.
One thing we're starting to notice here in the winner's circle is the rain comes down a little harder. People are still happy, but they're spending a little less time inside the winner's circle. I also want to point out for that last race, race number 5, it really, I think, shows the global impact of horse racing and how it all comes to right here. Here in Louisville, here in Kentucky, you have Colebrook Farms, which is a Canadian horse racing farm, and then the trainer there, Eddie Keneally, is from Ireland. So really you get to see all walks of the world come here, and the pinnacle of that winning here on Derby Day. A lot of excitement, and it's going to be even more exciting for whoever does come home with that garland of roses. Regardless of this rain or this sloppy track, it's only a matter of time to figure out who that will be. In the winner's circle, Sean Bowdy, Wave News.
Wave's coverage of the Winner's Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. Year after year, Thomas Law Offices has been voted one of the best law firms in America. Thomas Law Offices, your winning team.
Sean Bowdy looks like one of those people who just gave up on the rain, and hey, he has that poncho on, not even covering his head, because we're all dealing with it right now, especially out here at the backside as we get a live look at one of the barns right now.
I think that is, I think that's Bob Bafford's
it
barn.
Looks like it.
It looks like it. I recognize the flowers, and I can't really see the signs because I don't have my glasses on right now. Oh yes, okay.
Yeah, that's Bob Bafford.
That is Bob Bafford's barn. He's had a really good day. In fact, in one of the earlier races today, he had a horse in first and also in third. So we know that his horse Rodriguez scratched for the Kentucky Derby. Now they are focused on the Preakness, but he has Citizen Bull coming up in the Derby, breaking from the one hole. Not the best position for Citizen Bull, especially because that is a speed horse. Would prefer to be more outside, so we'll see how that break happens, because as we know in the Derby, it's not always the best horse that wins.
That's for sure, but they call him the Bull, so it might not be the best bull to win it all, right? All right, let's check in with Alina Noakes. She's been bouncing around the backside, see what she's been getting into today.
You never know who you're going to find on the backside. I happened to run into Sandman's assistant trainer. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, Caden Arthur here with Sandman assistant trainer. So Mark Cassie, and we're looking for a great day today.
Absolutely. I mean, what a beautiful day, despite the rain, to be able to race.
Yeah, so hopefully he likes the mud. We'll see. I mean, he's been training real good over it, so hopefully he can run a little bit.
Has he had a race yet in the mud?
That I'm not for sure. Not this wet. I mean, it's been a little muddy, but not like today. So.
Obviously a lot of fanfare about Sandman going into the Derby, especially from some groups that have a fame of their own. What's it been like having the attention of groups like Metallica?
Metallica, they were huge. They came yesterday and checked them out, and they also sent us gear last week, so that was very nice of them to do. So the whole barn all got Metallica t-shirts, and that's very nice to have their support for this horse and everyone else's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not something you see every day, having a group like that, get the attention of a horse like this. What are your hopes for Sandman going into this race today, aside from him being hopefully 151 Kentucky Derby winner?
That's it. Just basically coming out of the race safe and sound, having a safe trip, and everyone being safe in there is the main goal. But of course, winning. I mean, that's ideal. So that's our goal right now.
This is your first Kentucky Derby?
With this barn with Mark Cassie, yes it is. So
I hope for the best for both of you. History for the both of you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alina. So we're talking about Sandman. That we'll have jockey Jose Ortiz aboard. Been in 9 derbies, has never won. And meanwhile, his brother, Irad Ortiz, is going to be on publisher. He has been in 8 derbies, has never won. But can you imagine the family members watching a race like the Derby, such a huge platform, and you have 2 brothers both riding in the Kentucky Derby.
Talk about
Pretty
a sibling
incredible.
rivalry, right? I mean, they're already so competitive enough as it is. But I think all of us, a lot of the anchors here at Wave, have Sandman in our top 3 because such a favorite here. Let's send things out to Brian and Myra. They are still at our infield set. Yeah, we can all agree Sandman seems to be a crowd favorite with us and just about anyone you talk to. Everyone knows that horse.
Did you guys put Sandman in your top 3? I can't remember.
I've got him in mind. And now every time somebody says the word Sandman, the Metallica song gets stuck in my head. And I picture the Mariano Rivera walk-up that you were talking about earlier, Olivia. So it's Metallica all day long here at Churchill Downs.
And so cool that Metallica's got to be part of it too. And we keep saying it's not specifically named after that song. It's named after Mariano Rivera, but of course the song is attached to him. So there you go. There's that connection there.
Myra, did you have Sandman in your top?
I did not have Sandman. I had Final Gambit, Coal Battle, and then American Promise. So, yeah, those were my picks.
We shared American Promise.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard our story earlier about betting, but we were running out of money.
We ran out of cash.
We may be coming to the backside to raid the purses there. So we got more bets to put in.
Do you know what is crazy is that she had the winner yesterday. I actually said these are the horses that are really good on a sloppy track, but didn't bet on it. And they
Always works
came
that
in
way.
first,
Yeah, I
second, and
know.
third. So not the best move on my part.
I gotta just say, you both look beautiful.
You
guys look
beautiful.
great.
You all coordinated the purple too. We've been texting back and forth, complimenting each other. I have to say that you all nailed it with your looks there.
Oh, well, thank you. You guys as well, looking fabulous. You know, it's always great to see these celebrities that roll in and their outfits that they're wearing on the red carpet. And when I covered the red carpet several years ago, Guy Fieri was always the one that would come over and talk to you. He'd be so cool, so nice.
Did you get some cooking tips from him?
I should have asked him for some. But he's, you know, he's just like one of those people that's like down to earth and so cool.
He knows what's what.
He knows what's what. He knows what the Derby is all about. So we're going to hear from him in a little bit, but we're going to go to Dusty and Mike right now to talk to them. Hey, guys.
Yeah, guys, we are gearing up for the final race of our broadcast before we ultimately send things over here to the NBC National. So, as you're seeing behind us here, some of the horses rounding. As we prepare for what is a 1 mile race, this is the 101st running of the Pat Day Mile. This is a very intriguing field as it's a $600,000 payout as well. Some very familiar names here if you were keeping track of the Derby standings, the horses that had the potential to crack or make it into the Kentucky Derby. Several of these horses actually had the numbers to do so, but instead their trainers or their owners decided to run them in this race instead, simply because it's a shorter track, 1 mile of course, instead of the Derby track, which is 1.25 miles. So to look at this, Mike, breaking it down, I mean, there are some key names in those early slots right there at 1, 2, and 3 in particular.
Yeah, Bob Baffert, two-pronged attack in the Pat Day Mile with Matticat Road, number 1, and with the number 6 Gaming. Those two colts have could have a lot to say about the outcome of the Pat Day Mile today. And it's kind of evenly matched. You look at Built, who was once on the Derby Trail. They almost entered the Kentucky Derby and settled on the Pat Day Mile, which I think may turn out to work out well for them. California Burrito ran well up at Turfway. He's in here today. Smoking Wicked is in here. Gate to Wire. I really like Gate to Wire. I just think, first of all, you got my man, Mr. Pratt, Flavian Pratt, on Gate to Wire. He was 5th in the Fountain of Youth in back of the winner's Sovereignty, trained by Todd Pletcher. I think Gate to Wire might be able to sit back of the front runners, and then Mr. Pratt can pounce on the far turn and maybe take them all the way home to the finish line.
5 seconds.
And of course, as we're going around here, we've been getting pelted by rain over here as we speak. Our papers just went flying everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is live TV at its finest. Take us through the rest of the field as you've got it here, Mike.
Well, Macho Music probably has a shot in here, 12-1. And as you said, many of these were at one point on the Derby Trail, and sometimes a change in plans is the better part of valor.
Change of plans, and I think, okay, so you're looking at this field right now. You mentioned the 5 is interesting. My eye is set on the first slot, Matticat Road. Matticat Road had a pretty clear avenue into the Kentucky Derby. So did Built, by the way. Built actually had the numbers as well, ultimately pulling out and deciding to go into this race instead this past week. Trainer Catalano saying that he just didn't feel like Built had the distance or the capability to go the distance. Matticat Road, though, had the capabilities to go the distance. I think it just shows, though, based off speed figures, that this would play out a little bit better for him and Bob Baffert specifically. And that's why you're seeing him sitting as the favorite right now in the 1 slot at 5-2 odds at the moment. In the 2 slot, as we talked about with Built was 7-2 to open. Currently, that's actually a pretty good number if you're interested. 6-1 odds at the moment. And then California Burrito also was supposed to be, and this is very intriguing here, Mike, he was supposed to be an alternate, also available potentially for the Derby. Because we had the scratch of Grande, had they registered California Burrito to be as an alternate in the Derby, he'd be running later this evening in the Kentucky Derby. Instead, California Burrito is trying to go and find the Carne Asada out there, a.k.a. trying to get the victory in the Pat Day Mile.
And on the board right now, a lukewarm favorite, number 1. We talked about Matticat Road, and he is at 5-2. And a couple of 4-1s. The 5, Gate to Wires at 4-1. And the 6, Bedford's Other Colt Gaming is at 4-1s. The money is, the fans are kind of spreading out the money in the Pat Day Mile, no question.
Yeah, so this is for 3-year-olds, by the way, and once again, it's a large purse. This one is for $600,000, and it's the 101st running of the Pat Day Mile. This has been going on for a very long time, and the field itself is intriguing. One nice thing about this particular race, no scratches across the board, 9-horse race. We get just that, and also, I think while we have the time here, that we're about 2 minutes until the race begins, and remember that we will not be able to broadcast this right on time due to restrictions here. However, I do think I want to quickly look ahead here to the Kentucky Derby. We'll talk more about this before we close out our show, but thinking about that field of horses, the 19, could any of these horses that are in this current race in the Pat Day Mile, could they, Mike, have had the chance to make a run in the Derby, but because they're running in this instead, they obviously will not have an impact in that category, that department?
Well, for the most part, I think the owners and trainers, I think looking at how they would be considered in the morning line, they would all pretty much be long shots, of course. That's why they chose this spot. Competition not as elite as you'd see in the Run for the Roses, and this race, it's got a big fat purse. I mean, $600,000 purse.
Nothing to sleep on right there.
Oh yeah,
nothing to sleep on.
And these horses, a lot of these 3-year-olds, I mean, it's early in the year. They could use this race as a stepping stone to bigger and better things. There's a lot of big races coming up later this summer. We talked about the racetrack. I'll tell you what, of course, we all know Churchill is famous for the way they can get these wet tracks, sloppy tracks in great condition. I think the track is playing fair, and we mentioned it earlier. We've seen come from behind horses. We've seen horses on the front end.
Yeah, we've seen it across the board here. And I think one thing to keep an eye on here, the rain is currently falling as we speak, obviously at a rather rapid pace. It is hitting us as we speak, so we're doing our best to keep an eye on the field here while we are half fending off the water in our eyes. And people in the infield, by the way, that are directly behind us, they are clearly feeling the effects as well. As the crowds are starting, by the way, to pick up as we prepare for what is the biggest race at the time of the day, of course, leading up to the Kentucky Derby. We are moments away from post, and we will soon enough have this race, of course. We will not be able to broadcast this due to restrictions. All right, with that being said, you are watching Wave 3, home of the Kentucky Derby. We'll be right back.
And the horses have reached the starting gate.
Oh, the ponchos are out, getting ready for, I'm sure, plenty of mudslides in the infield. It's a Derby tradition. Might as well. Doesn't matter how much you spent on that Derby fit. Get it muddy. You're probably only going to wear it once, right? You already took the pictures in.
Oh, I know. We were reminiscing about our first Derby. Olivia grew up here, was in high school. I was in college freshman year, and I don't think I saw a horse that first Derby.
No, I didn't either, and I did not do a mudslide because back then when I was 15, I was like, I am not getting this dress dirty. Absolutely not. But I'm sure
of you.
Plenty of people will be taking that risk. Hey, the past couple of years, I've actually had the chance to check out the red carpet. Natalia Martinez covering that right now. Louisville, proud of being a foodie city, and she talked to someone who knows a thing or two about food.
So tell me, you come so many years. I like your shirt, by the way. You come so many years. Do you have a horse this time?
Do I have a horse? No, I don't own a racehorse. Oh, do you mean one we're picking?
Yeah.
Well, we picked a card down there, and it said Flying Mohawk is who I get, and I love the name. I think it might be some, the fact that I picked it, and I don't know. We'll wait till we get in there. We have a lot of friends that think they know what they're talking about. I don't see any of them winning yesterday, but we'll follow their advice, and then we have someone to blame. Actually, I did win. I won 700 yesterday.
Well, actually,
I picked it on Drexel. I won that race. Anyhow.
Well, maybe then you need to go with your new favorite journalist.
That would be it. Journalist would be it. There we go.
It's very fitting.
There you go. Hunter's going to make that bet. How much you bring with you?
I got $2.
Good. That'll be a good one to win.
Can you tell us about the outfit today?
His? Well, Hunter went and picked that up. So if it was left up to me, I would be in cowboy boots, jeans, and a t-shirt. But my style is Jessica Vose, who's the greatest. She does my Tournament of Champions, Guys Grocery Games. I said, I'm going. She goes, I'm going to send it to you. Because I love leather. I usually wear a leather jacket all the time. And she says, just trust me. And I said, you bet. Oh, boy.
He walked around the house for days. He's like,
oh boy, I had to get my wife to sign off on it, so it worked out. But I think it's fitting. I mean, you got to come and celebrate the Derby. You got to be in the moment.
Colorful. Got to be colorful.
Very colorful.
I think it checked that box.
You guys have a great time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the mayor of
A red carpet is sponsored by Summer Classics.
Yeah, the mayor of Flavortown, Guy Fieri himself, right there.
Yes, looking good in that leather jacket. My goodness. All right, let's go to Kendrick Haskins right now. He is in that brand new $200 million paddock, debuted last year.
Who I grew up watching play basketball here in the paddock. Kenny Skywalker, NBA dunk contest winner, former New York Knick, of course, former Kentucky Wildcat. Your first Kentucky Derby.
First Kentucky Derby after all of these years. First came to school, the University of Kentucky in Lexington in 1982. I've been to a lot of Derby parties. I've been to the Oaks. I've been to Derby, but this is my very first Derby. So even though it is raining a little bit today, I'm excited to be here, doing a lot of people watching, and glad to be on the talk to you.
Yeah, you've been walking around here, of course, nice and soaking wet, but has it lived up to the expectation?
Oh, absolutely. You hear about the fastest 2 minutes in sports, and then you wonder, why are these people so excited for a 2-minute race? And then you come and you see all of the celebrities, you see all of the people dressed up, the hats, the nice dresses. This is Kentucky, basketball, bourbon, and horses. So it all goes hand to hand. So now I'm here at the Derby. I've completed the trifecta as far as the things that I need to see and do.
Yeah, you live in Kentucky, so this 2-minute race is a 2-week-long party.
That's right, and it's awesome to be here in person. And I've heard a lot of people say, even though it's raining, it doesn't put a damper on the day. A lot of people are still here. People are having fun. This is our day. This is a celebration of the state of Kentucky, and it's an opportunity for us to showcase our state for the whole world to see. So I'm looking forward to, I know a lot of people consider myself a celebrity, but I'm going to be looking around and see whatever celebrities that I can run into and maybe get a few pictures here and there.
Now, can Kenny still skywalk?
Well, put it this way, I last dunked about 5 years ago. I haven't tried it since then. My knees feel pretty good. Going up is not the problem.
It's the coming down.
It's the coming down is the problem, but I still think I got one more good dunk in it.
Do you have a Derby pick?
No, not yet. I'm kind of new to all of this. I'm going to just kind of wing it today. I am going to probably pick a couple long shots, and then I always go by a favorite name. So I haven't decided on that yet, but I'm going to talk to some of my friends that I came down with and make sure that they don't have 1 or 2 tips for me to help me out.
It's good to see that Kenny and I have the same problems. It's the landing. It's the coming down that hurts more than it does going up. Kenny, thanks for joining us. Happy Derby. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Always asking your friends for some betting tips. Always some great advice there, because I usually come to you, even though you laughed at me for picking Burnham Square.
Well, I know. I shouldn't have, actually, because a lot of people do like Burnham Square. But winging it may be the way to go with this track, because really not a lot of these horses have run on a sloppy track like this. So we'll have to just see. Maybe that's the best way to do it, is just close your eyes, and that's the horse I'm going with.
That seems like it's almost every year that's basically what it is, because it's not always the favorite. Could be the long shot.
That
we'll
is
find
true.
out today.
Well, Olivia and I have had so much fun bringing you all of the action here from the backside, and we've been here all week long for Sunrise at the Downs. Thank you so much for spending part of your Derby day with us.
Hope you have a great Derby day, and hope you have better luck than I do.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
We're saying goodbye, but much more coverage coming up right here on Wave. Bye! Now you see our full outfit.
Yeah, we have to have pants underneath. It's so cold. Bundle up if you're heading out.
Day Scrapbook is sponsored by Twin Spires.
Did you see the Pope blessing people out in the crowd?
We said it earlier. We need one. Somebody's got to do it.
You know what I noticed a lot of in those the scrapbook that we just showed people? People dancing, having a great time.
Trying to warm up.
Yeah, good point. But you know who else was doing some dancing?
I saw this.
Okay.
I don't even know if he's seen it yet.
Oh, I think he's seen it because it's quite epic. If you go to our Wave Facebook page, find Kevin dancing, attempting to dance. He's not getting low. As
they
he's
say.
exactly. Him and
Getting
Marissa
medium.
are dancing. He and Marissa are dancing, and then Kevin drops down low.
There he's shaking
and
his
then
head.
it's like, I was like, oh my God, is he gonna get back up? Like he's going down really low.
Kevin,
I know those knees.
I went right into the worm after that. Are you kidding me?
Myra's worried about those knees.
Ryan, you were moving. You were like going, in the corner, and then Kevin's like getting down with Marissa,
Listen.
and I was like, I know Marissa can shake it. I don't know
Marissa was
about
trying
Kevin.
to teach us. She ran into the two most non-dancing people at
The
the
least
track.
capable dancers at Wave News are these two guys right here.
I'm just glad they made y'all do it.
I know.
Yeah. Can you? Let's see your moves. Come on.
We've got a gate up here. We're not letting anybody up on this set.
We got about 20 more minutes. I'll meet you back up.
That's a deal. Right in the center of the paddock. You and me.
Let's
Break
just
it down.
do it.
Apple bottom jeans.
Boots
with the fur.
I'm going home with Shannon and Olivia.
Hey, let us do a quick weather forecast here because we have made some changes to the Derby forecast. Before we get to that, we have some traffic news. We told you about this the last time we were on, but it's still a big problem.
Yeah, and this is going to be I-65 South shut down right at the Kennedy, trying to get into the junction right now. We've got a vehicle hauler that has been toppled over. The vehicles are off of that thing, so of course you're going to be diverted onto 64 if you're trying to come in from southern Indiana. And of course we've got another crash. This is 264 Watterson westbound near Poplar Level. 2 left lanes are open, but that is actually slowing down traffic. So if you're heading to the track, watch for those incidents.
Let's do a little weather. We'll pop the radar on. Things are easing up here at Churchill Downs. A few showers just off to our east. You can see that over toward Trevilian Way, Okolona, pushing across southeastern Jefferson County. We're going to see a little bit of a lull, but we do have additional showers still pushing in. But the good news is, if you look back down toward Bowling Green, that's going to pivot off to the east. And as it makes its pivot, I do think we're going to see a little bit more dry time build in as we work our way toward the late afternoon and evening. Consequently, we took down the rain chance a bit. We did not take it out, but we took it down to a 40% for that, I'd say 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame, and then we'll push it back up during the mid to late evening hours. So for post time, 6:57 it is, 59 degrees, 40% chance of rain. We'll end on a good news note. Hope that the forecast works out like that. We've been pretty spot on over the last couple of days, so we'll bid you farewell, and it's been an interesting Derby day, that's for sure.
It's been a day, as they say.
It's been a day.
A day, a month, a year.
It's been a long week. We're tired. The forecast has not been friendly to us.
Well, and they started earlier in the year. We had the snowstorms, we had the floods, we've got all the mess this week. So what next week are we doing? What is it, a haboob?
Locust.
Is that the thing they've got in Phoenix that has the dust cloud?
A haboob, that's what that's called.
Is that what we got next week?
Yeah, that derechos,
earthquakes,
tsunamis,
volcanoes.
I'm sure we'll have something we've never had before.
You'll be ready for it.
Yeah, we will.
Haboob, I need to look that up.
All right, ice those knees, Kevin.
Yeah,
See you
Kevin,
later.
we'll get you a wheelchair.
I can go low.
Oh,
Get
come
low.
on. We don't want those pants to split, Kevin, okay?
Now that's a whole different subject.
No comment.
Well, thank
Haven't
you
even
for,
had lunch.
well, don't worry, there's plenty of food in the van. Thank you for keeping us updated on all of this crazy weather that's been moving through. You know, you guys have stayed on top of it.
Well,
Much
thank
appreciated.
you. Good luck.
For us, yeah, we still got a little bit of time left with everybody.
Yeah, we've been looking around the beauty shots here of the fans, and usually speaking, there's about 80,000 or so folks who infiltrate the infield every year for Derby Day. It usually becomes the third largest city in Kentucky. A little sparse this year, so I'd say Bowling Green, you're still safe as the third largest today. But these folks having a lot of fun. The folks in the fan experience are having a lot of fun. We want to go there now and check in and see what the latest is from the fan experience.
All right, well, right now we are here with two staples of the Kentucky Derby every year, apparently. It's Gary Faulkner and his wife, Miranda. And Gary, I actually saw you yesterday with a pink beard.
Yeah.
Today it's green. Yeah. Tell me about this.
Well, I mean, I got to kind of go with my outfit. You know, I'm trying to match my hat. And if I do pink 2 days in a row, it's just going to not work for me. I like to change it up.
That's awesome. It's crazy that you were pink yesterday. Tell me about the process of getting this from pink to green, because that was a quick turnaround.
Well, I mean, it's an easy process for us. We use temporary spray and paint. Obviously, a lot of Bengals fans would know I'm the orange and black Bengals beard. Who Day. Shout out to Joe Burrow. We need a Super Bowl. We have the process down, and, you know, it washes out with shampoo. And
all right, we got a Bengals fan here, you guys. Anyway, okay, so now tell me about this hat. I love that you're repping the NBC, this horse. Did you make this?
Yeah, I made the whole thing. So I change the hat up every year. It's hard to really outdo a hat from the year before, so I always make a lot of changes to it. The one thing I like about this is it's a really tall hat, and the horse that's on there is like perfect fit for it. Yes, I'll go to a chiropractor later this week. I walk around like, you know, a robot half the day, but it's worth it.
Gotcha. You must get a lot of people that stop you.
Yeah, everyone loves taking photos with it.
Awesome. Miranda, so he does this every year by himself.
Yes, he does. He makes his own hat himself, which he takes a lot of pride in it. So I like that because I'm the crafty one, but I love that he like gets into the hat making.
She did make hers though, so don't let her shortchange you.
Oh yeah, I always make mine.
So we've got a couple artists here.
Yeah, I guess
Kinda.
so.
Amateur maybe, but
yeah.
All right. Well, last question. Got any money on horses today?
Sandman.
Sandman.
Yeah, we were gonna go with Rodriguez, but he's out, so we had to go with option 2, so Sandman.
Yep.
All right. Well, there you have it, guys. We have got a couple of artists here. They're both betting on Sandman. We'll see if that turns out correct tonight. I know I have my money on journalism for obvious reasons, but for now I'm more jealous. I'll send it back to you guys.
Found that guy because I have seen people post photos of him on social media saying,
for years.
where is he? I want to take a picture with him. And you know he got stopped a million times.
Also, every single person we talk to is going for Sandman, so I have him in my top 3. They're going to bet that down so far we're not going to win any money.
We shall see. In not too long, it's going to all shake down.
All right, speaking of some of those payouts and what's going on with the races, we want to check back in with our handicappers, talk about race 6. It was the 101st running of the Pat Day Mile. Of course, guys named after legendary local jockey. Pat Day won the Derby back in 1992 on Lil E.T., and that was a bit of a shocker. So what about race 6? Any shockers there?
Yeah, I think we were a little surprised by the way that thing went down. Ultimately, we did find a way to hit the board, but maybe not necessarily the way it went down. Here's the stretch run from race 6.
Winner's circle.
Nothing yet from Built Gate to Wire, California Burrito. The trailer off the turn. Macho Music heads for home, and the lead is 2.5. Medicat Road and Gaming are set down for the final furlong, trying to reel this leader in. Furlong to do it. Macho Music still holding firm. 3-length lead. Final 16th. Medicat Road and Gaming have chased Macho Music all the way in the Pat Day Mile. Macho Music scores. 3 lengths in the end. Medicat Road was second. Gaming was third. Gate to Wire fourth.
Well, we've been talking about the track all day. Their speed kills. Most recent run for Macho Music put up a 102 speed figure. Mike, was this just an oversight, or is this something that has to do with a horse catching fire at the right time? What does that even? What happens in a situation like this?
Well, Macho Music, if you looked at his past performances, he's sort of figured in this mix. You know, Baffert runs 2-3 in this race, Medicat Road and Gaming. You know, it just depends. You got to wonder if some of the horses are going to react differently to running in the mud. It can be a little more tiring to a lot of horses. but it's certainly this race set up on Macho Music. He's on the rail and saved a lot of ground, and the rail was a good place to be in the Pat Day Mile today.
You're seeing less favorites win today, and accordingly, if you're betting on the long shots, you're making a lot of money. Macho Music, if you put a bet on him, 13-1 odds, that gets you $29.86, $10.66 for place, and $6.26 for show. Matticat Road, that was my pick. Nothing crazy over here, of course. That was the favorite going into this at 5-2, so it's a modest payout at $4.96 place, $3.36 show. Gaming, as Mike had mentioned, another Baffert horse, 7-2 odds, gets you $3.56. And so, of course, if you had the money on Macho Music, you were probably pretty happy right now. Guys, did you put any money on long shots, or have you guys been going the direction of favorites today? Because it's really been a 50-50 split.
I've kind of tried to stay away from the favorites for the most part.
Well, we'll see with Derby.
A long time ago, guys.
Hey, watch out in the Kentucky Derby with that favorite.
Yeah.
Watch him.
It's interesting. I mean, the conditions certainly are playing a role in this, and I think we're noticing that today.
We both don't have journalism in ours.
No,
so.
we do not have journalism, yeah.
All right. Well, we've been talking about the Pat Day Mile here. We talked about Pat just a bit. Four-time Eclipse Award winner. He's a Hall of Famer. He does so much for the sport. Has been on the board for the Derby Museum. We want to go to Sean Bowdy now with him in the winner's circle.
Here in the winner's circle after the Pat Day Mile with Pat Day himself. How cool is it to see a race like this with such qualified horses? A lot of these guys, they could have been out here running later tonight around 7 o'clock.
And you'll hear from them later in the year for sure. Great race. Tremendously honored that Churchill Downs would honor me in such a way as to name a race after me. Words don't describe.
I mean, you are legendary when it comes to Churchill Downs, when it comes to horse racing. I mean, you got the race named after you. You've got a big banner on the side of the building in downtown Louisville. In ways, you're larger than life. So to come out here and be honored like that, how cool is that when people come out here and they follow you around? They're like, oh, Pat Day, how cool is that?
Words can't describe. I'm just so overjoyed, so blessed, so privileged to be a part of this racing community, to be a part of Churchill Downs, to be honored in such a way, have a race named after me. As you said, my picture on the wall downtown. It's so far above and beyond what I ever could have expected or anticipated when I first started riding races some 50 years ago.
And you're not riding, but you're still having fun on Derby Day.
Oh, absolutely. Who couldn't have fun? Even on a rainy day, it's a great day.
Pat, thank you so much. Congratulations for the Pat Day Mile. We got the winner out there. In the winner's circle, Sean Bowdy. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Pat Day's
Circle is sponsored by Thomas Law Offices. When you need a lawyer, choosing the winning team matters. Year after year, Thomas Law Offices has been voted one of the best law firms in America. Thomas Law Offices.
All right, we're going to take
your winning team.
We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Well, that is a wrap for us here. On behalf of myself, Brian Schlonsky, and the entire Wave News team, we want to say thank you so much for joining us here today for coverage of the Derby.
We hope you'll also join us 7 p.m. That's our post-show. Kendrick and Dusty hosting that. We'll leave you with this shot of the Twin Spires. Happy Derby.